Over the last 72 hours, the world, which is struggling to recover from a devastating pandemic, has been hit with yet another situation which some analysts argue could be a potential path towards World War III. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has captured global attention to a conflict which is on the tipping point of escalating into a full-blown war. Today on Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV, I bring you a special editorial on the escalating Russia-Ukraine conflict, as well as an interview with some Ghanaian students who have unfortunately been caught up in this unfortunate situation. My name is George Isi. I'll be right back. Welcome back. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George Isi, and we go straight into our special editorial on the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We take you back to February 2014. Russia, in the month of February 2014, invaded and annexed Crimean Peninsula from Ukraine. Later in 2014, a group of pro-Russian separatists took control over the cities of Donetsk and Luhansk in the Donbas region of eastern Ukraine. The incident has since led to continuous conflict between militia groups supported, armed and financed by Russia on one hand, and the Ukrainian army and its volunteer militia groups backed by NATO and Europe on the other hand. In the process, thousands of lives have been reported lost in the crossfire between the two sides. Both sides, however, later agreed on a ceasefire deal, which was dubbed the Minsk Agreement. The agreement was to see Russia stay out from Ukraine until over 70 hours ago, when Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, by executive order, recognized the disputed areas as independent states. Putin did not stop there. He ordered an invasion of the area, with assaults being launched on various Ukrainian military installations, thereby nullifying the Minsk Agreement, which was to see Russia withdraw its forces from eastern Ukraine. With several explosions heard around Ukraine, some deaths and injuries have been recorded, with some people attempting to troop out of the country. Another angle to the entire situation has to do with Ukraine's plans to join the European Union and NATO, with Russian President Vladimir Putin seeing it as an attempt to reduce Russian power and limit its economic fortunes. United States President Joe Biden has been clear to state that America will not be sending troops to Ukraine to fight in the conflict, but will support Ukraine from a distance. This same position has been taken by other world leaders and NATO members who have since condemned the actions of Russia. Among other actions, the United States President has announced a series of sanctions against Russia and its leadership. These same sanctions has also been adopted by Europe and its allies. So now we look at how this whole situation is affecting Ghana. Of course, it is a global situation with global impact, and therefore we would want to narrow it down to Ghana. And for that, I have joining me my colleague Mauli Aholu-Megan. He is on our business desk, and he will be helping me to do that. Mauli, welcome.
Thank you very much, George. How are you doing? I'm
doing well.
Yeah.
So first of all, what will be your initial comments on this entire Russia-Ukraine?
For now, I think it's quite very serious. It's looking serious. Some of the Russia's airspace have been taken over by Ukraine's airspace have been taken over by Russia, and there's quite a lot of tension here. And but most presidents, especially in the European Union, all of them are on edge as to what's the next line of action to take.
But on the global space, I mean, before we narrow it down to Ghana, on the global space, how is this affecting the world?
It's going to very much impact the world, especially economically. Russia is a very key supplier of oil and gas, and so for superpowers like US and UK begin to issue sanctions to Russia, because before all this happened, those tensions were brewing for some time now. But Joe Biden, the US president, had to have a number of calls with Vladimir Putin, but it looks like those conversations didn't really yield any results. So it was more of a plea to him to sort of, back down, because they had already had the intelligence that this was what was going to happen. And prior to this whole invasion, Vladimir Putin had a whole press conference for almost over an hour, explaining why he needed to do what he needed to do. But it looks like he had already planned it already. So for now, prices are going crazy on the market, especially the stock market and also oil. Like I said earlier, Russia is a very, very key supplier of oil and gas. And so for US and most of the European countries begin to sanction Russia, it's now going to impact on the pricing as well. Because already, as of yesterday, oil prices hit above $100, which is very, very significant. And so it's going to really, really impact us.
I'm sure this is something that Ghanaians would not be happy hearing, considering the prices of fuel over the last period.
Yes, obviously, it's really not going to bode well, especially in Ghana, because even in the February pricing window for Ghana, fuel prices went up twice, and now fuel is selling around 7 cedis. And there are already projections that should this happen, we know we are entering into another month very soon, which is in March. So we're going to have the first pricing window of March. If these tensions begin to continue and stay high like the way it is now, for now we're in the early stages, but I mean, should sanctions begin to roll in on Russia, Russia will now also begin to feel the impact of that. Already globally, some corporations have begun to take off their businesses with Russian companies. So like, for example, Manchester United flies on an Aeroflot, which is a plane that the players sit on, and it's a Russian company. Now they've had to cancel that sponsorship agreement that they've had. The Roman Abramovich, the Chelsea owner as well, the UK Parliament, Boris Johnson, visibly in Parliament saying that let's ban this man from operating in UK, because he has a very big investment in the UK. Sure. So it's really, really going to impact. And of
course, I understand that the Champions League final for this year was scheduled to be hosted in Russia, but then it has been moved out. Yes. So it means Russia is really, really bearing the brunt. Finally, on Ghana, we understand that this is also likely to result in global inflation. Bringing that to the Ghanaian level, how is this also going to impact Ghana?
Yeah, so how that is going to impact is already our inflation numbers are already high, very, very high, because of pricing, as well as the COVID. We're also tending to forget that COVID was already doing a lot of things to our economy. So now we're already suffering prices of goods and services. Now, what this tension is going to do is now going to spike that. So it's going to go higher than you actually, and that will now impact on pricing, because now whoever that has more of the supply will begin to hoard it. It's just like the vaccine. They'll begin to hoard the vaccines, and then availability will become very, very difficult, because now you have to pay more in order for that. And I mean, if you have people not, you know how movement works with economics, and if people are not moving out there to purchase goods and services, it's obviously going to start to impact. So for us back home, it looks like we have to start expecting to see some full hikes in the next few weeks to come.
Sure. Yeah. We pray it actually ends soon.
Yeah, hopefully.
So yes, I had my colleague Maulia Holumega joining me to bring his expertise to bear on what this situation means to Ghana. Of course, Ghana is not isolated from a situation that has a global impact, and so we are hoping that it will be dealt with soon. We'll be right back, and once we get back, we'll have a conversation with some Ghanaians who have rather unfortunately been caught up in this situation in Russia and Ukraine.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome, this is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George Isi. As indicated earlier, we have joining us today some Ghanaian students in Ukraine and Russia who have unfortunately been caught up in all of this situation. We go to Zoom where we have Kofi Jesse, Abigail Do, Kwabna Fako, and Ajiman Kwabna. Let me start with Kofi. Kofi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, my brother. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, my brother. So, how is the situation like in your location?
Okay, so let me speak to you from where currently I am. I am in Volgograd in Russia, and I can tell you that the situation here is very calm and peaceful. Everything is very calm. The transport system is working. The internet is available, but I'm only able to comment on this particular issue with regards to the position I occupy as the Speaker of the Royal Senate. And then that is where we are able to get to know how the students are faring from all the other states. And the information currently that we have at the Senate is that there has been no issues in Russia. Everybody is very calm, everybody is very safe. And so we are only hoping for the best.
Great. So you are in Russia and not necessarily affected by what is happening, but then you are receiving reports from other places and you are in the know of what some other Ghanaian students are going through, their current situation, if I'm right.
Yes, that is why I'm saying that we students in Russia here are only looking at what is going on with our brothers in Ukraine. We share their pain and we know that it is not easy for them. But we in Russia are very calm because there's nothing that is so scary going on here. Everything is calm. It's just that the media reportage, the sensationalism of the media space is also giving us that kind of emotional instability with regard to whatever you are seeing on the screens, that we are scared that probably something is going to happen here. But currently, the atmosphere here is very calm and very peaceful. But we are only worried because of what we think would happen in the future. But with our brothers at the other end, correspondence with them show that it's not so calm with them, and we only share their pain and then we pray for the best.
Okay, so let me speak to Abigail. Abigail, are you also in Russia?
Yeah, I'm in Russia.
Oh, great. And how is the situation? How have you also been receiving the news and what's your situation?
Okay, so I am in Krasnodar. Not so far from Crimea, which is at the border. Right now, as my friend or the first person already spoke, there's not much going on here. Everything is calm. We are going about our daily activities, actually. So yes, we see troops and armored cars, but there's not much panic around. We're going about our daily activities like how it's supposed to be. So there's not much going on here.
Okay, if that's the case, then we speak to Kwame. Kwame, how about you? Are you also in Russia?
Yes, I'm also in Russia. I'm also in Russia.
Okay, so
yes, right now, as my colleagues have already said, the situation is kind of, no one is actually panicking about anything, but the cities which are near to the border, they have prevalence of, they are just having some panic attack because of, the armor cars, helicopters making noise, those kind of stuff. So they are actually having some fear. And just, we are also getting information from friends and colleagues from Ukraine, where they have to actually run for safety. Some are actually going to other countries to be able to get a flight back to Ghana because all flights have been suspended.
Okay, so we are here to see if we have somebody from Ukraine joining us. Kwabena, are you also in Russia?
No, I'm in Ukraine.
Great. So it's good to have somebody from Ukraine now. What is your situation?
I'm in a city called Sumy. For us, we are just some few kilometers from Russian border, and as of yesterday, there were some blasts near us, some few kilometers from our hostel, which we heard it was from the other side. So what they told us that we should keep calm, and then so yesterday we have to go down we have underground bunkers. So we have to go down there and then stay there throughout the night so that at least we have some safety. And then when you go around the city, there's nothing going on actually, because it brought panic, and then ATMs, the queues there, supermarkets, there were a lot of queue. But yesterday we managed to get some few foodstuffs, but the unfortunate thing is the getting money. For us now here, it's like impossible. So because banks have closed, ATMs, some of them now, you go, there's no cash. And then getting out from these cities too is quite difficult, because we found ourselves where we have to pass through 2 cities which are severely affected. That's Kyiv and then Kharkov. So it's like we getting out is quite difficult for us for now. But they've told us to keep calm. They are just monitoring what is going on.
Okay, so Kwabna, if that's the case, you spent the night in the bunker. You are back to your hostel now, right?
Yes, please.
Is it that the situation is dying down or what?
Yeah, from what we heard from especially university officials, they said this place is at risk. We could have some hits at any moment. So yesterday when we experienced the first hit just near us, they thought it's advisable for us to get secure, like to bunker and then stay there for the night. So that's the situation.
But Kwabna?
Yes, please.
So about the Ghanaian embassy, have you heard anything from the embassy?
Nothing official. According to what our NUC's president told us, that they've contacted the bank. Actually, in Ukraine, we don't have Ghanaian embassy here. It's only Russia and other countries. They said they've heard nothing official from them, but they've sent some information to various embassies, hoping to receive some response, but not yet.
But are you happy with the response? Are you happy with the response of the government of Ghana?
For now, it's like there's no decisive, they've not taken a decisive step for now. But we are hoping that they take something, like they consider the situation, because over here it's really very serious. Maybe they might not have idea how it looks like here, because for us, even now, our worry is even finance, how to get money to travel to safety is a problem, because we can't receive money. If they even send money, there is no way we are going to take that money out, and feeding will become almost impossible in the next few days to come. So they've heard our grievances and they are considering it, but they should speed up.
You talk of feeding becoming a problem in the next few days. I'll come back to you to speak on all those matters, but then I would want to speak to your other colleagues who are in Russia, where fortunately the situation is a bit calm. Kofi, tell me, are you happy with the response that the government of Ghana is giving to this situation, considering your position?
All right. So over here we have a very calm atmosphere, like I said earlier on. And when this issue started, our president wrote that he's spoken to the embassy in Moscow, and they have assured everybody in the Federation that they are very much on top of their game. They have the capacity to deal with the situation whenever there are uncertainties, so students should not panic. And this officially has been communicated to the entire student populace. And therefore, we also have a lot of confidence in our embassy, because for the past years, dealing with them, they've showcased that they have the interest of students at heart, and they are able to also take the interest of students into recognition. So for us here, we have that solid assurance from the embassy, and then we are not scared at all when any situation comes out. But however, we are not also ruling any case of uncertainties in the future, because nobody knew that this issue was going to escalate to this point. Therefore, as students and as student leaders, we have also gone beyond and started collecting data of individual students and their contacts and emails, and then we also compile that and keep ourselves abreast and set up with time, so that whenever there has to be any issue that students would have to leave the Federation, we also set ourselves ready, and then we will leave. But like I'm saying, with issues regarding the correspondence of Ukrainian students and the embassy, I am unable to comment on that since I am not in the Federation. So that is all that I can say for now with regards to the correspondence between the students and the embassy. Thank you very much.
Then let me gather Kwame's thoughts on the government's response. Of course, you have shared your view, but then Kwame, what do you make of the government's response to this situation?
Okay, I think I watched some news yesterday, and then I think it was brought up in Parliament, and we are just hoping that everything will be done as fast as possible, because very soon, as Kwabena said, very soon receiving money is going to be very difficult. I personally today, when I closed from the hospital, I went to the bank to withdraw some money using Western Union, and I went to 3 banks, and then they said they will not be able to give me money because of the sanctions and all that. So very soon, I'm sure if nothing is being done about it for students to actually secure some food, because right now, very soon, if money is being sent later on, it's going to be useless, because we won't be able to use that money for anything, since nothing can be sold to us, or you get what I'm trying to say. So I think the response must actually come as fast as possible, so that we're able to secure the necessary needs. Okay.
So we are talking about government response. Let me speak to my female guest. About government's response, do you think that government should consider evacuation plans? Of course, Kwame mentioned the fact that government, the issue was discussed in Parliament yesterday. Abigail, do you think that government should consider evacuation plans, and how soon do you expect that to be implemented?
Okay, so currently there's been an airstrike actually, especially the cities located at the south, even in the capital. So flights are not moving in, flights are not moving out. So evacuation is not actually the way forward right now. So I don't think that can come into the plan. Maybe yes, funding to move people into a much more safety zone, because it's not all, especially in Ukraine. Yes, there are zones that have been affected, especially Kiev and other zones, but they are not all parts of the country is being affected by what's going on. So if people can be moved to a much more safer zone, that would be better. But evacuation to Ghana or wherever by flight, I don't think it's going to be possible.
Okay, so we are about ending this discussion. I would like to get Kwabena to give me some few answers, and then I'll pick your final words. Kwabena, you talk about the fact that you will soon run out of supplies. How soon are we talking about, and how consequential is this going to be?
So let's take it from next week onwards. Basically, I will have, let me talk from my perspective and my colleagues near me. From next week onward, we will have nothing left. So if it continues like this, that means from next week, we'll we'll be left with nothing. And it will be very difficult, because here you have nowhere to go. Yes, you have nowhere to go. For us, the situation is already getting out of hands for us, because most students have already run out of money. And the fact that even from yesterday, it was impossible for us to receive any money or take money. My bank, when I tried removing money, I used 2 banks. The first one, I couldn't remove this. Second one sent me a message that, unfortunately, my card is not permitted to do any transaction now. So it's going to be very difficult for us.
You are in a you are in a foreign country. What is the government of Ukraine doing for expatriates in their country, like people like yourself? What is the government of Ukraine doing for you?
Okay, for now, we've not heard anything. The only thing is, he's general. He said everyone should remain calm, but he has not commented anything specific about foreigners or anything of that sort.
So for now, you're on your own?
Yeah, for now, everyone is on his own.
Government plans calls for evacuation. You are in this situation more than any of our guests. Is this something that you would want government to do, or what is your call to government?
For me, I think it should be considered. Although now airports and then some airports have been destabilized, but it should also be under consideration. Anyhow, because our plan is moving to safer places. For example, Lviv Airport is considered the safest now, not Kiev. So it should be considered. It doesn't necessarily mean only flying from Kiev. Lviv is there. So for me, I think it's very necessary for us.
Okay, Kwabna, so we understand your situation. We hope you stay safe. Let me get the final thoughts of your colleagues and then we'll wrap this up. Abigail, what will be your final words?
Okay, so right now we are able to control the situation to a particular point, but as Kwame and Kwabna and everyone else has said, we are not sure of how things are going to escalate. So it will be very glad if the government speeds up their response to us to make things better.
Okay. Kwame, any last words?
Okay, so one thing that came to mind was if it's possible, if not evacuating the people to Ghana, we can evacuate the people around the border to safer cities so that they can be there for now. If it's possible, we can get the embassy to get the students the students that are studying the cities that are around the border to safer cities so that just in case of anything they will be safe. Because recently the first attack from Russia was actually from one city, Belgorod, and that city has a lot of Ghanaian students, scholarship students to be specific. So if it's possible for them to, the embassy to actually get the students from the cities that are near the border to safer cities, it's going to be very, very fine. So that they will feel some safety. Because my city currently, no one is talking about the whole thing, just the banks that are, the banks have been affected since the economy is being crippled. So,
right.
Yeah.
Right. So, Kofi, you are in a position of leadership. You coordinate communication and activities between your colleagues and the government of Ghana. What will be your final words?
All right. So, my brother, in this particular situation, first of all, my heart goes out to our brothers in Ukraine, and I agree that these are tough times, and surely they will prevail. And all that we can all do as individuals is to keep calm and remain safe and look out for ourselves each time, and then make sure that we defend ourselves. But for me, in this era of civilization, it is very unfortunate that we have to talk about an impending, so to say, war at this particular point in time. But we ask that you all help us in prayers, keep us in your thoughts, and then we wish that moving forward, this issue will not escalate, but will rather stay calm, and then at both sides, in Russia and then in Ukraine, not even only Ghanaian students, but people, this is the call for humanity. People in Russia and people in Ukraine will be safe, and no life will be lost as a result of this. We need all prayers and support in these hard times. Do remember us in prayers. Thank you very much.
Great. So, guys, we thank you for your time, and we hope you stay safe. And we'll reach out to you in case we need any further update. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
So, viewers, this is Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AEC. I did this by speaking to some Ghanaian compatriots in Ukraine and Russia, where there's been some fighting over the last 72 hours. They are praying that the situation is contained in due time to stop the situation from escalating. Of course, this has been Say Loud with me, George AEC, and until we meet for our next episode, it's bye for now.
week of innuendos and backlash as Efia Schwarzenegger is being lambasted for labeling her fellow woman barren. We'll have a conversation on that. Later on, we'll turn our attention to the call on celebrities to reject the anti-terrorism campaign ambassadorial deal. These and many other issues we have tabled for a discussion in this episode of Bloggers Forum. I am Benefo Boaben Abrantipa. Thanks for joining us on Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. My guests are seated. McDonald Nane Asare, aka Romeo, is an event organizer, artist manager, a columnist, Madina Social Welfare Assemblyman, and a member of the Miss Ghana team. Romeo, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Abrantipa.
Ibiaboko, Madina Tisane.
Madina Boko.
Nice one. The man who has been away just because he was shooting a video kekenrocha. Hey! Oh, friend, and now, oh, I'm shooting a video. Oh, I'm shooting a video. Author of the book, Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It. Nene B is an author, a lawyer in the making. Nene, thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
Welcome. It's really been a long time.
Yeah.
More than a month, right?
Yes, more than a month.
More than a month.
I've been quite busy, not just shooting the
video.
The video happened just 1 week. Yes, aside that, I was working on other stuff. I don't live in Accra, so usually when I'm coming to Accra, it means that some money issue there.
Yeah.
So I didn't have money issue in Accra for the past 1 month. Yeah, economy na
I did. But what video was it though?
It was a video, and photo shoot in promotion for my book. And actually, yeah.
I see.
The picture I sent to you. I thought people
the one you distracted me.
The one I thought people would be doing Vogue this week.
So you sent your picture.
Yeah, so that
we use it for Vogue.
So that you wish me happy birthday this week.
My
birthday was on Monday.
Are you serious?
Yeah. So by posting
belated happy birthday.
Thank you.
So today we'll use your picture for Vogue. Everett is not there, so we'll put Nenebi's picture there, and then we'll describe what he is wearing. What are you wearing in your? Vogue, no prep. What are you wearing in there?
What am I wearing? It's a jeans jacket designed by my kid brother, who is also a designer. Yeah, Chiante Ado. And he combined two different styles of jeans. So one aspect of it is very official, another aspect of it is rugged. So that combines my two personalities.
Okay.
Sometimes I'm a gentleman.
Rags to riches.
Rags to riches.
Sometimes I'm a gentleman, sometimes I'm a gangster. So the combination of the two, and then the neck had a different feel to it. And then the jeans, just to complement it, and then, my favorite shoe brand is Adidas.
Okay.
Every time I want to buy a different brand, I go to the shop, and then I see an Adidas brand, and then I buy Adidas. So I had to, represent.
So where are you standing? Where is the location?
The location is somewhere in the free.
Okay.
Yes. And so the picture actually represents Afrobeat.
Okay.
Afrobeat is a combination of different styles of music. There's a fusion of Western style, there's a fusion of Ghanaian style, there's a fusion of Nigerian style, there's a fusion of, these days, there's a fusion of South African style into Afrobeat. So my outfit is supposed to represent that confusion that we call Afrobeat.
How is that promoting the book? If you say it's a photo shoot for the book.
Yeah, so there is a photo, what they call, there's a fashion term for it. I'm not a fashion person. It's a lookbook.
Okay.
Yeah, a lookbook is, I can't describe, but I know it's a lookbook. So the photo is from this lookbook I created for my book. The lookbook is called The Married at Birth Afrobeat. So there are different concepts in the lookbook.
Mate, Romeo, you show photo shoot and him that way.
That's all 21st course. My last man standing. I shut the door on all birthdays.
I see. Nene, belated happy birthday.
Thank you.
Free your mind.
Okay, so there's a lot of issues happening this week, and I'm not sure which one I should tackle. First and foremost, we are shooting this on Thursday, a day after Black Stars win over Madagascar in our quest to qualify for AFCON. And Ghana qualifying for AFCON is our birthright. We are supposed to be in AFCON every time. I think the only time we didn't qualify for AFCON was in 2004, right?
Me, I don't know. Me, I'm not a sports person.
I'm not a sports person either, but
okay.
Black Stars is very important to our national fabric. And I think gradually Black Stars is winning back the love that Ghanaians have lost. And I like that now we have a string of wins which are important to make. But then what I really want to talk about is this guy, Afenajan, right? In the game against Nigeria, he did well. But there's something that I noticed. You know, African football requires more physicality than skill. African football is very physical. That is why Ghana will score countries which play better football in the world, and then you play against Burkina Faso and Mali and be losing to them, right? Because they have more physical strength. And so against Nigeria, I think that they were kind of bullying him with their physicality, even though he was more skillful. And so he sort of got tired easily, right, earlier. But in this game, I noticed that he's growing in the African terrain. You know, after secondary school, he went to Europe. So I don't think that he's used to the African style of football yet. But this is his third game for the national team. And it looks like he's gaining his composure. So I'm excited about what we are going to do to Portugal in the World Cup. We need to, even if you are going to be to leave the World Cup in the group stages, we need to score Portugal. That is because we lost to them when they were very bad in 2014 because of, you know, the money in the plane. But now that we don't have any money in the plane, we have to score Portugal and humiliate them, even if they are going to lose to Korea. So I'm excited for the future of the Black Stars in the upcoming World Cup. That's all I want to talk about for now.
Romeo, I mean to you.
Well, I think to free my mind, I feel there are things we need to put right. As public speakers, there are things naturally we would have to advocate for. The students of UPSA are going through something that's, excuse my language, doesn't sound well and doesn't make sense. Looking at the economic situations, in this period especially, if students delay in payment of their fees for a moment, I think there should be a payment plan feasible enough to make it okay for parents or students who are even struggling to pay the fees themselves so that they don't even drop out. But then again, they are burdened with the fact that once you delay in paying your fees, then that penalty of 400 cedi or so is added to your, what do we call it?
The debt.
The debt. And then, or it's either you defer, and it makes it difficult for students. We are not supposed to even make situations of such difficult for students, especially knowing the situation we find ourselves in, coupled with even the academic struggles the students will go through. There are individuals, genuinely, the fees are not being paid by their parents. Some are doing as many as 3 jobs, many are jobs, just to put some pieces together to be able to afford such fees. And if you are not fortunate to even get a scholarship, the rich men who are even supposed to, who can even afford, are even enjoying the scholarship that the rich, the poor ones are supposed to enjoy, and they are still trying to pay. Why do you burden them with extra cost? So I feel this thing should be looked at, and I'm not sure it's peculiar to just UPSA. I think other private universities are also doing so. And I think in University of Ghana, the times I remember, you were given some grace period to pay, even in the middle of the semester. If you're able to pay some, by the time the semester ends, you should be able to complete your payment. And I think it was laudable. And if this is rolled out to other tertiary institutions, it will augur well, because I don't see the reason why students should be struggling in this. And I've seen a lot of students deferring just because they can't afford such penalties and even the original fees. So
are they being asked to pay in full? Because in the case of the University of Ghana, I don't know if it has changed. During our time,
like 75% or even 50% and register.
And then as time goes on, you complete.
Exactly.
Is that the case there?
I think their situation is such that, for instance, if your fees is about 2,000 cedis and you're unable to raise for the semester, and maybe you're able to raise about 800 or 1,000, I think you should be able to, you should be allowed to even register, so that by the time exams get close, by the time the semester closes, then at least you might have gotten enough period to settle up. But I think they are stifled. They are not given such enough space.
Could it be the case that the university is doing so because the students are abusing the what's the word?
Their leniency.
Yes, their leniency.
No,
because sometimes you see when you are relaxed.
See, the issue is that whether relaxed or not, there are real students who are struggling. There are real butter and bread issues people are struggling to face. And looking at the price insurgents, like increases and a whole lot, it's affecting a whole lot of things. So if you're considering that, okay, people are abusing the liberty given to pay fees, eventually if the person doesn't pay, the person wouldn't graduate. The person wouldn't even end up, if by the time you're writing exams, it's enough grace period for you to raise fees, because you risk not being allowed to write, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that is even better, because it allows grace period for people to relax, work and pay.
So your issue is with the penalty.
Exactly. And me, my key issue is that it's pushing the young ladies into what they are not supposed to do, because they would have to raise money. Some are in school, their parents are able to pay the initial fees, and the rest becomes a problem. And we are the same people who will be complaining about sugar daddies and a whole lot. But the acts and the kind of template we roll out, the rationale behind these young ladies forced into such situations, and then we come back and start accusing them. Let's make the system okay for everyone, so that the girl will not even be thinking of her fees and hostel fees. Remember, the hostel fees are even expensive. So if the person has maybe about 5,000, 6,000, the person would have to divide and pay part as fees and pay and secure the hostel, because you would have to look for a place to sleep even before you go for lectures. And you can't expect someone to raise 10,000, 8,000 to just pay fees on the go. You get it? So for me, I feel they should look at all these things again. And the scholarship secretariat, those in charge of scholarship, please stop giving it to the well-to-do students. Scholarships are meant for those who are struggling, brilliant but needy. And I don't see the reason why a minister's son or an MP's son should be enjoying scholarship. Or maybe a head pastor's son who is paid well and other allowances. Why should they be enjoying scholarships at the detriment of church members who are mere traders and struggling to pay their fees? Like, these are things we need to decouple in terms of our politicking, because everything is like politics. Once your father is the ambassador, you have the luxury of not paying fees. You can enjoy this scholarship and travel and go. Meanwhile, your father could have afforded it if he was even asked to pay. But these are things that we are struggling. Later, we cause that decay in our moral fiber, and when we finish, we're blaming it on who?
All right, that's McDonald Daniel Asari, aka Romeo, Medina Social Welfare Assemblyman. He is unhappy about the treatment being meted out to students of the University of Professional Studies, Accra, yes, that they are being asked to pay a penalty if they are unable to pay their school fees for within a certain period. Okay, so we'll take a break. When we return, we'll talk about Efia Schwarzenegger, we'll talk about the Say Something, See Something, and Say Something campaign against terrorism that our celebrities are being involved in. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. Don't go away.
What's up, guys? This is Black Sharif, and I'm outside with Bloggers Forum with Abrantipa on GhanaWeb TV. Keep watching, keep it locked, you understand? Love.
Welcome back. It's Bloggers Forum on GhanaWeb TV. I am Abrantipa. My guest, McDonald Nane Asari, aka Romeo, and then the author of the book, Everything That Happened and the People That Made It, Nenebi, or say Wakoye photo shoot, the Air Tony book. Now, let's talk about Efia Schwarzenegger. So, Efia Schwarzenegger made a post. In fact, it was a video, and the video came with a caption, and that has generated controversy in the showbiz space with Sam George, a member of parliament for Ningo Pram Pram, even you know, making a comment on it. And I read, she says, I don't hate a barren at 47. I pray for them. Nature is already dealing with you, and now you can't see. Sorry, your life is delayed. Wa reporter Abrabomu Abrabomu F9. At your age, no child, no man to call your own, and menopause has set in, so I understand your frustration. By the way, I am busy paying university's fees, and tomorrow is PTA meeting. You can't say this about yourself. The next time you want to run your mouth, look for your mates, aka your fellow barons. Mothers are very busy people. When you meet responsible mothers like me, ask how much a Montanzero fees cost, and see how useless you are as a woman in the society. Enjoying my hotel in Cannes. Help me tell your boss, oh, sorry, my ex. Please, if you don't want to hear certain things, don't look for a mad woman's trouble. I won't call you mother of twins if you are a barren, period. She posts another one and says, now that I have your attention, I, Queen Efia Schwarzenegger, will never work with my ex regardless of the money involved. I can't disrespect my man like that. Anti-second choice. You want nothing. You were offered what I rejected. Where were you when your boss, sorry, my ex, was kissing my just for logo? Whilst you are at it, ask him how much he paid for just a picture. I am not cheap like you. The rest are insults, naked insults I can't read. So when she said this, a number of people commented. This one says, this is so heartless on the side of Efia Schwarzenegger to attack your fellow woman like this. In fact, the hands that fed you when you were nobody. We are just giving this woman attention. And I must say it's baseless. Efia is just one woman with no manners. That's all. Calling a woman barren is the most disrespectful utterance someone can do towards a female. Efia Schwarzenegger is not a good example to emulate by all standards. May the people we ever helped never become our reason to shed tears. And this one says, this is the most heartless and wicked attack I have ever read on woman by a woman. He mentions a name. We don't know about the name, so we just leave the name out of it. And this post was made, we don't know what triggered it, but the most important thing is that she's being called out for calling her fellow woman a barren. Let me begin with Romeo. What your initial reaction was when you read her post?
I think...
By the way, Efia Schwarzenegger is a radio presenter and a comedian. Yeah.
I think we've given too much room for buffoonery, and this is the result of it. You see, when all these things started, like yes, also, and they've enjoyed the mileage, they've enjoyed the numbers, and they're making money out of the numbers. So it fuels their idiocy to be able to like feel free to throw out or churn out anything that comes to mind. But Abrantepa, you see, media or social media is making it difficult for better regulations, and people talk about moral decadence and a whole lot, but Efia Schwa is a canker. Efia Schwa is a canker because she says it when she wants and nothing happens. And she easily finds herself in the books of some top-notch people, so she feels she has the protection, so she can say whatever she likes. no reasonable woman will label another woman barren, regardless of the circumstance. I won't even wish it on my worst enemy. But it tells you that she's pained with the sort of incident that happened with Delay going to, joining Wuntumi, a group of companies or what have you. So it looks like, because it will take so much pain.
Is there a connection there?
No, but yeah, because Delay was like, she's the boss of the airwaves and blah, blah, blah. There's none like it. Like, it's just like a rapper, right? You say things to elevate yourself and a whole lot to mean that you are the best among the rest. So whoever would have to banter you or reply would also have to set sort of the bar a notch higher so that everyone would get talking. But hitting below the line by calling another woman barren, it's like just calling a woman openly prostitute, which, like, even in movies, you realize that it gets muted when such words are being pronounced, because it's something that hurts or can destroy someone. And no one is saying anything about it. Now, if nothing at all, if for nothing at all, I wouldn't have known Ifiashua if not for Delay, because of Ifiashua, Snega, that kind of
TV series.
The TV series. So people must learn that the fingers that fed you, no matter how it breaks you, you don't bite it off. You can show your anger and your dissatisfaction in many ways, but there are some lines you don't have to cross. And it's like we've just allowed Ifiashua on the loose and she's just touching anyone. It's high time people really take her to the cleaners or deal with her in that kind of legal manner. At least if there's a serious fine on her, a defamation on her, she would get to know that there are restrictions to whatever. But you see, we are in a system where whom you know is the order of the day. So she feels she has the backing of some people, because obviously if she's not in Asimesi's camp, she'll be in another person's camp. And she knows that when it has to do with finding solace, she will know where to find it. And that's how she's playing her game.
Photo shoot mine.
Okay, so, you know, I don't like to use legal this when I'm arguing. I'm lying, I like to do that.
But
there is this case that happened in Ghana in 1959. And it's a reported case in Ghana called Wenchiwa versus Redua. It's a case involving two women who lived together in the same house. They were neighbors in Bompata, Kumasi. And they got into a heated argument. And one person called the other person, insulted the other person by saying, say, whoa, dodo mukankai. You understand? She was insulting her private part, saying that her private part was sticky, right? And when the lawyer was arguing before the court, the lawyer said, the lawyer was struggling to use the words that the defendant said.
The accused used.
The accused, the defendant
okay.
used, right? So the judge told him that the court is not contaminated by foul language. And that is something that when you go to law school in Ghana, one of the first things you learn is that the court is not contaminated by foul language. So you can use languages, any language, if it is important in the case, right? But the most important decision in the law, in this particular case, is that the judge said that in Ghanaian culture, there is a certain language that you cannot use in referring to a woman, because those languages have serious implication on the woman. So when you say a woman's private part stinks, that is a very grave insult to not just her person, her identity, her hygiene, and everything about her, right? So there are certain expressions that as Ghanaians, we are not supposed to use when you're talking about women. So insulting her private part, calling her, example he used, a prostitute, calling a woman barren. Those are expressions that carry serious, grave, what's the name? Interpretation or meanings, right? And it is sad that as a nation, you know, I'm somebody who doesn't care so much about, I'm a free speech advocate. I think that it should be absolute free speech, right? But I think that the onus should be on the individual. That when you are talking, you should be circumspect of the words you are using. You should be circumspect on how you address people. Calling somebody barren in an issue has nothing to do with you. Like, that has nothing to do with her barrenness. If maybe the person, which is not needed, right? But if somebody maybe had insulted your child or insulted how you raise your children, and you reply by calling them barren, I could understand that. But if the war doesn't call for war, or you're not supposed to draw a gun. So, I don't know how to say this, but I feel like, just like Romeo is saying, we are losing a lot of things that hold our society together as a nation. And as a nation, is because it starts with Kumawood, right? The biggest Kumawood stars are people who insult people the most. But we always saw it as just entertainment. It's just a movie. But when we highlight those people and those insults, now it moved from just being a movie to real life. Now the biggest people we have in our country are the guy who lives in the US, so I don't want to mention his name because I feel like I'm making him bigger, using insults without addressing issues. If you have issues and you want to address those issues, there's nothing wrong with it. I don't have anything wrong with, criticizing the government, criticizing people in authority. It's our civic responsibility to do that. But when you are using language that is strongly worded insults, that says nothing about the issue you are addressing, then we are losing a lot as a nation. And in this particular instance, I've had bosses who have had falling out with. We've all had bosses we've had falling out with. That we don't, we are no more speaking terms with because maybe of the way maybe they treated us when we were working with them. So we don't like them as people. But they are your bosses. You understand? He's somebody who gave you an opportunity. Your name was a name that was given to you by this person. This person created a TV show, created a character, gave the character a name. And then you were given that character's name, and then that character's name is now your stage name. You owe your very existence as an artist to this person. You are supposed to have given respect. You're supposed to at least give some respect to this person. I know sometimes when people are trying to prove they don't care, they show how much they care. They are trying to prove that you are quote unquote over your ex, and then in all your posts you bring in that ex. That shows how much you are pained by the fact that you are no more with that ex. You understand? So she need to get over it. She need to get over whatever the ex was giving him that she's not getting anymore. Whether it was the deal that was so good, whether it was the money, and she need to get over it, and she need to grow up as a person, And there are some things that she said that I don't have any problem with, like about the delegates and why they voted him. That I don't have a problem with because that's just politics, right? And there are some people that were voted for in both parties that I didn't like, right? And you are free as a civic person in Ghana to have that views. But, bringing in somebody and using words which have no interpretation or no bearing to the case, I think that was a low blow.
Next, we'll be talking about terrorism. So we've been told to be very mindful because there could be an attack. And so initially there was a statement asking people to be wary where they go, not to be at places where there are so many people there, because these are places where normally it becomes the target of the terrorist. Then we heard of some celebrities being appointed as ambassadors of the See Something, Say Something campaign that is against the terrorism, so that if you happen to see something fishy, something suspicious, you prompt authorities in order to prevent the attack. And our celebrities were part of it. Empress Gifty and Nana Abba Anamwa. Some members of the clergy were also part. But Adam Bona is a security expert, and he's been saying that this appointment, not. Inti Ebeya, those who have been appointed, they should actually reject it. We'll take a break. When we return, we'll talk about that.
I hear one lady, Gifty, I think she's a musician, a gospel musician, has been earmarked or she's been selected to be campaign ambassador for the fight against terrorism. My advice to her would be to rescind the acceptance. She should let those who appointed her know publicly that she doesn't want it because, first of all, they are going to begin to trail, they are going to begin to follow her, they are going to begin to profile her, they are going to obviously target her. Usually, they will do this because then they see you to be one of the people who is likely to hinder them, even though these people are bad people. And so mine is that it's not done anywhere. And so if this woman was advised properly, she would have said, no, thank you, I cannot do such a thing. This is not the fight, against COVID. This is not some form of entertainment. I'm talking about people who are killing people. I'm talking about people who are destroying nations. And then you say what? You select some individuals or an individual to be a campaign ambassador, and she accepts to do it because she was ill-informed. It is totally wrong. It doesn't happen that way. No nation would do that. Even when they are killing soldiers, Togo, they killed several soldiers in Togo. You go to Burkina Faso, they killed several soldiers in Burkina Faso. Cote d'Ivoire, several soldiers. Niger, they are killing soldiers because you see, when they see the security of the armed forces, they see the armed forces or the security agencies to be the face against the campaign against their work, and therefore they will target them. So who took that decision to make this woman or some individuals or celebrities ambassadors?
Right, so that's security expert Adam Bona. Now, away from that, the national security, they want to be educating the people, and so the media has been asked to provide wider coverage for the education in order to deepen the understanding of threats of terrorism. Mamisha Sefri lawyer ho.
Please, I want to. What are the celebrities apart from?
Nana Banamwa is part. We have Kofi Kinata, Kwame Sefakai, Jifa Bampo, Gifty Adoye, aka Press Gifting, Dr. Lawrence Tete. So far, this is the list.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I wanted to say something.
Is it necessary?
I wanted to say something about the list, but let me hold myself.
Why? What do you want to say about the list?
I'm curious about.
You think some people should have been there?
No, I'm curious about the criteria
used in choosing them.
In choosing them, yes. And because I'm thinking that if I'm somebody who wants to commit terrorism, why would Namba Namwa or Kwame Sefakai be the reason I change my mind? But anyway, that's the.
No, it is not for you, the terrorist. It's for the citizens, so that when they see something, they will say something.
To who?
If they see anything suspicious, they report to authorities.
What is anything suspicious? You see, the whole list of the See Something, Say Something campaign started with the government putting out, what's the name? A poster that was posted, was it posted by the presidencies, was tweeted by the presidency. They tweeted a picture. First was a picture that has a woman dressed in a veil, and she had a mosque behind her.
Yeah.
That was the first picture they put out. And a few minutes later, they put out another picture of a guy, and he has a church behind, right? But when they put out the picture of the woman, it was the first picture they put out, and people started reacting about how insensitive that was, how stereotypical that was, because it was a Muslim woman, the friend is saying.
And there was a mosque.
I'm thinking that the reaction to that is why they didn't even consider having somebody from northern Ghana or having the Muslim background as part of the ambassador. I want to believe that you see, I feel like this government, let me say this government from the beginning of their presidency in January 2017 to date has become very, very reactionary. I will not forget this, even if the whole Ghana forgets it. On the Sunday that when COVID was announced that COVID was a pandemic, a week, the Friday, the president had a press conference and with members, people from the health sector, and then he said Ghana was not going to have a lockdown because blah, blah, blah. He gave so many reasons. And then 2 days later, he changed his mind and announced the lockdown. I felt like since that day, I had a suspicion about how this government operates. This government operates without carefully assessing situations and having decisions that make you believe that they are rooted in science and data. And now, I'm totally convinced, 1,000% convinced, that this government doesn't make decisions based on science and data. They make decisions based on social media reactions. So if they put out a picture, a social media reacts negatively, now the next decision have to appease social media.
Oh, how are you convinced that was the only poster
I'm just
that they
convinced.
had?
I'm just convinced. That's my conviction. But anyway,
that's not fair, is it?
It's not fair, but that is based on their actions. That's the conviction I have. But anyway, the terrorism, that picture they put out, the picture didn't say anything about what makes somebody suspicious to be a terrorist. What makes you look at somebody and say that you need to report them to the authorities?
Is that not the reason we have the ambassadors?
So
to help in the education.
Okay, so so what are the ambassadors supposed to do now?
They are supposed to help educate the people
about what makes somebody suspicious to be a terrorist.
Exactly, and other things like things to look out for and encourage people to, report.
You see, the problem with that is now we are creating a society where we're always going to look at people as, because things that make people quote unquote suspicious of terrorism may be things that make people, any other thing. So maybe if somebody is having extremist views, that makes a person a terrorist. If maybe I have extreme Christian views, and I believe a human being on earth is supposed to be a Christian, if somebody is not a Christian, they are going to hell. For which reason, they are not even ready to be part of my society. Does that make me a terrorist because I hold those views? I'm curious about what are the criteria that they used in selecting the ambassadors. Because most people in this world who end up being identified as terrorists are people who are young people in their 20s. Most terrorists are people most people who act on being terrorists. Like most people who have been arrested as terrorists are people in their 20s.
Okay, yeah. I was getting confused now.
Yeah.
You have brought me back.
Yes. I'm brought for name back. And those people, I wonder what sway someone like Kwame Sefa-Kain has on young people. We laugh at Kwame Sefa-Kain.
He has what?
No.
He's the host of one of the biggest morning shows.
What sway does he have on young people? You see, like Oprah Winfrey, right? She's one of the biggest TV stars in the world. She doesn't have sway on people less than the age of 30. Nobody under the age of 30 look at Oprah Winfrey and say, I want to do something because Oprah Winfrey wants to do it. She's not Kim Kardashian. She doesn't have sway over young people, even though she's Oprah Winfrey, and she's probably bigger than Kim Kardashian. She's not Cardi B. Even though she has sway, she's bigger than Cardi B. She doesn't have sway over young people the way Cardi B does. You understand? Even though Kwame Sefa-Kain is big, she doesn't have sway over young people the way someone like Shatawale does. Because we look at him as an old person. We don't look at him like, somebody who is like us. You understand? So it has nothing to do with how big you are. So I'm curious as to what someone like Nana Namwa, it makes sense because she's kind of have a lot of sway over young people because she's very active on social media. But I wonder if people who are who hold views who are deeply into their belief systems, because terrorism starts with having a belief system. Who are deeply into their belief system go on Twitter to pay attention to what Nanama is doing. I wonder how somebody like
Empress
Gifty, what sway she has over young people, as compared to even in the Christian community. I believe that someone like Brother Sami has sway over young Christians, or someone like who is the person who does this pop gospel Abbey. I think someone that I was about to say question, but question is now for older people, older swag Christians. Someone like Joe Metal may have more sway over young Christians. Someone like that may have more sway than someone like, you know, Empress Gifty. I have to say that.
Let me hear your submission on that. Is it necessary to have these ambassadors?
I think with this set tone for having ambassadors for terrorism, I think very soon then we should have ambassadors of road carnage, road accidents, because it's killing people day in, day out. It's even collecting lives than terrorism across the world in terms of numbers. Even in this country, how many terrorist attacks have we had? None. We are just anticipating. No, you see, I'm building a point. If you're trying to, terrorism is not fought with loudness, right? It's actually fought with tact, discipline, and with some kind of seriousness, because your attacker would not display his intention before you realize it happens. Even America, where it happens, where they have what do we say, the accoutrement to even forestall any unexpected attack. I want to ask, I don't know if I'm open for education. Do they have ambassadors? Like, do they make noise about it that we are ready for any terrorist attack? You see, these are things that, for me, as I become scared, because it's like you trying to invite the uninvited. Because maybe it could be a mere perception. But once you're giving it a seat, it's attracting, it's baiting other people to say that, no, let's test your pulse. You get it? And maybe you might not be the one to suffer for it, because we, the ordinary people, will be the ones to suffer, because when we say Jack, you can just book your private jets and you're out, and we will still be here. So whatever we are doing, if it has to do with security, security is not like a comedy stage where you suspend your disbelief and say, okay, let's see you that you are Rambo. But maybe I'm not Rambo. I've suspended my disbelief. I'm believing this bottle is my aeroplane. You get it? But in real life, you don't suspend disbeliefs. You work with it. You work seriously when it has to do with security. So, people have just panned in on just Empress Adoye because people ask, in what capacity? You get it? Is it Ibad, right? The security guy. The guy, at least, if not, he has read something on security intelligence. Enchudanso, Professor Enin, and the likes who are security gurus are there. They can look at this situation and say, no, reading from what's happening, if you compare this to Somalia or Nigeria in maybe 5 years ago or 10 years ago, which ended up, or in Kenya, where one of our professors died in Kenya, or is it Professor Kobi Awono? Maybe this was what happened. The transition came out this way, and this was what happened. So maybe they will advise government behind closed door that this is what you are supposed to do to forestall any such happenings. So you are taking intelligent and technical views from people with know-how. You get it? But parading people for being loud on radio or being all over the place for social media, whether gospel or whatsoever you, to be ambassadors as what? To make the state, to be paying them other allowances. No, you see, there are things that we need to be serious about. If we are going to be ambassadors, let's create ambassadorial checks where the people will be reporting to the government or the presidency that based on our research, because we are active on social media, and these things are not going well. There's no water in this village. So Nanaba and Amwa and the likes could be ambassadors for clean water. It even helps in achieving our target for SDG by 2030. You get it? So at the end of the day, let's not just form things because we want to form them, and sometimes it's meant to neutralize people who would even intend to attack the government in terms of what it does. You get it? So for me, what I feel is that this is a fruitless journey this is, excuse my language, I don't want to use the word, but it's a needless entity, and it's a waste of government money and space. And the fact that it's even baiting other people to even have that idea that Ghanaians say they are ready. Me pacho, you're ready. Just like when the Ukraine issue started and people started joking with it on social media, trying to say things about Ukraine and Russia. We don't have the muscle to rub shoulders with certain levels, echelons of security prone zones. You get it? So when you're dealing with issues, people may not even attack you for Ghana for Kradamon Pom. They don't say anything about us. But when you start telling the people that we are ready, you're ready for what? Even our elections, we are never ready. Because people have died until now. We don't know who killed those people. We've not been able to come to terms that, okay, family A, family B, this is what happened. But we were able to hold a vigil for Floyd way back in America. But 9 people have died because of America, because of elections in this country. And these are the loopholes you are supposed to be digging to see the traces. How? Because you won't expect that someone will put a gun on your head, and you also can have a way to defend yourself, and you say you won't, you want to die. Are you Jesus? No. So, Abrantipa, the technical way is that let's look out for what builds up such situations that make people want to act in a particular way. And this can be done by the expert like Professor Enin, what do we call it, Professor Entry Danso, even Ibad Mohammed, whom people were even making mockery of. He at least he has read, and he's at least enlightened when it has to do with some element of security intelligence. These are people, at least, even if there's the need, these are the people you should even use for technical and technical know-how and advice.
Would you expect the celebs to turn down the the appointment?
If you're a celebrity, what you do is that you owe the people, right, that kind of honesty, and then that kind of confidence and belief to be able to tell it to leadership that not because I am in your fold, but I need to tell you the truth so that tomorrow, when I'm not around, people will make even reference to me that I was able. You remember Black Coffee when she was appointed deputy creative arts.
She was the
deputy director or
deputy
of creative arts, right, agency. And then what happened? She said she's being paid, right? She's being paid monthly for no work done. She can't enjoy at the expense of the suffering masses. So she did what?
She resigned.
That is someone with integrity. So if you want to be measured with that kind of standard in terms of having integrity, question your appointment and make the government know that this is what you think of it. And if this, you suggest, like I've given my suggestions, any reasonable person will agree with me, honestly speaking. Okay. I'm really peeved.
Okay, so...
okay,
two things he said, right?
2 things, quickly.
Yeah, so the thing about what he said about, what's the name? Government wanted to use to shut out people, right? You know, the definition of terrorism is the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims. So people, you know, there is a lot of, you know, anger about the state of the economy now. So a lot of people are agitating. There've been reports that some people want to brandish guns at the June 4th rally this weekend. So there is a lot of anxiety in the country right now. There's a lot of unrest in the country right now. And some of these unrest could, in the broad definition of terrorism, could border into areas that could be considered terrorist language, right? But I don't think that in Ghana, terrorism is what people, what's the name, aim towards when they are angry. Maybe use of, you know, coup d'etats or advocating for coup d'etats as something Ghanaians are more likely to do than terrorism.
But are you limiting the people who could execute whatever it is to only Ghanaians?
No, but
it can be foreigners.
There could be foreigners living in Ghana who are also agitated, because I was talking to this white guy recently. He told me he's been living in Ghana for the past 19 years, and this is the first time he's feeling
the heat.
Yeah, he's feeling like a lack of. He's feeling insecure in Ghana.
Oh, okay.
Yes. So, but all this pours towards there's this history that we are told that the 66 coup was funded by foreigners, but it's still in the line of coup d'etats, not terrorism. So yes, government is trying to use, I think that he's up to something when he said government is trying to use this to silence dissenters in this, because Ghana has a history of the government. This government in particular have been very hard on people trying to criticize them.
Point well noted. Mark Donadana Asari, aka Romeo Medina, Social Welfare Assemblyman. He's an event organizer, artist manager, and a member of the Miss Ghana team. The the author of the book, Everything That Happened and the People Who Made It, Nene B, is also a the
author of the book, Everything That Happened, the People Who Made It.
Okay, so thank you for coming, gentlemen. Let me announce that we are going on a break. Not a break as in we are going and coming on the show, but yes, we are going for a 1 month break, and then we'll return with, another package. The show will not come back as Bloggers Forum. We'll be back with another name or a different name.
So this is the last
we'll change
episode.
Something a bit. Yes, this is the last
episode of Bloggers Forum?
Yes.
I didn't know that.
Last episode of Bloggers Forum.
How long are Bloggers going to be running?
Close to 3 years, right?
Wow.
Yeah, close to 3 years.
COVID.
Yes, before COVID. I think it was early 2020. Either February or early February or late January.
Oh,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And congratulations on running this show for 3 years. It's been a very good platform, and a lot of people do watch this program a lot. Last time, I had a call from my dad. I said, "Oh, you saw an episode. He didn't like the language we were using." I'm like, "Yo, this is how we talk." He didn't like the language I was using.
Yeah.
Because I had used a lot of sexual images.
Yeah.
And so, I think that the show has been an important addition to the entertainment space. And then the conversations you have is different from the conversations being had on other entertainment platforms. And the angles you take the conversations from is different from how conversations are being taken from on other platforms. The language being used on a lot of entertainment platforms is in the Efia Schwarzenegger language, Efia Schwarzenegger level of thinking. And that has not augured well for the industry. And even when they are treating important subjects, like say when they're talking about maybe Musiga or Fight Pack, the way they talk about it in language that the lay people on the street don't care about. I don't care, people who are not really deep in the entertainment industry don't really care about behind the scenes unless it is attached to some gossip, right? And I think that you are able to blend, I'm saying you because you are the executive producer or the producer of the show, right? As well as the host. And your team is also doing well, right? And you are able to blend a lot of the gossip aspect of the industry with the important news in a way that doesn't make it boring. And your choice of panelists, myself included, are also exceptional. I'm one of the most exceptional human beings God ever made.
This man, he's a poet too. So yes, Romeo. Yeah. We are coming back. Rebranded, everything, the name of the show, the venues that we'll be shooting, the duration and everything.
I think it's in order, because in everything you do, you should have sort of reassessment and also hibernating and then coming back with a different vibe is also on course. So I think so far it's been good, it's been fruitful. People have been following the platform, and it has created some kind of, it has also augmented the followership of most of your panelists. And it's been an avenue where a lot of people look up to. So I'm sure, yes, they're going to be missing the weekly releases, but patience is a solid virtue everyone needs. So patiently, I know people will be waiting, and in the new form, I think they will enjoy it more. We'd also up our research game and also come with a different vibe to augment the status of the show.
All right. So whilst we go on break, we'll bring you some of the beautiful episodes that were shot. So if you missed it, you can still get them on our YouTube channel, and then on GhanaWeb TV on the website www.ghanaweb.com. You see the GhanaWeb TV. Just click and watch all the episodes that we have shot since 2020. Thank you so much, Nene B. Thank you, Magna Nane Asare. Thanks to Anoda Samwabedu, Vida Duchumwabuatin, Zeda, Zion Felix, Kobiche, all the people who have been on the show. This man is a nice guy. He's with the health sector. He's a photographer. Kobe, he's also a Kobe.
The guy at Accra FM too.
Yeah. Kobe Blay. Yes, Kobe Blay has also been on the show. Thanks to all
the guy
those
at
who
Accra
have been
FM,
on
what's his name?
Who?
Is it Karim?
Yes, Karim.
Yeah.
Karim.
I like
yes.
that guy.
Yeah, Abdul Karim Ibrahim. Thanks to everyone who has been on the show. Thanks to Mrs. Benis or Parijan. When I'm not there, she does it best. And sometimes I feel like if I don't have leave to go cry, I should go on leave so that she would do it. Yes. And so thanks to everyone who has contributed to the success of the show. Like I mentioned, we are going for a month break. When we return, it will be an all-new edition or episodes of the show. A few things are going to change, and so we'll be back. Keep watching our shows on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks to the crew, Sandra Ubribia, to Kwame Ajaho, to Pearl, aka Awam Judge, to Sami Ejri Everett for the production work.
What's the name of my brother there? The guy I speak Dungu with.
Who?
The guy I speak Dungu with. He's not here today.
Who does he speak Dungu? Kwame Adam.
Oh, okay.
Kwame is on leave. Yes.
Oh,
okay.
wow.
Yeah. Shouts to Nanea Radio, aka Nanea 18. Yeah. I'm Benefo Boabin Abrantipa. We out.
Hello people, thank you for joining us for another edition of People and Places here on your favorite channel, GhanaWeb TV. So today we are going to do a test of our creativity. Now beside me is a board with a mix of items. We have the Lion King, we have some wrappers, we have bottle tops, we have a little elf with its outstretched arms. We have dogs, we have other beautiful items. Now can you guess what this is? Okay, so let's take a step back and get a better view of the entire work. I bet you get what it is now. This is a picture of a woman carrying a pan full of fruits, oranges and other things. And this is work done by a young genius right here in Kwewu in Praeso. He is doing a fabulous and fantastic job, which is taking him places. And we would love to hear his story. So why don't you join me right after this break when we get to meet our guests and get to the conversation. Welcome aboard. My name is Wanda Mihagan. See you after the break. Welcome back from that short break. Thank you for staying with us. My guest today is a very fascinating person, and what he does is very fascinating as well. We are speaking to Isilfi Banton. Hi, welcome.
Thank you.
How are you doing?
Good.
Banton,
Yeah.
you're Fanti, right?
Yeah.
Do you speak Fanti?
I speak Fanti. Precisely the Futu from Winneba.
I see. So let me see if I remember anything Fanti. Etin Fanta.
No.
That's a simple one.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, do you know how amazing what you do is?
Yes. Because I keep watching them. Yeah.
Have you always wanted to do this?
Yes. This has been my dream.
For as long as you were a kid?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me a little about yourself.
Okay. Francis Sophia Sarabanten from Winneba. And then I went to New Durban Secondary School in Koforidua, completed 2006, and then went to Kibi Training College 2010, and then went to University of Education for my first degree, Bachelor of Arts, and then currently I'm doing my MPhil, Master Philosophy of Arts.
School pound. I see.
Yeah.
I see. Okay. So what do you call what you do?
Trash for Art.
Trash for Art.
Yeah.
What inspired the name?
Okay, converting trash into art. Yeah, so I collect trash and then I give you art.
And you say this is something you've always wanted to do?
I've wanted to be an artist.
Okay.
Yes, and as an artist, one unique characteristics of an artist is that you have to be creative, and creativity is bringing something new into existence. Yes, so far as you want to be an artist, what type of art do you want to be? Yeah.
But at what point did you discover what kind of art you want to do?
Late 2000, yes, late 2000. 2021, I got myself more into it, and 2022, I'm continuing my journey.
That's not too far off.
Yes.
I mean, like just about 2 years ago. But I see that you've done a lot of amazing stuff.
Yes.
And it's just within 2 years.
Within 2 years, yeah.
Wow.
So give me like 10 years and you're going to see great things.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can imagine. Did you do art in school?
Secondary school, I didn't do art. I did general arts in secondary school. Like my electives were government, CRS, economics, and tree. Yes, so
very far away from what
very far away from what I was doing, because you see, my parents didn't understand the arts very well. They thought that art is just drawing, the weird side art is where you see people drawing alongside the road, and then so that is all that they knew art to be. And so they didn't really like agree for me to study visual art. Say, I want you to be a lawyer, I want you to be a doctor. And so on my way, I'm becoming a doctor for them because I would definitely be a doctor, but in art. Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
So how were you able to maneuver through the whole support thing? I mean, you say your parents were not really for the arts at the time.
After training college, I decided to go to university to study art, and that was the toughest time in life for me, because I was in a class with a whole lot of artists, and then we didn't do art. So my first semester at the university was just like a hell. Yes, every lecturer will come and then they pre-assume that you've done art before. So it was a hell for me. And then I managed my way out. So second semester, level 200, yes, I saw myself with the people who have done art from SHS. And then level 300, I made my way out. So I decided not to end it there, to still further it to my master's level.
Why did you decide on trash art?
Yes, this is one of the problems that we have in Ghana, like trash. We see them around. And then they are the same colors that we use to paint. So I tried. I have really suffered long time deciding on how to use the trash. Because sometimes I gather them and I keep them in my room.
So you like have a room full of trash?
Yes, I have.
And where do you pick them from?
From the environment. I go around, I take my sack, I go around, and then if I don't have time to be exercising and walking, I think when I have the sack, I bend, I pick them. It's some kind of exercise that I'm doing. So I go around and I pick them.
What's the reaction like? Do people look at you weird?
When it started, it was like, guy will say, on child they won't pass. Like, what is happening to this guy? Like, you see, and I have Rasta too. Rasta goes with madness and then collecting trash too. So it was like, I was there when a guy called me, Simon, say, Charlie, also, is everything cool? I said, yes. He went to a friend and then asked, Charlie, oh, Brian, I said, you know. Like, I didn't know. A friend, there was a friend also where I was walking in town and then someone just finished drinking a bottle of water. He threw it on the road and then I went to pick it. And then the guy was asking me, now they how? So I asked it, no, two are there any training or no, so they how? You see, but this is our reaction. The fact is that we always want to talk about problems, but we don't want to solve them.
So this is your way of solving a societal problem of waste.
Yes. Kwame Nkrumah said something. He said the gown must go to town. Those people who are in the house, who have not gone through university or any other form of tertiary, don't have the gown. That's we have. And then if we have the gown, who are we expecting to do? We must go to town to teach them. So if you are a graduate and then you are not picking the trash, who do you expect to pick? If you're a graduate and then someone sees you picking the trash, the person will even say, no, you cry degree cry now, no, who are there any no afade any moment so unfair. So I'm not really down because of this, but the fact is that I like what I'm doing, and since it's art, I will go every mile to do what I want to do.
You teach also, right?
Yeah.
Tell us about that a little.
Okay. I'm trying my best to bring out students who are very talented. You see, we have the visual art class is full of people who sometimes they will consider us not good intellectually, as we can say. You write BEC and then they check your results and it's like, if your grade is bigger than your age, you have to go and do visual art. But those people who are very talented, I identify them and then
But is that what it is? I mean, you say it's a perception, but what is the real thing on the ground?
You see, we have three types of people, individuals. We have the talented people, we have the gifted people, and we have the genius. Talented people are people who are just having things that they do, whether they go through school or not. The gifted people are people you teach them, they are able to really recall things. And then the genius people are people who combine the talented and the gifted. When you teach them, they recall, and then when you give them things to, they can do. So visual art is an angle where we would want to get the genius and then the talented people. But the fact of the matter is that people have not come to understand what art is. We get it, yes. There's just a slight difference between art and science, where science is the study of nature and art is bringing something new to existence. So I've really gone through to study some of the plastics which falls under science, the polyethanes, polypropanes, polypropylenes. I've studied them, their lifespan, how they react to sand, heat, and all other stuff. These are all science. And so that is not how it's supposed to be. But this is the general perception that Ghanaians are giving art.
Well, at least we know that you are changing that perception through what you do. So that's a good thing. How long have you been teaching for?
From Training College 2010.
Okay, so you've been teaching longer than you've been into art?
Yes.
Even though you wanted to be an artist?
Yes.
Okay, and before you started the trash art, What kind of arts were you doing? Did you
doing painting
sketch?
and then paper collage.
Okay.
Yeah, painting works and paper collage works.
Okay, so now my question is, what's that one thing that made you decide to do trash art?
The uniqueness, originality, creativity.
How did that idea even come into your head?
Several times I have tried so much to become one of the creative people in Ghana, like Ibrahim Mahama, like Raphael Zachary, who are all doing like teasers, who are doing other aspects of art. So I have also gone through and then be studying and then be reading, trying to understand what I can also do to become an artist. So several discussions and several learnings have just been done, and then I realized that trash is something that we find around. And if I can convert these things into art, not like the installations Ibrahim Mahama is doing, not like the flats collage works that Raphael Zikari is doing, but to really make it interesting in such a way that I will involve the viewer in my work. The viewer will come close, go back, come close, go back, and make the work interactive. So as I was doing in Chroma work, that was what I was. Initially, it was turning flat, and I have to still think through.
Your first work was?
The Kwame Nkrumah.
Okay.
Yes, it was turning flat. I said, no, this is not what I want. No, this is not interesting. So I tried as much as possible to make it an optical illusion where the things will be projecting when you are close to it, but it will be flat when you are very far away from it.
And why did you decide on Nkrumah for your first work?
Nkrumah is one of the people I have loved so much. Yes, I've loved so much. And then reading some of the things that he did for Ghana, I always, I've always wished to do something creative for him, but I was not getting it. So I started doing some paintings. I said, no, these paintings are not so creative. Let me do something creative. So that is why I decided to use Nkrumah for my first work. Yeah.
And how is it going so far? I mean, your journey for 2 years, you've been turning trash into art.
Yeah.
How has the journey been like?
Fantastic. The reception is quite good because it came from Accra. Yes, so it means that people like what I'm doing. Yeah, so getting GhanaWeb from Accra all way from Accra to Impraiso to look for me, that means people are liking what I'm doing. So, I mean, the journey is fantastic. This is what I have always wanted myself to be.
You have a gallery. Which kind of people come here?
A lot of people come here, yeah. A lot of people from all walks of life come and then have a feel of art. Spend time, because you can't just watch this work for just 10 minutes. People even go and come, always like 3 times they will come. So no, I don't understand this. How did you do this? I think I saw this. There was a woman who came here like 4 times. When I was having the exhibition during the Easter, I came like 4 times. Every day will come.
4 times?
Yeah, 4
Why?
times. Why?
She's just too fascinated.
She said anytime she comes, you see the new thing.
I see.
Yeah.
So let's say, how many works have you done so far?
How many works are here? Like, I think I have about 5 works which are not outdone now.
Okay.
Yes, yeah.
But have you sold any of them?
I've not sold any, but I have given one to Raphael Zachary, who is one of the international artists in Ghana, and then he has it. He's really talking through galleries and museums. Yes, so he has my work now. Yes, and he gave me something very nice.
You want to share what that was?
It's monetary, but it's between artists.
Okay, I get that. You have you have the works of some known personalities here. You intend giving it to them?
Yes, I wish.
Or meeting them?
Yeah, I wish. Like, I talked to Riala about her work, and she was in London by then. And I've also not gotten time again to speak to her, but I would want to because she's one of the people I admire so much, looking at her Afrocentric nature and that kind of Pan-Africanism in her. I love her so much.
So what you're saying is you haven't started selling your artwork yet. Why?
The more you keep artworks, the more they become expensive. They are assets.
Okay.
Yeah, they are assets.
So for how long do you intend keeping them before you actually start making sales?
For how long my management will decide. Now we can sell them. But
estimated time.
Management.
Because maybe one of the people who have come for your exhibitions are hoping to see the day you open your gallery for sale.
Yeah.
So maybe you can give us a hint.
If for galleries, I'm ready to give it to them, and museums. Yeah, but for individuals, because I would want people to be coming to see the work and then change their perception about what they call trash.
Okay.
And so if I give you the work and you keep it in your room, I sometimes look at the number of people that visit you in a room in a day. But for galleries,
so the art is kind of going to die.
Yes.
But if it's in a gallery more people get to see.
Come and then,
okay. You must really have a wild personality to be able to think and imagine the kind of things you do.
Yeah. Sometimes when I'm working, I see myself as a different person.
How different?
I don't really know, but it's just like I get into a different mood or
you're in a different realm altogether.
I don't see people, I don't like.
It's just you and your art?
Yes, it's just me and my art.
So you work alone?
Yes, I work alone.
Now.
Yeah. I have people who around me, taking them through different kinds of arts, but when I'm working, I work alone. Yeah.
So your personality is your hair part of the art? I'm just curious.
I've loved hair.
You what?
I have loved hair.
Okay.
So much.
So that's why you just want to keep it?
Yeah, I just want to keep it. And sometimes when I'm alone, that is my holy companion. I play with it. I hold it like this. It's like I get some kind of feeling.
I see. Yeah. Does it inspire your works in any way?
Oh yes, oh yes, yes.
Your hair inspires your work?
Yes.
How?
Yes. You see, aesthetics will have to run through some 3 basic principles. Formalisms, like the colors that we are using, imitationalisms, and then emotions, like how we imitate nature. Yeah. I feel happy when I see like my natural hair growing like this. Yes, I've not done anything to it. Yes, I just decided not to comb it. Yes, and then that's all.
I see.
So I keep measuring my progress with it. You see, I started when I started my work. So you look at the length and then you look at how far you've gone.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
And now, let's learn something interesting about Ghana. Ghana has 41 tourism destinations, including waterfalls, forests and game reserves, mountains, forts and castles, among others. That's all for this week on Facts About Ghana. Until next time, let's get back and learn more with Wanda and her guests.
what is the ultimate aim of what you do? What do you intend to achieve through your works?
How people have always downplayed or have different perception of art. One, I would want to change that. That's not kind of narrative. I would want people to also think the other way, that I'm doing this is art. Is that also another way that I can also try and then involve myself in the art in a different way? That is creativity. And then the other aspect of it, which is the entertainment, where people feel so happy when they see this kind of art. Yeah.
So I would want us to take a look at some of the things you have here.
Okay.
So can we start with Akufo-Addo's painting? I just wanted our viewers to see some of the materials you
that
used.
I used.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what do we have in here? I see Milo sachets.
Yes.
I see a calculator.
Yes.
I see
Mentos.
a watch. Okay, and then there's a Gino wrapper in there somewhere.
Cover, brushes.
So it's like a mixture of
a whole lot of trash.
Does each work determine what kind of thing you use? Maybe you say because it's Akufo-Addo, you want to use a watch, or it's just anything that comes to mind?
No, it's not just anything. You see, you have so many watches in it, and then if you look at the spectacle, you see, it's twice, right? And so it's really tell you something. The first term and then the second term, what are we going to see? The first term and then the second term, the projection of life. You see, definitely was going to. I did this work, I think, on his birthday, and then definitely I knew he will be going for a second term, but.
Oh, you knew?
Yes, I knew we were going for a second term.
How? You have the gift of prophecy too?
No, but I see artists visionary.
I see. So you can tell me what my tomorrow will be?
I can't tell you what your tomorrow will be, but I know you have a bright future.
Amen to that. Okay, so you were telling us?
Yes, so that was the main focus of this work, to project the vision of Akufo-Addo.
Okay.
And then I was really also looking into how the second term was going to be. Because they always tell us that first terms people work good for us, and then second term it becomes a bomb for us. So I didn't really know how the second term was going, but yeah. And there's one thing that I really loved about him when he became the president, like something that was just beyond my imagination, like making every person here in Ghana go to school free. So I was really looking into the future of that. Yes, the future is that. That's why I projected a spectacle too. So there's one at the back and then there's one in front. So how the future is going to be for us.
Okay. I'm interested in your very first artwork. So let's take a look at that also. Yeah. Ghana's first president.
Kwame Nkrumah.
Right. So what do we have in this one? There's some part of a Coke can.
Yes, biscuit wrappers, and then there is watches.
There's a yam phone in there. Okay.
Yes. This is my first work, and then I was really trying to put the things together to see what I can achieve with them. Okay, so personally, I didn't have any concepts about this, but what I wanted to do is to do something creative for Kwame Nkrumah. So I fixed the mobile phone, I fixed the pen drive at the mouth area, and then I went back to see what is it working for me. But initially, you see, this is not the first actual work that I did. The first work, I was having some kind of interesting objects in, but I was exhibiting it at Wahinana, just in front of Wahinana. And you see, the work is child friendly.
Okay.
Yeah, so they took a lot of things away. So then I have to come and then reorganize it. So if you look at the first picture that I posted, it's quite different from
what we have
so I have to come back.
So you actually replaced some of the things.
Yes, I have to really come and work.
But it's the same concept.
Yes, the same concept.
Okay. And how long did this take you to do?
Like 2 to 3 weeks, day and night.
Wow.
Yeah. In fact, when I was working, see, this is my only work that I have. I have paper in, like this one.
Okay.
This one is paper. Yes, so that means that I was still trying to come out with my style.
Okay.
Yes, so I have paper in here. Yes, but the rest I don't have any paper in them.
Okay.
So it was really turning flat. So if you realize this side is a little bit flat than this side. So it was really turning flat, and I was not getting the kind of optical illusion that I wanted to. So I have to really remove all the side again and then start building them up with the computer mounts, the mobile phone chargers, the watches, and then the rest. So I figured it out here, and then I really transferred to all the other works that I did.
The late former president. What inspired this work?
Okay, this work, I did it, I think, few days after
his passing.
He passed, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sure he'll be smiling in his grave.
Oh yeah, so this one was even a rush. So we were just sitting on a round table taking some wine with my friends where they have really seen this kind of work I've done. And he was like, can you do something for Rawlings? I said, wow, Charlie.
That was a task.
Yes, he said, wow. So immediately I got out from the place. I didn't even finish taking my wine. So I got out, and then that is how I am. When you go to places, I don't tell people I'm leaving. You just see it, then
you're gone. You disappear.
Yeah, I disappear. Well, if you tell them you are leaving, it's like, oh, stay.
They try to coax you and all.
So immediately they gave me that idea. I went straight to my studio.
Okay.
Yes,
And then you
I went
started.
straight to my studio. Yeah, I was like, I got a plywood, and it's like, wow. And I started going through some of the pictures of, hey, I wanted the one with quite not long from the time that he passed.
Okay.
So I mean, I wanted to depict his old age. So that's why you see this kind of
the white
ears around here.
So that's supposed to portray or depict his gray hair.
Yes, the gray hair.
Okay.
So
I remember he had an afro at one point.
Yes. So I started putting things together, and then the side that really interests me is where you can see the blues, at least the shirts.
Yeah.
See, when you're very far, you see it as a real shirt that's very flat, or you come close and then you see so many
see the
things.
Various
like the spectacles, like
that's
the
what caught my eye.
Yes.
The shades, because you know the former president didn't play with his shades.
Yes.
And you have that element
inside,
in there.
Yeah. So
that's
I wanted to depict that. So yeah.
And
he's having the shade although, but I've given him another
an extra one. Sure. Like I said, I'm pretty sure Rawlings, the late former president, is smiling in his grave. But there's more. There's a lot more to discover from Esufi, the trashed artist.
Next week on People and Places, Esufi Banton takes us through the work he does, from the picking of trash to the entire process of producing quality art. He also opens up about all his other hidden sides. Join us as we discover more.
Hello there, and welcome to the launch of the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition, My name is Ismail Akwe, the editor-in-chief of Africa Web. It's that time of the year again. Last year, you, the audience of Ghana Web, nominated several personalities in various sectors for various categories of the Ghana Web Excellence Awards. In its second year running, the Ghana Web Excellence Awards focuses on the youth of Ghana and is going to be run under the theme, "The Future is Now." This is your time, this is our time. We have two important personalities who are on standby to help us unveil the categories. Eche Atisu, the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV. Na Oyokote, the host of Bestek on GhanaWeb TV. The pair was integral in the event last year, and they are here to do it again. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show.
Thank you very much, Ismail Akwe. Eche, what's up?
We're back again.
Yeah, good to see you.
Yeah, likewise. And it seems like a year is already caught up with us already.
That's right.
That seemed like a short time. And last year, I had the honors of hosting the maiden event at the Accra City Hotel in December of 2021. And you did the
unveiling of the nominees.
Wonderful. And this year, we have even something more refreshing for you, our readers and our audience. And this year's theme is for the youth. That is why it's a youth edition. And last year, what we did was that we had 17 personalities who were awarded after you, our readers, nominated over 100 people in various categories. And also we had some special awards that we gave to some other personalities who we thought had an amazing work for this country. Let's give you a gist of how all of that went down last year.
Started GhanaWeb about 23 years ago. On the 1st of January 2022 it will be 23 years. Well, initially it was just me, but thanks to the support of many people patronizing the website, we have grown a lot, really. I think everybody. Now on this occasion we do something different. We let use our audience to highlight people who have made a difference in Ghana in the past year. So this is what the awards are all about.
GhanaWeb Report is about democratizing journalism. So everyone in Ghana can become a reporter. What Rob has made, because Rob is looking to his screen always every day, that's why he's wearing glasses. He was thinking of some magic so that you get features that everybody with a phone in his hand can make a report on something he experiences. So Father Kemba told me about his beautiful projects for the lepra people, for the street kids. Why don't we make something like GhanaWeb.com/reporter/charity? And we make you owner of that part, of the lepra people, the street kids, and that everybody can donate there, and we can read to your stories and see what you're doing, because it's good that people take care of the community.
In the spirit of transparency, is unveiling the plaques.
So we have some beautiful plaques here that will be going home with our nominees and those who are going to win the Ghana Web Excellence Awards that we have. And it's time to unveil them so you see how they look like.
The hand claps. So there they are. Father Andrew Campbell for winning Humanitarian Award. Another well-deserved award.
So the Peace and Diplomacy Special Award goes out to Dr. Vladimir Danso.
The winner of this award is Bright Yao Roger.
Congratulations, Bright. Celebrity painter.
Women Empowerment Award.
Come and empower us, Stacy.
With your beautiful dress,
Empower
you should be
us.
longer on the stage than I. Thank you. Take it here.
Thank you very much, Stacy. Thank you, Mark.
You're
because it goes to one very special person, Professor Stephen Adai. Your advocate for good governance is Bishop Samuel Noy Mensah.
Now, surprise, shock, and gratitude. These were the emotions expressed by winners to GhanaWeb readers for the recognition when they received their awards. Here is a video of some of them.
Yes, I've been in this job for about 33 years. I've taught thousands of students from all over the world. Yes, I think some of them are waving. Military people all over the world, Canada, Rwanda. I still have from 28 African countries where I'm teaching. And I think I've contributed enough to peace and diplomacy. And I thank you for recognizing me. It goes to everybody else who loves peace and security in this world. It's very important. We're joking with it, and I believe we've got to realize it.
Let me quote myself on 2 occasions. 1, leadership is cause. Everything else is effect. The second one is that the most powerful leaders who leave legacy combine character, competence, and care for other people like Father Campbell. Thank you.
For me, this goes to all the other women who were in this category, especially Ohineyire Gifty Auntie, who is a big sister to me, who keeps pushing me to be unstoppable. So to every woman here, if we are all able to empower a woman, trust me, we are going to empower the globe.
I will use this opportunity to thank GhanaWeb as a whole and the organizers for this award. They've really done well. And this shows I need to do more. My name is Bright, but officially known as the Celebrity Painter, Ghana. Thank you.
I don't know what to say. Just to say thank you very much for honoring me. A blessing, a real blessing, serving Ghana and serving all the needy and poor people. I feel blessed and honored. Thank you.
In the next 2024 and beyond, the next decade will emerge young men and women who will not be 80 years and 90 years to run their country, but young men and women who will turn the clock of Africa around through quality leadership. And that is what we stand for, and that's what we believe in.
So, Influential Man Award and Media Development Award. So to those of you who nominated me, to those of you who voted for me, thank you very, very much. I appreciate it. And to the guys at GhanaWeb, well, I'm not always your friend, but thank you. Thank you very much.
Say a big thank you to the organizers, GhanaWeb. I mean, GhanaWeb is one of the strong online portals that when we're all coming up, we'll go there to read stories and all that. So for them to start this maiden edition of their award scheme, and me getting the best influential or the most influential blogger, I think that I'm super humble. God bless them.
I was actually very surprised when I got the message from you guys.
Right.
Because my name has always been confused.
With the business one, right?
No, but it's good actually, because I think, for a long time, in terms of looking at the creative arts sector and all that, I've always thought that the infrastructure has been very limited.
Right.
So at least as artists, we should take responsibility for somehow shifting the narrative,
Right.
which can go a long way to empower a lot more other generations which are yet to come. And also maybe, somehow put limelight on the older generation also.
Right.
So I think this also goes a long way to somehow restore faith in the significance of the work that we do.
I have
to say that GhanaWeb is a true representation of the youth. They soar higher, they never idle. They wobble into the sky's feather as they tame hearts forever with the soothing melodies ever from a flute of a nightingale, constantly changing notes that sends hearts to solace. GhanaWeb, your personality is still evolving. Your tenacity cannot be mistaken for revolutionarism. GhanaWeb, awo iyo kora efasa efitre oman. Osandem, ukuma funi ochedi anko to trouble is in our coupon. GhanaWeb, you train your staff on above the thick clouds. Clouds that define progress, growth, excellence, and true professionalism.
Oyo, you know what's happening this year?
No, tell me.
Well, we have 16 categories. We want to honor and celebrate 16 young personalities who are doing amazingly well in their various fields of endeavor.
But to qualify for the awards, you or the person you nominate must be between the ages of 15 and 35. Now let's take a look at the categories for this year's awards.
Alright, so the first category for this year's GhanaWeb Excellence Awards, the Youth Edition, is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Agriculture. And in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs engaged in agriculture and agro-business.
Next is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Information Technology. Exemplary youth working in the digital space qualify for nominations in this category. Eche?
This is one of those categories that I think a lot of young people should be interested in. And because I know there are a lot of amazing things that young people are doing in IT for that matter. And so I hope to see a lot of nominations coming through.
And I must say, IT is the ish.
Like, yeah, it is. I mean, that's where
it's a big thing now.
That's where the cash is. I know you love the sound of cash.
I know, right?
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Sports. Now, in this category, we're looking for talented youth who are excelling in any competitive sports, be it football, athletics, boxing, hockey, and the likes. I think a lot of these young guys who are, especially for the sporting season we are in, especially for Ghana, football, Black Stars, amazing guys that I think will fit in here. Not the days, they are old now.
I'd also like to add our new coach, Otuado. I think he's bringing some excitement in sports. I mean, sports doesn't necessarily mean football, but I think that's a thing for Ghanaian youth. So I think, yeah. We are doing
it's up to our readers and our listeners right now.
The next category is GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Women Advocacy. Impactful youth promoting women's empowerment and rights. Now both men and women qualify for nominations in this category. Eche, we have women advocacy.
Yes, one of those. You know, earlier we had a conversation about how there are a lot of men doing women advocacy, men like myself.
Yes, feminists, you know. At first it was weird to have men feminists, but even our boss is a feminist.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Our big boss himself.
Our big boss is a feminist.
On to the next category is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Fashion. Now, in this category, you can nominate any influential youth excelling in the fashion industry to be awarded.
Next, we have the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Music, Drama, and Dance. Now, in this category, we have talented youth excelling in the music, drama, and dance industry. I really want to nominate myself.
Oh, yes.
I can do some small boogie. Yeah. Let me see. Exactly.
Okay. But there are a lot of names. We're not mentioning names just to lead people on, but I think the likes of Dance God, Afronita. I mean, they're all from the same.
And they're not doing it for themselves.
No.
They are really bringing in the youth to appreciate dance more.
And a lot of music these days comes with some unique kinds of dancing. So this is it for us. Nominate your favorites. Let's move on to the next one. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Media and Communication. Now in this category, we are looking for people who have been impacting the youth sector in the media and communication industry.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Health. Distinguished youth promoting lives in the healthcare industry. Notes that for this category, doctors, nurses, non-professional healthcare workers, or even advocates of health issues can be nominated. So pick your favorites and nominate.
On to the next one is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Education. Now in this category, we're looking for inspirational youth who are engaged in teaching and education advocacy. And also take notes that just like in the health category, both teaching and non-teaching staff also are eligible for this award.
Now we move on to the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Leadership. Inspirational youth showing commitment to development in society, organization, or any institution can be nominated for this category.
Another one of those categories that I think that a lot of young people are really showing that they truly are deserving of leadership. Many young people are coming out to show what they can do in leading this country and other aspects of life and give us some hope that their future is not bleak as it seems.
The future is now, and the proactiveness as well as boldness is showing everywhere.
That's it. That takes us to the next category, which is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Entrepreneurship. Now in this category, we're looking for successful youth entrepreneurs running a scalable business. Anyone who started a business, something that is innovative, small business on the side that you think is eligible for this category, go ahead and nominate them.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Science and Engineering. Exemplary youth playing an active role in science and engineering qualify for this category. Actually, we have a lot of youth I think would be in or may be in this category.
STEM, which has become a big thing now. Many young people, and I'm particularly happy for the fact that many young women are also taking interest in this area.
It's a proud moment for women.
So go you, go you, go you. Let's go on to the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Visual Arts. Now in this category, we are looking for talented youth in painting, digital art, design, sculptures, etc. So if you know any such person, this is the time to appreciate them and have them celebrated.
On to the next category, GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Diaspora. This category is for inspirational youth in the diaspora promoting Ghana's culture.
I know you want to go have a take on this one because I know what the interest you have in this.
Exactly. I'm really proud that a lot of indigenous are coming back home, especially the young ones. Like you said earlier, we have a lot of old people. In those days, people didn't really want to come home. Yeah. But now I think people are more open-minded. They're like, no, look, we have to make our country great. We have to be exemplary for those also here.
And
so
I think that we can also give some kudos to the government for the year of return,
exactly,
which brought back a lot of people into the country.
More jobs, like
and
we're
more
crying
money.
for. Yeah.
Let's look at the next category now. Is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Peace and Diplomacy. Now in this category, we are looking for impactful youth who are advocating for peace in Ghana.
GhanaWeb Youth Excellence in Innovation. Successful youth demonstrating innovative ideas, products, or services qualify for nominations in this category. This category is also an interesting one because, of course, like you said, the youth are always striving for change and they are doing something better to make their lives better.
Can you imagine Kenke on wheels?
You know,
Kenke having wheels.
Even Gobe has posts right now.
Gobe, almighty Gobe. Well, that brings us to the end of the main 16 categories for this year's Excellence Awards. But we have another category which you can call the 17th category, and is the GhanaWeb Youth Excellence Award. Now for this category, there will not be the need for you to nominate anyone. The organizers will take charge of this category, where they will present an award to a distinguished youth organization. So once again, no need for nominations for this particular category.
Now, many young people are doing amazing things in their various fields, but they only stand a chance of winning if you nominate them.
Let's find out how you can nominate your favorites for the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition.
Visit www.GhanaWebExcellenceAwards.com and click the nominations bar, or click the nomination banner on www.GhanaWeb.com. Provide your personal details by entering your first and last names. Fill in your contact details, in essence, phone number and email address. Select the appropriate category out of 16 options for your preferred nominee. Provide the personal details of your preferred nominee. Provide at least one or more social media handles of your preferred nominee. Tell us why your nominee qualifies for the selected category and then proceed. You receive a pop-up with, "Would you like to make another nomination?" If yes, click yes and go through the same process of nominating another person. If no, click no and you are done nominating your preferred person. Remember, your nominee must be between the ages of 15 and 35.
So, for the launch and opening of nominations, I welcome Editor-in-Chief of AfricaWeb, Ismail Akwe.
There you have it. You've seen the categories and also the nomination process. I do hereby declare the GhanaWeb Excellence Awards Youth Edition launched. And also, I declare the nomination open. It was a fun ride.
It was.
And I think all of you qualify.
And all of us, we do. Yeah, exactly.
I'm wondering which category Oyo is going to be in.
The dance.
The dance? Are you
yeah, I like
I can put my money on it that you will not win anything.
Trust me, I can also put my money on it and make sure I win.
Okay, so, money, you know, the future is now and we are all part of the future.
Of course we are.
The future is now and we are the future.
So that's it from us here from the CJ TV studio in Accra. My name is Eche Atisu. I'm the host of The Untold on GhanaWeb TV.
And my name is Ismail Akwe. I'm also the host of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV and Editor-in-Chief of AfricaWeb.
And I am Na Oyokwoti, host of Bistec on GhanaWeb TV.
So that's it. Nominations are open. Best wishes to all the nominees.
Remember, the future is now.
Welcome to GhanaWeb TV. This is a GhanaWeb special on the GhanaWeb Reporter. The GhanaWeb Reporter is the Ghana's first digital media sharing platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. My name is Ismail Akwe, and today we are going to go through the ins and outs of the GhanaWeb Reporter through the eyes of journalists, bloggers, and content creators. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back to our GhanaWeb special, and we have here in our studio two gentlemen who are one of the first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter platform that democratizes journalism and empowers content creators. Indeed, they are content creators and they've been using the reporter since January. Let me introduce you to Mr. Michael Jan, who is on my immediate left, and Mr. Michael Ejapong, who is also a GhanaWeb reporter. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
Let me start with Mr. Michael Jan. How long have you been using the GhanaWeb reporter?
For the past 6 months now. 6
months? Since when? Is it January? Okay. Five months, I think.
Months, okay.
That's 5 months. And how did you get to know about the reporter?
I got to know about it online in LinkedIn.
On LinkedIn?
Yeah.
And then it was a contest. I remember we put out a contest about the reporter, and then we asked people to send in entries. So you sent in a LinkedIn entry.
Exactly.
Yes. And why did you think you would be selected as one of the winners of the contest?
Actually, I'm a content writer myself. I have a personal blog that I do also publish articles. So when I got that opportunity, quickly I sent in my articles. So I knew that definitely my articles will also go through because I'm a content writer myself.
What's your blog name?
My blog name is FrenchEducationGhana.com.
Yeah. It's not .wordpress.
No.
.com. Yes. Okay. Now let me come to the other Michael Ejapa. Yeah. Ejapa, how did you know about the reporter?
Yes, I was going through Twitter, and then I saw GhanaWeb reporter. Actually, first it was a flyer, an artwork, and I read through it, and I said, okay, so how do I fill in this? And then I went back to your page on Twitter, and then I see a link there. So I tap on the link, and then I submitted an article I wrote. I submitted that article because I read through the requirements, and then I saw that the article should be impactful, should impact lives. And then I sat down for a while, and then I think, okay, so you just let me submit this article because I know they really need it, and maybe out of that they will have some help. So I submitted that particular article, and then
you are here.
Yes.
So are you a journalist?
Yes, I'm a journalist.
Okay, where do you work now?
At Radio 1.
Radio 1.
Yes.
Okay. And how does the reporter come to support the work you're doing as a journalist?
Yes, because with a reporter, with even my own blog, I need to put up a write-up. But with a reporter, I can even put out just a video and then do a caption so that people knows what actually is happening. Let's say the flood here in Accra. I can take a video and then just caption, this is happening in Accra, this place, and then people will get to know, and then they have access to what is happening, other than just putting in a lot of write-up and all that. So I think it's wonderful. It have just summarized everything. My work.
So let me give you some background. Michael Ejapong and Michael Jan were part of the 10 contestants who were selected and awarded at the Ghana Bloggers Summit after they contested in the Ghana Web Reporter contest. And all of them submitted stories that were fit to be on the reporter, and then they were given the first-hand account on the Ghana Web Reporter. So they were the first to have accounts on the reporter. They've been using it since January, and now they are giving us what they've experienced, what they've encountered, and also the rewards they gained out of the Ghana Web Reporter. Let me go back to Mr. Michael Jan. So from January, when you were given the account, what have you been going through?
When I had the opportunity to have the accounts, I started immediately publishing my articles, and the articles come from also from social media. When I see it, I try to put my own perspective there, one that I always want to also motivate others. Yes, about life. So depending on the topic of the articles, I also try to bring my own ideas that will also help the audience, especially the youth, how to keep on going. And doing that has really also helped me, and people appreciate it.
What's one significant content that you remember publishing on the Reporter?
I have a lot of them, more than 500 articles, but the one that really went far was about almost 1 million views, was about Eto. Yes, I wrote about Eto, the way Eto became president in Cameroon as Cameroon, the
Fecafoot of Cameroon, yes.
President of Fecafoot. And then when he did that for free. So he didn't charge anything like monthly. He was going to charge something like salary, but for free, and also increased the player's salary. So through that, when I took it, I published it, that this is exactly what, yes, this is the type of leaders that we want in Africa for Africa's development. And that content really went for almost 1 million views.
But you are a content creator, and do you create video content as well?
For now, no.
Okay. But how did you know that the Eto story would blow up?
Yes, I knew because of what he did. Yes, actually, Eto has money. He's a billionaire. So Eto could have still charged them as a president. Yes, take money, the salary. But here's the case, because he wanted to sacrifice. That is the sacrifice spirit that really got me. So for him, he wants to sacrifice himself for the people. As a player, he knew what players go through. So he wanted actually to help them.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is the part that really got me, and also wrote an article about it. That is exactly what I mean. Our leaders also need to be not always about money, but it should also come from the heart.
Okay. Ejapa, what about you? What was your most significant article which you published through the Reporter?
Yes, that was the last meal of Kutua Champon before his execution, and then people really wanted to read about it. What food? And then actually in the headline I said his favorite meal, so people wanted to know about his favorite meal. And then recently I published about the wedding photos of the president, the sitting president, Nana Addo Dankwa, His Excellency, and then people are really loving it. And then, you know, I think one thing I've also noticed when I was using the Reporter is that I've been on other platforms, because I'm a blogger, I've been on other platforms. They have their terms and conditions. That is, you need to have a certain number of words before you can put up what you want to put up. But with a Reporter, even if it is a picture, just put the picture there. Ask people about the picture. I remember I recently did one. There was this lady who has tattooed all his body, and then I posted the picture there and I said, how much are you going to pay for her bride price? And then you see the reactions are massive. So you don't need a certain words to describe it. You just post there, ask the people, and then they can react. Other than, you know, if I want to post something, you limit me to have a certain words before I can put it out there. But a Reporter, if it is a video, just put it up there. If it is a picture, just put it up there. Even if it is your opinion, just put it up there. And then you can also seek people to also share their views. So it's a wonderful place to be.
How do you know people are reading your article?
Yes, you can track them. There is a dashboard. So when I put up the story, I can really track the dashboard, how many people are reading the article, my income too is there, and then even among us, the reporters, my rank with my articles, and then Michael here has been a tough opponent since we joined the house. Yes.
Since you've brought up the issue of income, it's very important to talk about that, because I know a lot of people want to earn from YouTube and other platforms, but they don't make any money. They have to hit a certain threshold and all of that. With the Reporter, do you make money instantly? Are you guys seeing the money you are making? How do you make money?
Oh.
Let me go to Michael, Jan.
Yeah, so the money is being made through the viewership.
Okay.
So when people come in numbers to read your article, other pictures or whatever you put in there, since you have a dashboard, so through that it generates an income for you. So as time goes on, and then you continue. So it has to be something that has to be consistency. Yes, in order to achieve what you also want.
Okay, where can we find your blog?
My blog,
yes.
My personal blog.
On GhanaWeb.
On GhanaWeb. It can be found at GhanaWeb News, and GhanaWeb News you will see bloggers. Is it bloggers blog?
Yes,
yeah, bloggers blog. And then my name is French Education.
Okay, so your blog name is French Education on GhanaWeb, on the news section. And what about you?
Yes, on the news section, you see Daily News Ghana.
Okay, so when we go there, everything there is your content.
Yes.
And how do you upload your content?
Yes, I use the dashboard. And then one thing also about the dashboard is that it's very easy, simple to use. You know, you don't even have to be educated. All you need to do, just download the app, and then you go through the process of registering, and then when you are posting, it's just easy. Your title is there, the body of the content, you just upload your pictures, videos, and then it's...
Do you use your phone or your laptop to do
my phone.
your phone? What about you?
I use laptop.
You use your laptop, but why don't you want to use the phone for uploading the content?
Oh, okay. I think the laptop is easy for
me. Easy for you. Okay, but you prefer the phone.
Yes, because with the phone I can take pictures, videos, and then upload anywhere I am. So
and are you getting any supporting, publishers who are using your account, your Daily Mail, to also publish content?
Yes.
Because I understand the reporter also has the feature where others can also help in publishing content.
Yes. I remember I needed to go off for a while, and then I said I needed someone to, and then I got 2 people, so they were publishing on my behalf.
Okay, 2 people.
Yes, 2 people. So they were publishing on my behalf whilst I was away, and then it was like all fun because I sit back and then I see them publishing in my name, and then sometimes I need to come back and then review the content, and then they were all good. So sometimes I get people to also support it.
Do they also look at the dashboard?
Yes, they do.
They do, and they see the numbers.
Yes. I remember one stopped publishing, and then he said, "No, Charlie, you need to get me an account because look at your numbers here. I can't really sit back and then for you to also enjoy, because I can create the content as you can. So you just give me how I can go about it," and then I did that. And then there are people also approaching. They want to join because they saw my dashboard.
Okay. And how many content do you publish in a day?
Publish about 3 to 5 contents in a day.
In a day. And yours are mainly articles?
Many articles. I don't do many articles.
Okay. And what about you? What do you post normally?
And you see, one interesting thing also about the reporter is that you don't have any limitations. So you can publish as much as you want. Sometimes I publish 5, I publish 10, depending on what I am posting.
Okay.
And I have shifted my attention from publishing articles to posting social media pictures. What is trending on social media, I bring it back to the app and then see how people are also reacting onto the app. So I'm more like sharing pictures and then videos from social media, and then it's been amazing.
Okay, with the social media shares, I know the reporter gives you the opportunity to share videos from YouTube. Yes. You can share posts from any social media platform directly to the platform. When you were told this, that was in December last year, before you were given the account, what did you make of it? What did you think?
Yes, for the first time, I went there and then decided to share my post, and then I saw GhanaWeb up there, and I was like, oh, wow. But when I started sharing, when people react to the post on GhanaWeb, they come back and then they give me a follow. So it has really not given me income on the reporters app, but it has also increased my following, because a lot of people also want to follow me because they always see my content on the blog, and then the post is either coming from my Instagram or my Facebook, or sometimes even my YouTube channel. So they want to follow back there. So when I post, they will be the first to see there before it comes to the app. So it's been amazing for me.
And Michael John, what was your previous impression and what you think about it now after 5 months?
This has really helped me, especially also to have more views on my blog. So because I normally I'm more into articles and sometimes pictures. So when I do that, I normally write my website under by Michael John, also French Education. This has also increased viewers on my blog, sometimes they want to come and see who is Mike Eja behind this article, especially when the person finds it good, and also other social media on Instagram and then Twitter. Some people can even message me privately, oh, I read this article about this topic, but it was good. Unfortunately, I couldn't comment on the GhanaWeb, but it was good. And that really also helps me to continue doing what I'm doing.
There's a question everybody is asking concerning your blog. Yeah. Your blog is called French Education on GhanaWeb, GH on GhanaWeb. Exactly. Why are we not seeing French education on your blog?
Exactly. So initially, the idea was to publish about French articles and also to also let people, especially students, also learn French outside the English. So that was the idea. So at times I do, but I also realized that no, I have to add other articles also into it. The article that has to do with the social issues and everything that can also impact people. So I do about the French education articles also. So it's a mix of everything, and not particularly about the French education or French articles alone. Yes.
Well, this is quite an interesting discussion, and we'll take a break. When we come back, we're going to talk about the money part. How much money have they made in the 5 months that they've been using the reporter? They will tell us all of that after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is a GhanaWeb TV special, and we are speaking to Mr. Michael Jan and Mr. Michael Ejapon. They are GhanaWeb reporters, and we are talking about the GhanaWeb reporter. Now, the money part. I mean, a lot of people are very interested in the money aspect. And Michael, I think 2 months ago, a month ago, you made a withdrawal request, and everybody was wondering, why is this guy trying to withdraw 100 cedis or so? I think about 100 or so, 170 something. So why did you make that withdrawal request when you had not even hit 300 cedis on the platform?
The thing is, when I first started, I wasn't too sure if this is really even going to work with the money aspect and all that. But then I did 3 publications, and that 3 publications got me the 100+ Ghana cedis. So after doing the 3 publications, I stopped publishing there, and then I decided to go back to my dashboard and then see how things are going. Then I saw that these 3 publications actually got me 100+ Ghana cedis. And okay, so can I really have this money, or it is just there? So I decided to request and see if truly I will receive the money. And then I was given an option to put in my mobile money and then my bank also account, but I decided to go with the mobile money and then see how fast it will be. So I wanted to see if truly I will receive the money.
And did you receive the money?
Oh yes, I did.
176, I think.
Yes, 76 Ghana cedis.
Okay, by mobile money.
Yes, by mobile money. And then one thing is that when I withdraw the money, I was just there waiting for it to drop, and then we were told that it's this is paid every 15th of the month.
Yes.
So I was waiting for it. The 15th, I didn't receive it, and I was like, okay, so let's wait and see. And then on the 15th, I didn't see anything, so I waited, and then the early morning on 16th, I received an alert that the money has been paid to me, and I was so excited. I was like, oh, okay, wow, so this is real. So, that really motivated me to continue publishing more, and then I was really telling people more about it. I was just showing them. So even though I will spend the money, I took a screenshot of it so that I can tell people that I got paid from the app.
And then you, Michael Jan.
Yes, please.
How was the payments like when a Japan was expecting 100 CDs? I'm sure you were around 500 CDs already, and you saw it. You knew what you were making. Exactly. Did you really believe you would make or get that money?
I couldn't believe it. But contrary to my colleague Michael Japa, mine was, I intentionally leave it like that. It was a source of motivation. So anytime when I come and I see, 500 or 600 and something, 700. So actually it was a source of motivation. Anytime when I come and I see it, it helps me to continue to publish more articles, to get where I want to get and then withdraw the money. So I wanted to be as a source of motivation. Yeah, so that's the reason why I didn't withdraw it right from the beginning.
So you didn't withdraw for 5 months, waiting for it to motivate you.
Exactly.
So which motivation level did it get to before you withdrew?
Exactly. So now when I got to 1,007, getting to 2,000 now, I said, now the money is becoming huge. In Ghana, where would they be able to pay me that money? Okay, if that is the case, now let me withdraw it and see if truly they'll be able to pay. So I also wanted to test the system and see whether the system really works. And I did, and truly.
So you were paid?
I was paid.
Were you also paid on the 15th or the day after?
Oh, the day after.
Okay.
Or the day after. I got it into my bank account.
How much did you withdraw after the 100?
Yes, but you see, one thing is me for the after the 100, I didn't want to withdraw actually, but I showed it to a few of my friends, and then they were saying, "Are you sure this money is real? Are you sure this money is real?" You know, those kind of vibes. And I said, "Oh yes, I even withdrew 100 and something Ghana cedis." So I was having 500 plus in my account, waiting for it to grow more. But because I just wanted to show them this is real, I requested for a withdrawal, and then I said, you just wait and see that this money will be paid. And when the money was paid, I showed it to them, and then if you see how these people were rushing to get the account done, and then it was really amazing. But for me, I was pushed to withdraw. I just wanted to be like my brother.
So what's your final words to those who may want to be part of the reporter, who want to be reporters, and what advice would you give them in terms of how to generate content and also how to get a lot of people reading the content?
The point is, as I said earlier, this is just simple, easy. I don't know the brain, because the brain behind this reporter thing is just genius. Because we have other platforms doing the same or similar thing, but they restrict you. They give you limitations. You can publish this a day. You can publish with these words. You can publish using this, that. But with the reporter, he said, no. Do you have a video? Is it on your social media? Do you have a photo, a picture? What do you have? Do you want to show it to people? Do you want to ask them about their opinion? Just do that. You can even go through your social media posts, whether Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, whatever. Just share your post, and then it will be live. People react to it. You don't need any amount, nothing. It's just you and your data. Just publish, and then get paid. And then one thing also is that really when I withdrew my 500 Ghana cedis, that was 3 days ago. So I have about getting to close to 200 Ghana cedis again, just like that. So you just need to publish. If you really want to, what do you think? When I want to make a post, I ask myself, if I see this post online, will I be tempted to click on and then read? If the answer to me is yes, then I'll put it out there. I just want things that people could react to. We see things every day. We see things happening around us. People are not reporting. Even getting journalists to report on these things are hard. But GhanaWeb is that you can be your own reporter, you can be your own journalist. Just put it out there. We have the numbers, and then we will show it to our people. And then they are doing this paid something, I don't know, but then I see my content at other places of GhanaWeb. Sometimes I even open stories on GhanaWeb, and then when I scroll down, I see my content there. They are just promoting for me for free. I'm not paying anything. Just put up the content. We promote for you. You get income, and then you can withdraw your money. I don't know what else we want, and then we can't ask for more. This is just amazing.
What about you, Michael John?
Yes, so I see this reporter as a side hustle business, and then actually it also help you as a person. I'm more into writing articles, short stories. When I have the headline, I always want to write articles about it. So for me, I think it is easy, because the GhanaWeb has already the numbers. Everyone wants to create his or her own blog and also have the Google AdSense, so that at the end of the day, the person can be paid. And that one sometimes becomes difficult. But with that one, the numbers, the audience is already there. So it's up to you to work on your headline. The headline is very important. So with all this experience, the headline is very important. We have some of the headlines. When you go, you can just see the introduction and then the body and also conclusion immediately from the headline. Yeah,
so your strategy is the headline?
Mine is the headline. Okay. Because I'm to writing the article, mine is the headline. So the headline has to be catchy. So I want you to come and then click on it, so that at the end of the day, when you read, not because I also want something in return, but it will also benefit you as well. So the headline, when you have a very catchy headline, definitely people will go and read your stories, your articles, what you have to offer. And then at the same time, in return, to also help you.
You've heard the testimonies of Michael Jan and Michael Ejapon. So they are our first users of the GhanaWeb Reporter. They're actually blog reporters. So with the reporter, there are two types. We have the basic reporters and then the professional reporters. The professional reporters earn income out of their work, which is to publish on the blogs that will be created for them. The basic reporters, you have access to the number of people on GhanaWeb, all of the GhanaWeb audience who see your content on the wall. As professional reporters, you could be VIP reporters under the professional. The VIP are for influencers, also for public figures and then celebrities. While the blogger reporters, that's for bloggers and also journalists. They are journalists, also content creators. They are using that platform to put out their content to the entire audience of GhanaWeb. GhanaWeb as well benefits by giving its audience diverse content of different varieties, help people to understand what's happening in the country. You can also be a reporter by downloading the GhanaWeb Reporter app on Play Store and then on the App Store, either on iPhone and on Android devices, and then you register, go through the process, then that's it. You can just apply, upload anything you want to upload. It could be a photo, a video, and even documents. And these will be published on your personalized page, and it would also appear on the wall of GhanaWeb and on other platforms. When you want to be, or if you want to be a professional reporter, you need to apply. After downloading the app and then registering, you apply to be a professional reporter. You have to show proof that indeed you are a content creator, you are also a citizen journalist or a celebrity or an influencer, and then you'll be given access to the professional reporters dashboard. Then you can measure and see the number of people who visit your page and the number of money you make out of the reporter. The reporter is so easy. There is also the aspect of the advocacy, or for the advocacies, like the NGOs. You can also have a reporter page where you put out content surrounding the good works that you do, and also if you need people to contribute to your NGO with the advocacy reporter, you could do same. You just have to register to be an advocacy reporter. All the details are on GhanaWeb. Go to the wall section and you find all the content and all the reports from the reporters. The GhanaWeb Reporter is Ghana's first digital media sharing platform created to democratize journalism and empower content creators. And you've heard from Michael Ejapong. He is a journalist and he is being given the opportunity to put out his content as a journalist. And also you've heard from Michael Jan. He is a content creator. He has been empowered to make money out of his content. You can also be a reporter.
Honorable member for the Crony supplementary question.
Right, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity and I thank our colleague for providing the answer. Mr. Speaker, on the 27th of August 2018, the Deputy Minister for Information, Honorable Pius Hajide, said this in an interview to City FM, and I quote, compensation for land and judges relocation to be absorbed by National Cathedral sponsors. Mr. Speaker, this is a minister saying that they acknowledge that government will pay compensation, but the minister is here telling us that compensation has already been paid in 1910. Can the minister reconcile what the Deputy Minister for Information said about compensation and what he is saying today about compensation of people on that land?
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, with the greatest of respect, as I said in my answer, Article 257 of the Constitution vests public lands in the President. The person who exercises delegated responsibilities on behalf of the President is my modest self. And Lands Commission is a repository of records when it comes to lands in Ghana. And that's why I did not just give an answer to say compensation has been paid, but I even cited the law under which compensation was paid. May I respectfully invite my colleague to have confidence in what I'm saying. Compensation was paid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. So, Honorable
Speaker, this is a house of record. Can we therefore say that what the Deputy Minister said publicly was inaccurate? Because you said we should trust what you are saying, and I have no doubt that you have a better record. Can we therefore take it that what Honorable Hajide said to City FM on the 27th of August 2018 is false information?
Honorable Minister, Honorable Member, the question has been answered. He says what he is saying, just have faith in him. It means whoever said it elsewhere. This is record.
I am not satisfied with that. I just want it to be on record that he is saying that his record is...
Honorable Member, your question has been answered. Take it. You just answered your question.
Mr. Speaker, let me move on to... I will take it that, yes, the Deputy Minister didn't tell the truth to the public. But that is my view. Yes. Thank you. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Go on with
Mr. Speaker. This is not a constituency-specific question, so I'll leave one of my questions for my colleague, with your indulgence, Honorable Blackwell, because it's very important. We have documents suggesting that the same land commission that we all trust has given authorization for an individual or an entity to own land there, and during the construction, before the construction of the cathedral started, that entity was written to by your good self saying that we are taking over your land. If indeed what you have said is true, that is, you have already paid compensation in 1910, how come you are now taking over a land that belongs to yourself? Why are you taking land back from yourself, Mr. Speaker? From them, Honorable Okujeto Black will provide details of that document so that the Minister can reconcile.
Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, let me respond to this very respectfully and modestly, because I think there's a bit of confusion here, and a bit of enlightenment will help. The answer I have given relates to compensation to pre-acquisition owners.
So governments all over since independence acquire land compulsorily. Article 20 of the Constitution says the parameters, the remit within which land can be acquired compulsorily. When the land is acquired compulsorily, it becomes public land. You pay compensation to pre-acquisition owners. The government itself can create third-party interest. So the government can grant leases, the government can grant interest to third parties. If the government turns around to use the land for other public purposes, there will be an issue of compensation again, which is why, Mr. Speaker, I'm tempted to believe that the former deputy minister was not in error. The former deputy minister, from what you read yourself, was that compensation will be paid. I'm talking about compensation having been paid to pre-acquisition owners. If there's an issue about third-party encumbrances for which questions are being asked about compensation, that's a different matter. There are two different matters: pre-acquisition owners' compensations and third-party encumbrances for which compensation may have to be paid again if government were to take over the land. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, my question never made reference to pre-acquisition. My question talked about something that is happening currently. The National Cathedral is being built currently. I'm not talking about pre-acquisition, so I'm not sure why your answer is predetermined in the colonial era. I'm talking about now. So are you saying that you do not owe any individual or entity compensation as a result of a takeover of land, a parcel of land upon which the cathedral is being built?
Yes, Honorable Minister, you may respond. He said the question is in respect of now, not pre-acquisition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the land on which the National Cathedral is being built, the significant, almost the substantial majority, number of occupants on that land were public institutions. And by that I refer to the Passport Office, the Regional Police Commander's residence, the Scholarship Secretariat, the Judiciary had properties on that land. All of these institutions have been relocated. There were two private entities on that land, and that is the distinction that I was trying to draw. Those two private entities, efforts have been made to relocate them. In fact, as I speak, one of them have been relocated. The second one is in the process of being relocated. So the question of compensation does not even arise. What government is doing, of course, you can say the relocation is compensation, but I mean monetary compensation does not arise. We are relocating all the entities which existed or which occupied the land which is being used for the National Cathedral. A good number of them were public entities, so they've been relocated already. And the private ones are also being relocated as I speak.
Very well. Yes. Honorable Member for North Tongue.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to find out from the Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources if he is aware that one of the entities, the private entities in question, by name Waterstone Realty Limited, which was offered land for relocation by the Lands Commission dated 12 August 2020. Almost 2 years now, they have not been able to take possession of that property. And indeed, they have served notice. I see the letter here from their lawyers to the Attorney General that they are proceeding to court.
Is the Honourable Minister aware of this situation, and what is he doing to avert any judgment that will further, as it were, create difficulties in this already precarious economic situation we find ourselves as a country? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I refrained from mentioning the names of the two private institutions in my answer because I was not particularly sure whether they will want to be involved or brought into these matters of controversy. I have the full facts before me here, but I deliberately took the view that I shouldn't be mentioning the names of private companies who are seeking to resolve their private business issues with government on the floor. But given that the honorable member for North Kong is let the cat out of the bag, Mr. Speaker, let me give the facts to the House. The two private institutions were Comsys Ghana Limited and Waterstone Realty Limited. The Speaker, Comsys was given another government property in the same vicinity, and Comsys is being dealt with and settled when it comes to the issues of their land on which the cathedral is being built. The Speaker, Waterstone Realty Limited, which is a company that the Honorable Okudito Ablakwa refers to, was given a property at Rich. However, there were issues of national security which resulted in the company not being able to take over the said property at Roman Ridge. The Speaker, as I speak to you now, the Lands Commission is fully engaged with Waterstone Realty Limited in that, with the view of giving them alternative land arrangement so that the matters in issue will be resolved. Mr. Speaker, we are all very familiar with the issues of replacement of land and the issue of comparable values and so on and so forth, and making sure that they are giving land which is of the same value as what they lost. So these are the facts. And Mr. Speaker, let me conclude by assuring the House that the matters to do with the land administration and dealing with issues of land relating to the cathedral are being done responsibly and being done efficiently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable, I'm giving you the last slot in respect of this particular question.
Yes.
So, you have spoken today. Let me give it to Honorable Member for the available leader.
Much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would want to ask the Minister, the last time the said committee had an engagement with Waterstone, the last time you had any engagement with Waterstone, the last time you had an engagement with Waterstone, and when you think this issue will be resolved?
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I don't have the exact information as to the last time the Lands Commission engaged Waterstones. Those matters will be within the bosom of the Lands Commission. When will it be resolved, Mr. Speaker? As soon as practicable. As soon as practicable. But I can give the assurance that we will employ our best endeavors to resolve this as quickly as possible, as soon as practicable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. We move to question 115. Question 115. And the question stands in the name of a member for Bungu, Honorable Edward Bauer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I ask the question, there's a typo here. It's redevelopment and not development. I say before I ask the question, I realize that there's a typo here. It's redevelopment and not development. There's a word. So the question is to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources what the redevelopment project of government estates entails. Redevelopment.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, since I was notified about this question sometime in March this year, I have read the question over and over and over, but I've still not been able to figure out exactly what the Member of Parliament for Bongo seeks to elicit. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest of respect to the Honourable Member, I am afraid I have to indicate that the question is not properly hinged and is, in fact, incomprehensible. However, Mr. Speaker, out of the abundance of transparency and given my enormous respect for this august House, if I may be allowed to hazard a guess, based on the framing of the question, that the Honourable Member seeks information on government estates that is not within the realm of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. The mandate of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, established under Section 11 of the Civil Service Act 1993,
Honourable Minister, are you saying you are guessing the response?
Yes.
Because he himself has indicated that the question has not been captured well. And probably that is why you were not understanding the question. So now you say you are guessing the answer.
Mr. Speaker, the answer I'm giving is the answer of the question on record. And even with the amendment made by my honorable colleague, this answer will still be an answer I will rely on.
Very well.
Thank you. However, Mr. Speaker, out of the abundance of transparency and giving my enormous respect for the august house, if I may be allowed to hazard a guess, based on the framing of the question, that honorable member seeks information on redevelopment of government estates. That is not within the realm of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. The mandate of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, established under Section 11 of the Civil Service Act 1983, PND Law 327, and paragraph 10 of the Civil Service Ministries Instrument 2021 EI-12 is to ensure the sustainable and efficient management of the lands and natural resources of our country for socio-economic development. Government estates, and for that matter, redevelopment of government estates, are within the ambit of the Ministry of Works and Housing, established under Section 11 of PND Law 327 and paragraph 1Q of EI-12. And thus, if at all the honourable member wants to inquire about anything relating to redevelopment of government estates, the proper office to do so, I should submit, Mr. Speaker, is the Ministry of Works and Housing, and not that of Lands and Natural Resources. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. So, honourable member, will you read out it?
Yes, I'm going to.
Okay.
Mr. Speaker, on the 20th of January 2022, the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, in the person of Honorable Benito, is reported by the PR unit of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and Mr. Speaker, with your permission, says, the caption is, Government approves redevelopment project of government estates. And this is what the first paragraph says. Honorable Benito Owusu-Bio, the Deputy Minister for Lands and Natural Resources in charge of lands and forestry, says government has given the approval for the ministry to embark on a redevelopment agenda of government estates in various regions of the country. Then there's another paragraph just to show where the minister himself is involved. Says that Honorable Benito said, the sector minister, Honorable Samuel A. Jinapo, has his focus on issues relating to the lands, particularly this year, and this redevelopment agenda is one of the first projects he intends to work on, adding that the minister's focal areas for the year 2022 are Cape Coast, Sekendi Takrade, and Tamale. My question again is, what does this project entail?
Honorable member, I think I will ask you to read that. Very well. So, Minister, if you are minded to respond, fine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, again, respectfully, I think there will be the need for some enlightenment on this particular issue. Redevelopment of government bungalows, as I said in my answer, is within the remit of the Ministry of Works and Housing. Mr. Speaker, I don't formulate the various mandates of the ministry. That's why I took pains to set out the provisions of government architecture and the various mandates of the ministries. The Ministry of Works and Housing is responsible for government estates, their redevelopment bill, and I think that is right. We don't have to squabble over that. Mr. Speaker, when the Minister for Agriculture wants to have an agricultural farm, he needs land. The Ministry of Lands will come in. When the Parliament wants to build offices and they need land, the Ministry of Lands will come in. So when the Ministry of Works and Housing wants to engage in redevelopment of estates, they are required to use land. It's called land use. The Ministry of Lands will come in. So when the minister talks about approval of redevelopment of government lands, he's very right in saying so. It doesn't change the mandate of the Ministry of Works and Housing or the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. The Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources comes into play in relation to redevelopment schemes or estate only to the extent of land use, just as it would be if it was an agricultural purposes. That does not change the mandate of various ministries. Let me conclude, Mr. Speaker, by reiterating and doing so very vehemently that the mandate for redevelopment of estates is within the four corners of the Ministry of Works and Housing, not lands and natural resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think that the whole idea of trying to avoid the response, or maybe give a response to this question, is the general public is watching this. However, what is the role of your ministry, particularly, in this whole redevelopment agenda? What is your role? If at the end of the day you think that the redevelopment of estates and other things is for the Ministry of Works and Housing, what is your specific role in this particular? Because your deputy minister was the one who said it and indicated that this year your focus as a sector minister, your focus as a sector minister was to deal with Cape Coast, Sekendi, Takrady, and Tamale. What is it that you are going to focus on? What is it?
Mr. Speaker, what the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources will be interested in is the optimal use of land. It's the optimal use of land. So that's what the Minister for the Honorable Benito is talking about, is the optimal use of land. That does not make the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources
have oversight when it comes to redevelopment of government estates. So let me just conclude by giving a classic example. Mr. Speaker, in the First Republic, a lot of lands were acquired for agricultural purposes in the outskirts of Accra. Today, most of those lands have been urbanized. If the Ministry of Agriculture wants to change the use of that land, the Ministry of Lands comes in as a title holder of the lands, given that they are public lands. It doesn't mean the Ministry of Lands becomes the ministry responsible for agriculture. Mr. Speaker, I'm struggling to help my friend, but I don't know how to explain.
So that is why initially I didn't want you to even respond to those questions. But be that is me, it's fine. So we move to question 1118. Question 1118. Honorable members, we move to question 1118. Honorable member for Timpani, Honorable Lydia Lamesi Akamvaliba.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Please, I rise to ask the Minister for Land and Natural Resources the state of the 5 million trees planted on the 11th of June 2021, the Green Ghana Day, and what was the total cost of the project? Thank you for the opportunity.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the importance of trees to our survival and the survival of the planet cannot be overemphasized. They prevent erosion, protect river bodies from siltation and drying up.
Selfish for themselves, and so we don't trust them. We don't trust them. So
so police for no mutimia. They should follow it. They are ready. They are ready. And somebody follow it now. Omutia. School banana Omudi rubber bullet in a way. I go share. We know that. We are ready for them. Police want to say, you want to only the gun is the difference. And the gun is not anything. It's like a bar. Gun is like a bar. So we are ready for them. They should come and follow if they can go. They should follow. We go. The convener of Falkawa movement of Ghana. The purpose of this movement is to raise awareness to the people of Dungu, and to remind the people of Dungu how MDB have targeted the people of Dungu ever since they became to power in 2007.
And that is how the seedlings were shared across the country. And I want to believe that we will be able to nurture these seedlings to maturity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your last question.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Minister, in your answer, you stated the importance of trees in our environment or in this country. I would like to find out from you whether you consider collaborating with the MMDAs to make tree planting a requirement for the issuance of permits for the construction of houses and other buildings in the country. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a matter that I will take up with the Minister for Local Government since he has mandate for it. But I see the validity and the wisdom in the proposal that the Honourable Member for Timpani has put on the table. And I will take it up with the Minister for Local Government since it is his ministry that issues permits for construction of buildings in our country. But it's a very important proposal that she's made. I definitely will do so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let's come to Saudai. Saudai. On question 1242. 1242. Yes, Honorable Robson, let's hear you.
Speaker, thank you. Speaker, I rise to...
I didn't see her.
Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources how much money has been paid and to how many verified claimants as far as the Temakusombo in Pakadai railway project is concerned. Speaker, thank you.
Yes, Minister.
Ghana is for us. I work great tasks for them. I work a great task for them. We are telling our leaders they should not be cowards. They should not be cowards. They should lead us to the war. We are ready. We face that. We face whoever will come. Thank you. Mercy, all the monkeys will come out. Because they are going to the forest. All the monkeys are coming out. All the monkeys are coming out. Yes. Ghana is not for a good battle. Yes. Ghana is not for a good battle. No, we will demonstrate. Ghana is not for a good battle. We are surprised. We are not for Ghana. We are not stopping you from the. They are only saying that stick to what the court has ordered. No, what is that? No, stick to.
The compensation. The Speaker, I am aware, I am informed that some 5 500 claimants have been paid as we speak now. However, the process has not concluded, and therefore I'm unable to give a specific figure as to the number of claimants or the exact number of claimants who have been paid compensation. So, Speaker, finally, there are also issues, as is expected, of counter-claims and disputations about who is entitled to what, and even issues of error in site plans, and which the Lands Commission is assisting the Ghana Railway Authority to resolve. So this is still work in progress, and it's just important, or it suffices for me to emphasize that the Lands Commission or the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources remit ends at the point of assessing the compensation. The verification of the claimant and the payment of the claimant, the compensation of the claimant, is done by the beneficiary institution, in this case, the Ghana Railway Authority, and for that matter, the Ministry of Railways Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Your last question, please.
Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, the Minister informs the House that through the Lands Commission, his ministry was able to assess the value of the compensation payable. And so my point is that you are able to tell the House that at least 500 verified claimants have been paid. But what was the assessed compensation payable done by the Commission and forwarded to the beneficiary agency? That's what I want to know.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as the Honourable Member will agree, the Lands Commission here is offering or rendering some kind of statutory service to a client, the client being the Ghana Railway Authority and the Ministry of Railway Development. And indeed, the Land Valuation Division of the Lands Commission renders these services to all manner of institutions, some of them private, some public. I am not too sure how the Ministry of Railway Development and, for that matter, the Ghana Railway Authority intends to handle this compensation matter, because there's also the issue of speculation. If I was to come before this House to say that so much is being assessed as compensation, I don't know the implications it will have on the Ghana Railway Authority. May I, Mr. Speaker, respectfully crave the indulgence of my colleague to examine the possibility of seeking more answers from the Ministry of Railway Development, as he will agree with me. The matters to do with the exact compensation, who should be paid, are very much within the bosom of the Ministry of Railway Development. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. We now take the last question. The last question from Honourable Member for Adaku again.
Right, Honourable Speaker. I am very, very grateful for your indulgence, and then thanking my good friend for making himself available to answer the question. Mr. Speaker, off the record, he is beginning to be compared to the road ministers being diligent in terms of how many times he comes to the House to answer questions. The content of the answers, though, are something we can discuss on another day. Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, which government landed properties have been disposed of and transferred to private individuals and entities in Greater Accra Region?
And that is the way forward. So, Speaker, so this is the answer to his question. Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity. A few minutes ago, the Minister was able to tell us that NIB, National Investigation Bureau, and his entity was able to tell him that 80% of the trees that have been planted everywhere in Ghana have survived. You can account for 7 million trees across the whole country, yet you cannot account for landed properties that have been transferred within Greater Accra. That is a miracle, Mr. Minister. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am passionate about this because, Mr. Speaker, we are talking about people complaining to members of parliament that landed properties belonging to the state are being transferred to individuals needlessly. And when we want the answers from you so that we can help the public, you tell us that in the life of this parliament. That if I don't come to the next parliament, Mr. Speaker, I am totally...
Honourable Member, I appreciate your question. But at least I've been a land administrator before. I appreciate what the minister is also saying. It's not been easy. So please, let's actually understand where he is coming from. But for me, it's better he comes and gives us a right information than to go and come out with a guess figures. So if he's saying that we should give him time, please let's appreciate what he's saying.
Mr. Speaker,
I've been a land administrator.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the whole of Greater Accra doesn't belong to the government. In fact, my house doesn't belong to the government. So we are talking about a minuscule number of landed property belonging to the state. Mr. Speaker, I shudder to say the minister has refused to give me the answer. He can deny it, but I'm saying that it is not even the 10% he told. He said that digitized. Mr. Speaker, you can give us the 10%.
Honorable Member, please. If the minister is saying he wouldn't, no, I wouldn't. Yes, later.
Mr. Speaker, we are always guided by our rules. And Honorable Kwame Abuja knows the rules of this House. Mr. Speaker, when we want to use question time to be throwing punches and saying things that we know the rules do not permit us to say, and find a way of challenging Speaker even when the Speaker is guided. Mr. Speaker, to say the least, Mr. Speaker, Order 67. Order 67 guides a member of parliament on what to do in a supplementary question. You don't use that opportunity to argue, to debate, and to even attempt to impugn improper motive. What you are doing, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, what Honorable Kwame Abuja is doing is wrong. Mr. Speaker, yes, I am here as a pro-tem leader, and I'm telling you, Mr. Speaker has given me the floor. If you would quietly sit down and listen to me. We are to assist the Speaker, and there are first-timers here. Supplementary question, you can't even have the patience to listen quietly. I did. I was listening to you quietly. That's why I'm able to counter your point. Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, you know, Kwame Abuja knows what to do under supplementary. You don't use supplementary question to argue, to debate, and to introduce new issues to satisfy your own political interests. That is what you are doing. That is what you are doing. And Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, no, Mr. Speaker, with the greatest respect, let us get this matter straight. Mr. Speaker, we've had an occasion on this floor, and I'll call it the Muntaka rule. Mr. Speaker, we've had an occasion on this floor. In this case, I call it the Muntaka rule, where he argues forcefully that even when you are raising a matter, and the person whose matter you are raising has no right of audience on this floor, you have to hold back. This was a Muntaka rule. In the Joy FM misreportage case,
And Mr. Speaker ruled that yes, it is right. So, Mr. Speaker, I am relating this matter to what you are attempting to do. There is a matter that he is answering a question on. Read Order 67. Read it. Order 67 talks about supplementary questions. It tells you, well, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Agboja may have to keep quiet and listen. So, Mr. Speaker, having said all of these, and being our duty to us, I humbly pray that, Mr. Speaker, with this assistance offered the chair would no more entertain all the sinful behavior of Kwame Agboja in respect of our standing orders, because he has sinned heavily against the standing orders. Mr. Speaker, he has sinned against the standing orders. Well, he knows I'm doing the right thing. Mr. Speaker, I end it here without more.
Well, honorable members, I'm bringing question time to a close. Honorable, we've had more than. Come again?
No, we need your guidance. It's very important. Because, you see, this is a very important matter. The minister has confirmed that so many members of parliament from both sides have expressed interest in this matter. They have filed questions. He's talking about the possibility that in the lifetime of this parliament, we may not get a response from him. We need some guidance from you, at least. If even some month or two, at least, we should be guided as a house. Because we can't leave this matter to be in abeyance, in perpetuity. So, Mr. Speaker, we need your guidance, please. It's a very important matter. Because I'm frightened that for the lifetime of this parliament, we may never get answers to this question. It's scary. It's scary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, listening to the minister and the questioner at the same time. In fact, the matter being raised is a very sensitive issue and very important for our survival as a country. It borders on land. When there's no land, there's no country. Mr. Speaker, it's good you are presiding at this time. I don't want to point to your circumstance, but I know you have enough knowledge so long as matters of land and survey is concerned. And therefore you appreciate very well the answer being given. Mr. Speaker, the other time, this is the second time this question is being asked. And if I listen to the Honorable Agboja very well, the questions he was raising were both in today's answer and that day's answer. That's why I was quiet listening. So the question he asked, the minister said, I haven't said so. Because the question was asked from the previous answer, and that was to me. Mr. Speaker, if we have taken our time as a parliament to make a very fine law, I remember later, the last parliament, the 7th parliament, we did the new land law. So if parliament has taken the need and the time to be able to come out with a very fine law, and the members have interest in such questions, the answer I was going to ask the Honorable Minister is, yes, you have a problem, because we are transitioning from manual to digital. That one takes time. I happen to be a member of the Committee on Communication. And in the 6th Parliament, when the National Communication Authority had a problem, because revenue assurance was a problem for the Ministry of Finance. And that is what brought in an IT company called Suba Info Solutions. The Speaker, they digitized the records of most of the ministries, including the Ghana Education Service. And it helped them. So if the minister, he is not the first person to be there, and he will not be the last person to be there. If truly you have difficulty because you want to digitize so that we move from the manual to digital. The Speaker, you and I know, if you go to all the 261 district assembly, there is boundary dispute everywhere. If you go to most of the chieftaincies, most of the chieftaincies are borders on land litigation. So any issue concerning land records must be of very important to all of us. So the Honorable Abuja, fine, may be doing his oversight responsibility. The order quoted by my very good brother, the deputy majority leader, still, you are still in charge of admissibility of questions. And all the questions that were asked by Honorable Abuja were admitted by you. And the minister had no difficulty in answering them. He was frank. So the question is, if there is a problem, can we as a country, do we have a way or a role to play in making sure that we are able to digitize those records? So that it will not be like day in, day out, we will be coming as if you are responsible. You came to meet it. By coming to meet it, it is now your responsibility because you are not the duty. And that is why we are bringing those questions. Is there a way that this house, if it is funding problem, we are in charge of the pace. If we have to digitize, let's make sure that we have a special need. Sometimes I think the Land Administration Act, there used to be a donor component of money that they used to give to us as a country to do our land law until we came to the new land law. The Speaker, if we were able to run away from the Aborigines Right Protection Society in 1897, we should be able to be in charge of our own land records for posterity's sake. I remember when Ghana got oil, and I came to Parliament here in 2009, similar records like this, and that was before Ghana could go to the international court for boundary dispute between Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire. We needed to close all our doors. So we should have done this thing, we couldn't do it, so let's do it now. Close it in, under certificate of agency. We did it now. So this house must assist the minister to digitize by the click of the mouse, so that you'll be able to know this one belongs to this one. That is all that we are saying. So it's not out of any mischief for you to say that, oh, the question is imputing improper motives or the minister is not giving the needed answer. There are still, I know there's difficulty there, but we need to solve it as a country. So, Minister, is there a way that we can assist you to be able to transition from manual to digital? If it is funding, let us know. If it is technology, let us know. This is the question I want to ask. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, Minister, can you give us a time frame? Of course, saying in the life of this 8th Parliament is a better. So just give us a time frame.
I think the Honorable Deputy Minority Chief Whip summed up the matter on the table. And the truth of the matter, and is exactly the point I've been trying to make since I mounted the dispatch box, which is that the state of land administration in our country is not fit for purpose. That's the hard truth. To source for information, data, on even a simple parcel of land, Mr. Speaker, if we were to find out the records of where Parliament is situated today and the historical antecedents of how this land was acquired, Mr. Speaker, you'll be surprised that it can become a nightmare. The truth of the matter is not so much, it has absolutely nothing to do with shelving information, not wanting to give information. Mr. Speaker, in any event, as I said, the information is going to be provided from 1993 to date. And I'm not too sure there's any government in this country which can make the claim that they did not bequeath or they did not grant interest in public lands in this country. I mean, there are estates all over the place in Accra and other parts of the country which are built on public lands. So that cannot be the issue. The government of the issue is the state of land administration in our country. I heard the Honorable Kudito speak about Lap 1, Lap 2. He's correct. Lap 1, Lap 2 came into being World Bank intervention and the rest. It didn't resolve land administration in our country. The panacea, as the experts have advised, and as the Honorable Deputy Minority Chief Whip is quite eloquently and rightly pointed out. Minority, the Honorable Deputy Minority Chief Whip is, Mr. Speaker is eloquently articulated, is how to resolve the issue of records keeping and lands commission. The only solution, Mr. Speaker, both historically, contemporary, and global standard, is to digitize the records of lands commission. And I want to assure the House that we are working feverishly around the clock to be able to get to the stage where the records of lands commission will be digitized. We will certainly need the help of this House, and we will very soon be coming before the Lands and Forestry Committee to plead our case. Mr. Speaker, timelines, what I will say is that we will employ our best endeavors to be able to put this information together and provide it to this House. But there are real, genuine hurdles and realities which we have to confront with, and which is the reason why I gave the answer I did. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let me thank the House for their indulgence. Thank you.
So, Minister, I thought I gave directives to at least give us indication as to when you think you provide to the House the question they are asking. Because just saying probably in the lifetime of this Parliament it will be a bit difficult. So just give us, if it is next year, next session, whatever it is.
Mr. Speaker, let me work throughout this year, and in these matters, the Lands Commission, as you know, is a semi-autonomous constitutional body, and they are the repository of the records of lands in our country, and they give me this advice, and they have provided this firm advice to me. This is a house of record, and this is a very important forum. I shouldn't be giving indications and timelines which may become problematic for myself and for the reputation and dignity of my office. Mr. Speaker, if you allow me, let me repeat that in the course of this year, we are going to work day and night and employ our best endeavors to be able to provide the information to the House as practically as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Senior Member, let me hear you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I will recall, there is a register of government lands, or there is supposed to be a register of government lands. If this register does exist, Mr. Speaker, it should not be too difficult to find out which part of this government land has been ceded to private citizens or private individuals by various administrations within the last 10 years or so. That is, if the register is not there, that's a different business. Then I will sympathize with the minister. But if the register is still in existence, I believe it will be useful.
So, on that note, we break question time to a close. Honorable Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, on behalf of the House, we would like to thank you very much for appearing before the House to answer questions from members. You are hereby discharged. Leader, are you going to item 6? Honorable Minister for Information is here.
Speaker, I think there are two statements that we can take today, beginning with the one by the Minister responsible for information. But before we get there, to remind you where we are in terms of the time.
So, honorable members, may I claim your indulgence to allow me to extend sitting beyond the normal sitting hours. It's now 2 o'clock, so please bear with me. We are moving on, and on that note, yes, we will invite Honorable Minister for Information to give us information relating to the implementation of the RTI Act, Act 2019, Act 989, sorry. So, Honorable Minister, you may have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to make this statement to this August House. It may be recalled that in June 2021, I presented the maiden annual report on the implementation of the Right to Information Act in Ghana to this House and delivered a statement on the floor in keeping with the provisions of sections 64.3 and 77.4 of the Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989. I'm here today, Mr. Speaker, to present a statement and a report on the implementation of the Right to Information Act 2019 by public institutions for the period January to December 2021. The RTI Act, Act 989, was passed by the 7th Parliament of the Fourth Republic and assented to by the President on the 21st of May 2019. The Act sets an unprecedented path for citizens to access information held by public institutions as guaranteed in the 1992 Constitution. The Act seeks to strengthen democracy, open governance, and sustainable development. The Access to Information Division was established within the Information Services Department to provide back-end technical support to MDAs and their RTI officers across the country and to equip them to deliver on the RTI obligations. The ATI division has trained and posted 87 RTI officers to 87 public institutions so far. Though the remaining 452 institutions do not have RTI officers from the ATI division resident and responding to requests, already available officers who handle other duties within these 452 institutions have been trained and designated as RTI officers to handle requests. Mr. Speaker, in the year 2021, a total of 189 public institutions submitted their annual reports on RTI activities within their respective institutions to the RTI Commission. An analysis of these reports revealed that 247 requests for information were received and processed in 65 public institutions, with the Department of Children receiving the highest number of requests for information, 34 requests. 64%, that is 159 requests, were granted, while others were refused, transferred, referred, or denied in accordance with the Act. It is important for citizens to understand, Mr. Speaker, that in some limited circumstances, public institutions have a legitimate right by law to keep some types of information and classes of information away from the general public. The RTI Act 2019 has clearly identified and classified some information as exempt, which call for safeguards, including those related to public security or individual privacy. The RTI Commission, however, as an independent and impartial body, has also been resourced to deal with undue denials by public institutions. Mr. Speaker, the RTI Commission has begun its regulatory and oversight functions in the year gone by. The Commission now operates from an office complex in Jowulu here in Accra to serve as its headquarters. It is also in the process of setting up at least 4 zonal offices across the country in the year 2022. For the year under review 2021, the Commission received 24 applications for review from institutions and individuals who were not satisfied with the grounds on which they were denied access to information. Out of this number, the Commission made 6 written determinations and 8 were settled through mediation. The remaining 10, Mr. Speaker, are still under review. One of the Commission's determinations resulted in a suit against it by a public institution. The High Court of Ghana ruled in favor of the Commission on the 17th of February 2022. This, Mr. Speaker, is testimony that the Commission is striving to apply the law to the best of its ability. I would like to commend the Chairperson, the Commissioners, the Executive Secretary and staff of the Commission for starting well. May they continue to keep the flame burning. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, there were a number of challenges faced in the implementation of the RTI Act. And with your permission, I'd like to highlight a few. One, the Access to Information Division and the Commission require financial clearance to employ and deploy more staff. RTI officers, for example, need to be deployed to fully populate the RTI units in the remaining 452 public institutions. This is very important if we are to have timely and appropriate responses to requests for information. Mr. Speaker, the RTI Commission also needs significant funding to enable it to educate the public and promote the use of the RTI Act. It also needs more resources to deepen monitoring and evaluation of RTI officers and the implementation processes, respectively. Mr. Speaker, another challenge is that there are a number of public institutions, especially institutions where the ATI division of the ISD has not posted officers, who do not respect the timelines laid down by the Act. There is a need for more sensitization to help them achieve better compliance. To address these challenges and to build on the gains made, my ministry, through the ATI division of the ISD and the RTI Commission, Mr. Speaker, have outlined the following activities for subsequent years. One, nationwide sensitization and capacity building programs to educate the public on the right to information. Two, inclusion of the RTI compliance in the schedule of chief directors, managing directors, chief executive officers' performance agreements as a key result area, so that if the head of an institution is not ensuring that that institution is complying with the RTI requirements, it will be marked against them during their key performance indicators assessment. Mr. Speaker, we are also working to set up zonal offices for the RTI Commission to help them ensure compliance at the regional and district levels. Mr. Speaker, we are also looking at the prosecution of offences under the RTI Act, including seeking sanctions on institutions and officers that do not respect the timelines once the LI is passed. Mr. Speaker, finally, we also seek to finalize the draft regulations for passage to strengthen the arm of the RTI Commission to do its job. Permit me to make special mention of the need for academia, students, researchers, etc., who often complain of a difficulty in accessing information from public institutions for purposes of academic research. Mr. Speaker, permit me to make a special call to them to do well to make better use of the RTI Act. The RTI Act was made for you. It is disappointing to notice that there are very few requests for information for academic studies. We want to call on them to make use of the RTI Act and to deepen data gathering from public institutions to inform research and policy recommendations, which would in return positively impact governance in our country. Mr. Speaker, the success of the RTI law in Ghana will largely depend on two key things. One, various groups of citizens making use of the rights to access information, and two, government showing commitment to facilitate access. Government is demonstrating good faith in providing a good measure of the infrastructure for delivery, but we need to do more. Citizen groups, most especially academia, can also do better in utilizing the Act. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to use this opportunity to applaud the contribution of key stakeholders, some who are present here today, namely the RTI Commission, the RTI Coalition of Civil Society Organizations and development partners like UNESCO Ghana, the heads of the civil and local government services, the Ministry of Finance for their support. I thank the staff of the Ministry of Information and the Access to Information Division for their work, their commitment, their perseverance in ensuring that RTI works thus far. Mr. Speaker, finally, I express my sincere gratitude to you and the honourable members of this House for your attention and for your support in the implementation, while I also make special mention of your Committee on Communications for their partnership in this endeavour. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Honourable Minister for Information. Yes, let me come to Sam George. Or you don't have a copy of the statement?
I didn't have a copy of the statement, but we have had some prior engagement. But, Mr. Speaker, if Kwame Abuja can start, and then I will come back subsequent to Kwame Abuja.
Yes, okay.
Right, Honourable Speaker, we thank our colleague, the Minister, for being diligent with the House, for providing this information. I thought the first line of his gratitude would have gone to this House. To be honest, we are told this bill has been in the House for a long time, and I must pay particular tribute to the majority leader, Honourable Chieme Sabonsu, who took this bill together with Honourable Bagin, the minority leader, and the House, to make sure that in our lifetime we make sure that this bill is passed. So I think the first people that needed to be thanked for this is this House, because it is this House, and particularly the leadership of this House present here, that made it possible for us to have this bill. By all means, we'll thank those who are implementing it today. But guess what? If this House didn't make it a priority to pass it, it would have been still a bill in the House, and there wouldn't have been any board or any committee implementing anything. But that said, I think this is a very important thing we have done as a House, and I'm happy that he gave us this update. Just to say a few, I'm surprised that in his view, especially academia is not making use of the information as much as possible, but he will agree with me that many of government entities don't have information fit for purpose, one of which is what we have been talking about here. So what is the point for applying for information on an issue that is important to you when you know what they are going to tell you is it's not available? So we need to encourage government entities to have proper record that are fit for purpose. Data that is required by academia has to be wholesome to an extent before they can process it. And if it's not, I think it will be difficult for them to use it. But indeed, this is an achievement of the House and the country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to comment on some of his recommendations, and I think it's very important. Maybe from secondary school levels, we should be able to, not as a curriculum, but your services can extend to secondary schools for people to be able to understand what their rights are, so that by the time they get to a point that they can be adults and can demand information from the state, it will just be part of their lives. I agree with you also on how we can fund them. It is quite disappointing that, as you said, we are still not able to fund or have the resource, human resource, to man some of the agencies. And I think this is not beyond us. Let's look at what the budget would say when the finance minister turns up somewhere during next month. I agree with you that we should encourage entity heads, chief directors, and everybody to have that understanding that it is their responsibility to ensure that the entities which they superintend over provide this information to people, as at least the information that is required. And the public must also understand that it's not everything you require from an entity that is information that you must be provided. That is a fact, because trying to get how many people attend a cheap compound at Adaklu is normal information. But what kind of sickness did a particular person report? That is not information, obviously, that you provided with. So we must be educated on what kind of information we can see. Mr. Speaker, I think it's good he's come back to tell us. I wish many of the bills we pass, the implementing agencies will come back and tell us the challenges and what is working well, so that we know whether we've done the right thing or not. And if we need to recall some of those legislations and upgrade them, we can do that. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our colleague particularly for doing this. For me, what he's done is helpful to me for being part of crafting the bill into a law and how its operation is going so far. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity.
Yes, let me come to Doma East.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the statement made by the Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, let's use this opportunity to also congratulate the Minister and add my voice to my senior colleague's voice to applaud him for coming to the House to update us on
how far the right to information bill is performing. Right, Honorable Speaker, for me, as much as we are talking about the importance and the good things that we are getting out of the right to the RTI, I think the public interest is important, and my senior brother or senior colleague made that. It is important that we educate the people to appreciate the importance of the RTI. As we speak, there are a lot of people who have heard about the RTI, but they don't know how to access it or how to use it. And I will urge the information minister that it should take the information, the public interest, to a higher level. Clearly, we have seen how some people are accessing information using the right to the information bill, which is getting need. So we will encourage that the ministry will go further to also whip the interests of Ghanaians to be able to appreciate and access the information that they need. Obviously, we all need to know which kind of information that we can access and which that we cannot access, where to go, where we cannot go, and which process that we should use. These all are important that we will encourage the minister, we will support him to find ways and means to help us to educate the people to access. Once again, I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and congratulate my minister for doing this. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Let me begin from, is it Bia West?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe this is a beginning point for us to realize the important need of not only passing legislation, but really taking important steps to ensure that implementation is critical for the legislation. Otherwise, we will just continue to pass legislation that's not relevant to our society. And we all know the background to the RTI, to the extent that there were public demonstrations urging for it. And any form of opaque processes can now be open to public scrutiny by asking for the right information. So it is laudable that at least we have an update of the implementation process. I would like to ask the Honorable Minister two questions that, based on his presentation, regarding the availability of information. Essentially, whether they have focal persons in the ministries, agencies, and as a result of that, whether, like we did with the client services, they have services that are available readily, and that a person doesn't have to go around so many people in order to access information or even to find out where the information is available. So do they have specific units, like again, the client service that we established a few years ago, so that you can actually go in there and be able to find the correct information or be directed to the right place? Then secondly, he mentioned the issue of some information that are classified. And as a result, when you show up to the place asking for the information, it cannot be made available to the public. In the process of implementation, as the RTI law says, has he come across a situation where organizations refuse to offer services to people in terms of making information available because that information is classified? When, therefore, did they say that information will be declassified so that the public can have access to them? And whether in the process of doing so, if they have observed any legal issues in which people are taking organizations to court, because based on the RTI law, they are supposed to make the information available, and whether by control or power, they have not made that information available. Then finally, my comment will be the issue of the entire process. has it really helped, being the Minister of Information, journalists in their work? Has it been useful to them in terms of assessing right information so that instead of being speculative, as we see in some of the newspapers, whether this process has given them the opportunity to really assess the right information, and that in his assessment of the print media and even social media, as they may have people to observe these things, it has improved the accuracy of information that is put out in the public domain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Okujoto, please, let's be brief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I shall be guided accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin by commending the Honorable Minister for Information for this very exemplary conduct in presenting himself and very timely the annual report on the implementation of the Right to Information Act 2019, Act 989. Mr. Speaker, you recall that only last Friday I raised this matter on the floor of the House about annual reports that are pending, some for 5 years, 7 years, 8 years, some almost a decade when I check the records. For example, the Minister of Finance, who is supposed to present the annual report to this House on the Public Procurement Authority, the Public Procurement Annual Report. The last time it was done was in 2012. So there's a general, attitude that is not helpful so far as annual reports are concerned.
Welcome to our final episode of Diaspora Link first season. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I am your host. I'm super excited about the episode today. Before we even get into this episode with this guest, I just want to say that I'm very grateful to all of our viewers, everybody who shared the links, everybody who's tuned in every Sunday, everybody who's given us feedback, both critical feedback and feedback to say you love it. We do this because we want to share successful stories. We want to share challenges. And we are serious about linking up the diaspora. We are totally in love with our team and our partner here at GhanaWeb. Again, this is our final episode. So we believe in celebrating the small victories, right? We've been able to do 20 episodes with all amazing guests. We want to thank all of our guests who've appeared here on Diaspora Link. And today, on our final episode, I have a very, 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 very special episode, and I have a very, very, very special guest. I'm not even going to tell you her name yet, but we're going to get into this episode, and we're going to take her through the same thing we took all of our other guests to. So, again, thank you so much. My heart is full. Thank you for the support. Thank you for this first season for Diaspora Link, exclusively on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm your host with the most. This episode is so special, I had to put my grills in for the last episode. Let's go. Welcome back to Diaspora Link. Y'all know I'm super excited. This is our last episode of our first season, and I'm going to say that I saved the best for last, right? So I've had to pull her from behind the camera and put her in front of the camera. So we're going to find out more about somebody who's been behind the camera and who's helped us design this show and has been working on all 20 episodes. I'm not even going to tell you who she is yet. I'm just going to get into her choices and her top 5. Welcome, madam.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good.
Are you nervous?
I'm nervous.
Are you nervous?
I'm
Good.
nervous,
Good. I want you to be nervous because, because now you're on this side of the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't have to explain the game to you. You know what choices are.
Yes.
Okay. So, choices. I'm going to give you your choices. You come back to me.
Okay.
Long hair versus short hair.
Short hair, because it's hot outside.
So even if you're someplace when it's cold, short hair.
I still prefer short hair. You know, I really love hats. And hats look so good on like short hair because they always get the right shape, especially like the the Russian kind of hats with the long ears.
Okay, next question. London versus Dubai.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Why did I have to think about this? I think Dubai.
Dubai over London.
I think
Why?
Dubai over London because I know London and the United Kingdom so well inside out. I'm no longer excited by it. Whereas I've only been a resident of Dubai for about a year, so I'm still quite excited. There's still so many things to find in the whole of the Emirates, so I'm still just figuring out Dubai. So I think that's why.
That's why. Okay.
Plantain.
I know. I'm not because I know plantain is your favorite food, so I'm not going to ask you anything about plantain. And I even know you're going to say that when we get to top 5. Banku versus fufu.
Okay, fufu. But that's just because I like the smooth flow of the fufu. Banku for me is a little bit grainy. It's like reaching over towards like kenke, which I'm not really a fan of.
Right, you're not a fan of kenke.
No.
But banku you eat.
Yeah, I have banku in my house right now.
You like banku. But you prefer fufu.
I prefer fufu.
Just because it goes down smoother,
Yeah,
that's it.
Exactly. And even then, if we were adding like TZ, then I'll be on the TZ side.
Okay.
Because the smoother the flow for me.
Smoother
but
the
always
flow.
with the okra, spicy.
Always with the okra and always spicy. Okay, all right. I'm gonna ask you this question, and I already know the answer. Brunch versus dinner.
Yeah, brunch.
I already knew the answer.
Yeah.
What is it about brunch? What do you like so much about brunch?
Firstly, I love an opportunity to meet with people over food and drinks, socializing and having positive energy. And when a brunch event is properly curated, it's just vibes. It's like the vibes of the evening club, but you're wearing daytime clothes. You can see people's faces clearly. You can achieve goals. You can make that sale. It can be a meeting. I find brunch is like the most flexible time of the day to meet people as well. It's the perfect time. It's not too early. It's not too late. Finish brunch, go home, get changed, chill with the family, go out again. Love
And brunch has to be on a Sunday. Sunday is the day for brunch.
So it's really funny because in Ghana, Sunday's the day for brunch, but in UAE for ages, Friday was my go-to day for brunch because of course Friday was a weekend and Sunday was a Monday. But now they kind of evening out, so I guess Sunday is going to be brunch day all over the world for me.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. Ada versus Axim.
Ooh.
East versus West.
So that's interesting. I only just first got over to XM. I went to the Baja private island a couple of weeks ago, so I now know the difference between Ada and XM. I will say XM because with Ada, of what I understand of it, it's beautiful, it's lovely. Of course, it's my favorite place to be. But actually, XM, like when we were going to the private island, there was this point where the boat was going over a portion of the ocean that was lowered. So people were walking, but then when we came back in the evening, it was like a full-blown waterbed, and the whole thing about it just fascinated me. Also, the way that the fishermen have their fishing things positioned, like you can't get those stories in Ada, right? Our boat guy, he drives us around, but there's not much to tell.
Right.
With an Axim, the guy was like, yeah, and then this happens, and this part of the water will be raised later, madam, please look here, and when we came back, he gave me such amazing stories that I'm now fascinated to go around Axim a lot more.
Wow.
In fact, go around the whole of the East a lot more.
I need to do that.
You
I
do?
need to check that out.
Yeah, I'll take you. You're not good.
Really? You want to take me?
And he's a good DJ.
Witness. I have a lot of witnesses here. Okay, last one for your choices. This is an easy one for you too, but I'll tell you why I'm saying this. Entrepreneurship versus being employee.
That's not an easy one. I think you thought I was going to say entrepreneurship.
Yes.
But that's because you forget that I equally care about my career as a dean.
No, I know.
So
I know.
I will always do both. I actually am a hybrid. I always do both.
You got to choose one. If you could only choose one.
Okay, if I could only choose one, I'll choose entrepreneurship because I can always be well-fed and extremely wealthy.
Okay. Well-fed and extremely wealthy.
With entrepreneurship.
With entrepreneurship.
With academia, not so much,
Right. Well, I mean, academia is not the only salaried, employed position. But
That
for
I
you,
could.
it is. But
For me, it's where my passion goes when it comes to my career.
I want to thank our guests for playing choices, and now we're going to move to something called Top 5, and then we're going to dive into the interview. This is a special show. This is our 20th show. This is the final episode of season 1 of Diaspora Link, so you can expect something a little bit different. Top 5.
Yes.
Favorite food?
Plantain.
Plantain. So
plantain.
we're not talking about appetizers. Favorite food in the whole world? Plantain.
Do you realize plantain? I think I know 15 different ways to eat plantain.
Okay.
And this is across breakfast, lunch, dinner, brunch, snacks.
Plantain.
Plantain.
You know what? I'm gonna share something with the world who's watching about plantain. No.
Because I can have plantain with nuts.
No,
so it helps.
Listen, I wasn't even gonna talk about how much you love nuts. Yeah. Right? I was gonna talk about something else, about plantain.
Yeah.
And you know this because I shared this with you. Kelewele is a beautiful thing. And I want to thank you all for leaving the domain for me.
Oh, yes. Is you own kelewele.com, right?
Kelewele.com. I'm one of
should,
those guys. I'm crazy. We wake up in the middle of the night and buy domains. We do crazy stuff.
I think we should do something with that one day.
No, we are.
Okay.
We are. We definitely are going to do something.
Yeah.
And because, and what you just said in terms of 15 ways to make plantains, I'll share more with you. Okay, favorite food is that. Favorite artist, if you only can choose one artist in the whole world across musical genres, what artist is that?
Ooh. You know, lately, I'm just going to stick with what I've been listening to a lot lately and who I'm just fascinated by.
Give me one artist.
Buju.
Buju. Oh.
Yeah, he's really stolen it for me.
Driver. Don't stop at all.
So, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, no, not Banton.
No, Buju who?
Nigerian Buju.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Phoenix, and literally every other song that we sing now.
Got you. Oh, I thought this was.
I know, it would have been, no. That's because,
Look,
you know, I
was
love
all
the bashment,
wrong.
the reggae.
She let me go.
No, because, you know, I love
and
that.
I know you love reggae, so I thought.
Nah, but he's stolen it. Yeah.
Of all artists,
I'm
you
in
get
shock.
one. You get to choose one right now in the whole world,
and
you currently. Wow,
I'm currently shocked about it. I do wake up in the morning, and I do have a playlist that is mainly Buju at the moment.
Wow. Okay, I'm gonna get into it.
Yeah.
Favorite book or a book that's had a serious impact on your life?
The Art of Seduction.
The Art of Seduction. Tell me why.
Robert Greene. Well, 48 Laws of Power was my first Robert Greene book, and that stole my heart for Robert. Right, and luckily I was able to meet him. And then when I met him one day, he told me that I'm one of the characters in the Art of Seduction. It's called a siren. And I didn't really get it, but he explained it to me live. And then I went back and I read the book, and I got it because the Art of Seduction is mainly a business book, but people usually read it for more manipulative processes outside of business. But in actual fact, yeah, I just fell in love with that book because suddenly I could see my clients, my business partners, you know, in this book, and I just suddenly it like opened everything to me. I was like, oh. That's what I have to do next.
Right.
So,
Art of Seduction.
Art of Seduction.
Next, favorite sport.
I'm not really into sports, but when I was an athlete, so track and field was my thing.
You were track and field? Did I know that?
Last runner relay, 100-meter sprints, 1800-meter run, high jump, shot put, and.
This was high school, university.
Yeah, high school till about 20.
Really? I didn't know that. I learned something new. Track and field.
Because my grandfather was like, he ran for Scotland in the Olympics or something.
Okay.
So when I was young, he just kept going, oh, you know, you should do athletics, you should do athletics. So yeah, I just did athletics.
Wow, I would have never guessed track and field. Dope. Last one is favorite place to vacation. This, you know, as you know, can be a place that you've already been or a place that you want to go. But this is a vacation.
Okay,
and
so
I always
this
have to say
Ghana.
It doesn't exclude Ghana.
Okay.
But I just have to say this for people like us because
we don't know how to leave.
Well, we don't know how to vacation sometimes, right? So this is your favorite place to vacation.
Okay, so the best vacation I've ever had was in Egypt.
Egypt?
Because at first I thought I was going there for the whole find my people, you know, pyramids and stuff. But then we got this amazing driver. He took us to this place. There was serving pigeon. I was like, who eats pigeon? Okay, but it was interesting. Took us on a long drive to Alexandria, stopped us off in like a bee farm. We got fresh honey, got to Alexandria. Wow. Like it was so much.
And
like
it was a true vacation.
It was literally a vacation. I had no laptops, no phone, just me and two of my friends, and the best driver. And Egypt became it for me because now even my driver in the UAE is Egyptian. Just Egyptian drivers are just the best. They just seem so enthused. And so he made Egypt like the best holiday ever.
The best place.
Yeah, he took me to meet his family. Took us to meet his family, his friends. He was like, he's doing the most.
Wow.
Yeah, it was really nice.
That's our top 5. As you know, one of the reasons why we do top 5 is we want to get to know each other better. Like, I've known this young lady here for a little while, but I've just learned something new about her that I had absolutely no idea existed. Track and field, like really, like word. Okay, now let's actually get into the interview. Great things, around the world. And we are back. Now let's dive into this interview. I told you I wouldn't tell you this young lady's name, but now I will. Today I'm interviewing Miss Tanisha Tego. Tanisha is someone who's become a really good friend and a business partner. She's actually the co-executive producer of Diaspora Link with me. And you won't normally get a chance to have the host interview the producer, but we different. We different. So today I actually wanted you all to meet her and interview her the way that I've interviewed everybody else, because I'm also inspired by her story, and I wanted her to share her story with you all because I think you'll also be inspired. Tanisha.
Thank you,
the homie. What's up?
I'm good.
All right. So we've done top 5.
We have.
We've done choices. Now, tell me about Tanisha Tego. Tanisha Tego is of Ghanaian descent, heritage. You're a Ghanaian woman.
Yep.
Right? From the first day I've met you, you've been threatening me about the powers of a God woman,
yes.
right? And that I need to act right and be right. So tell me a little bit about your history. Where were you born? Your family, and a little bit about how you were raised.
Okay, so I was born in Ghana to my parents and my family. And then they traveled extensively. So we lived in Zaria, Nigeria for a while. We went out to Europe, spent time with my grandmother. Then by about age 5, 6, we ended up in Maryland, living on a military base out in Severn. And
who was in the military?
My aunt, my mom's sister. Okay. So my mom has this passion about helping everyone. So I've got 4 brothers from my mom. And she just picked up me and my younger brother and just took us everywhere. If someone needed help, she was like, I'm gonna come and rescue you, but I'm taking these kids.
Right.
So we did a lot of like moving around. So we went to see my aunt at that particular time. And we were there for a while, but for my 7th birthday, reaching up to my 7th birthday, I realized I just didn't like America. And I know that's really bad for me to say to you.
No, it's not. It's
okay,
not,
good,
because I know a lot of people
place.
this place. Sometimes I don't like America.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I think as a child, with the amount of countries I'd been to, it was just confusing because the dialogue felt opposite, you know?
What do you mean?
So like everywhere else I'd been, it was all about all the things you can do, you can be, you can do da-da-da-da-da. Everything was so positive. But with America, like the television always had like bad news, like proper bad news.
Okay.
And it wasn't like bad news from another country, it was like bad news from next door.
Got you.
So like as a child, I just felt like, this place is not safe.
Right.
This place is not open. I was in Girl Scout, and the girls were all great and stuff, but they just had like, and for a child, believe me, like I felt like they had an overinflated sense of like themselves because it didn't make sense. Everyone was telling everyone we could all be president one day. And I was like, we can't, we're kids.
Right.
Because like, you know me, I'm very literal. So I was like, no, we can't.
And the reality of the situation is that everybody can't be.
Everybody can't be.
The idea that you can be right, but everybody could.
Exactly, and of course I aspire to be president at some point or one day, whether it's president of just a cookie shop or president of Ghana. I want the label, right? So, but yeah, it just felt really off to me as a child, and also TV was weird. So like at that young age, I also had so much different experiences of television, TV in Ghana, Nigeria, UK, Europe, America. So I had different experiences, and American TV was okay, but you know what really worried me was those adverts, right? When they like advertise a thing that's going to save your life, and then like the random guy speaks at the end, he's like, may cause death, your eye to fall out, but you should buy it because only $599. I'm like, no. So as a child, I was like, these adverts are
That's interesting because that's pretty intuitive as a young person, as a child, to catch that.
Yeah.
Right? To catch those disclaimers at the end, like, wait a minute, I thought I was going to save my life, but you said...
Well, my dad's a doctor, so my dad never ever told anyone he was going to do something that might cause death. I mean, he probably warned them that, you know, don't do this because you could die, but he wasn't like giving out paracetamol that's saying they might cause death. And your adverts do that in America. You know, you guys, every
both
advert...
your dad and your mom of Ga heritage.
Yeah.
Both Ga.
Yeah, both Ga. But my dad's family has a lot of like Nigeria influences and participation.
Okay.
But my mom was born to her parents, who at the time was the paramount chief of, I can't remember the word to say it now, Sempe. Sempe is like the grounds within Accra and a bit around. He passed away a little while ago, a couple of years back. So yeah, so anyway, so I was born into that kind of mix. But age 7, I was in America. My mum was like, what do you want for your birthday? So I said, I want to go live with grandma. She was like...
At 7 years old, you realized that you didn't want to stay in America. So for your birthday, you asked to go to live with your grandmother, who was where?
In London.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd been to her a few times. And
your mom gave you that wish?
Yeah, she wasn't happy. And at the time, I didn't get it. Like, I felt like she was really mean. But now as an adult, I'm like, oh my God, I was like, probably one of the most horrible thing a child could say to his parent, right?
That I want to go
live with someone else.
I want to go live with someone
I didn't even ask her. I wanted us to leave. I was quite specific about the fact that I wanted to do it.
But you probably were very clear from having moved around a bit that you weren't asking your mom to leave where she wanted to be.
No, yeah, because she loved doing that stuff. I just wanted to be where I wanted
to be. Okay.
So she let me have that. I flew on KLM with the air hostess. I remember my Nintendo, like a Nintendo kind of Game Boyish toy. I had a couple of teddy bears, and I had a cute little pull bag. And then my aunts and all my family met me at the airport, and it was all love.
And so from 7 until...
Yeah, till whatever. I just stayed with my grandma. My mum kept flying back and forth, and she eventually joined us when I was a teenager.
Okay.
And then, of course, I had a child at 16. I got pregnant.
Okay, so you coming from your family in Ghana, you went to the U.S., you went to the UK. When young women get pregnant at a young age, most of society says it's over for you.
Yeah.
Not only do they say it's over for you, there's a large judgment.
Exactly.
Right? Whatever happened is your fault because you have to carry the baby. So you went out and got pregnant.
Yeah, I got pregnant, yeah.
You went out and got pregnant. The guy didn't do nothing.
No. Yeah, I was just me. Like, Mary, Immaculate Conception.
Right, you didn't get married.
Yeah.
So what was your family's reaction? What was their response to you getting pregnant? And was it something were you ashamed? Did you just, or were you just like, it is what it is, let me tell them?
So first of all, there was, for me personally, I mean, I didn't know I was pregnant for the first 23 weeks. So I had
23 weeks.
So like nearly 5 months pregnant.
Really?
Yeah, I had everything as normal. So I didn't actually know I was pregnant. We only found out I was pregnant because I was very sick at school, and then the teachers took me to the hospital. They did a whole bunch of tests, and eventually one genius said, how about pregnancy test? And then it turned out I was pregnant.
Wow.
And I was 23 weeks. And I had to, of course, decide, they were told me that abortions couldn't happen after 25 weeks because it's illegal. So I was like, okay. So I just took a week to think about it. I've always been very strategic. I've always known that I need to figure out what I want to do first before I start announcing myself. Right. Mainly because I've got so many brothers who are quite overbearing. But also just because it's just always important to me that I'm good before I walk into something.
Right.
So I was like, I wanted to make sure. I did a lot of stuff like to research and figure things out or whatever, spoke to my teachers, went to the school counselor. And after a week, I was like, yeah, I'm going to have the baby. So I just waited another week. I told my mum after the deadline, after like the 25 weeks had passed, because it wasn't different, a week is a week, isn't it?
Right. So that's when your mom found out.
Yeah, so I told her from school, I called her from the school phone to tell her I had something to tell her, because the journey from my house to school was like an hour 15, hour 20. So by the time she'd get to me, she'd already been
too late. When did you tell your grandmother?
Oh, so no, I mean, come on. I told my mom on the phone, the whole world knew.
So you didn't tell your grandmother, you didn't have like a grandmother or aunt or somebody who you could confide in?
No. I mean, my grandma would have been who I confided in.
Okay.
But the thing is, we're Ghanaian. And so the gossip tree is fast.
And
strong.
So
it's like a flame. So I called from school, and by the time my mum had arrived, I'm sure everybody knew. In the deepest, darkest villages of any country, they all knew.
They all knew.
She was livid. But of course, we were at school, all these white people around. What are you going to do, Mom? You got to be calm. You got to be easy, Mommy. And like, of course, the school counselor was like, come, let's step into the room. Let's have a conversation about this. Make sure everything's okay and stuff.
Did she feel like you just ruined your future kind of thing?
No. So that's one of the good things. Okay. So the whole thing about telling her and that whole event was very, like, I orchestrated it to make sure that the question of abortion couldn't come up, right? As in an option. But after I told everyone, yeah, everyone had different responses, but in the most part, because of the nature of just the people in my family, how they are, how they've built themselves up, how they understand the world, everyone was actually the opposite. So at one point, my grandma said to me, so what are you going to be when you grow up now? And I was just like, a good mom. She was like, a what? She said, what are you gonna do when you grow up? I was like, be good adult.
Right.
So she asked me this question so many times until one day I actually had a good answer, which was about my job. I was like, I'm gonna be an entrepreneur, I'm gonna have businesses, I'm gonna work in education. And so she said, good, because you don't go around thinking that a mum is a job. Like, that's what you could do that in your sleep.
Say that one more time.
She was like, don't go around thinking being a mum is a job, because you can do that when you're asleep. My grandma.
Your grandmother.
She didn't want me to think that just because I was pregnant and having a child, that was now my occupation. She was like, don't
you
get
can
confused.
still have a life.
No,
you can still
better.
be great.
Hey,
You better. You better. So take me from you being pregnant and your son, whose name is?
Tyreek. He's 20 now.
Tyreek, who's 20, who you talk about a lot, who I know you love very dearly. So how do you get from being in school, pregnant at 16, to being a dean at a university level? Talk me through your educational journey from having the baby. Did you have to like drop out, catch up? Like where, one, tell me about the actual journey.
Okay.
And then just give me, where was your source of encouragement and energy? Where did it come from?
Well, it's just my grandma. It's my grandma.
Okay.
So my grandma was an educator and an entrepreneur.
Okay.
She owns New Hope School. It's in Kolebu.
Okay.
It goes from nursery to senior secondary school. So I always saw her doing that kind of entrepreneurial educator kind of role. So she was my main inspiration. But yeah, so with getting pregnant and being at school, I just went to school like normal. Then one day they turned around and they were like, oh, you know, she can't come to school anymore. She's pregnant. My grandma was like, she's pregnant, she's not stupid. And then these teachers were naive. They didn't understand my grandmother. So they continued to persist. So I don't know how she did it, but she managed to get the government to fund the teachers that teach me to leave school and come to the house to teach me at the house. So everyone at school lost maths teacher in maths class and stuff, like one lesson a week. And then she got me this amazing tutor, this blind guy. And he was teaching me English lit. And I'm dyslexic, right? So it's just my relationship with words is just awkward and different. And this blind man knew every single word in every single book and was telling me when I was reading it wrong. And in the beginning, we had a very difficult relationship because I would get very annoyed with him because in my eyes were telling me that's what I was seeing. And I know he can't see it. And he was telling me
even that, a blind tutor for a dyslexic person is an interesting combination.
So between him and her, my grandma and this guy, I can't remember his name right now, Anthony, but I can't remember his surname. Like between the two of them, I was like, no, I can never complain about being a mum, being disabled, being this, being that. I can complain about nothing. Like it's not even gonna run.
Right.
I did extremely well in my GCSEs. I got all the top grades in every single thing you could. And in maths, I got even 100% and a special certificate from the examination body. I bossed it. And then I had a baby and I continued studying. I did quite a few A-levels. So we have A-levels in the UK, so I did.
So what are A-levels?
So they're the thing before university that you do to get the credits for university.
Okay.
So with high school, secondary school, you get the credits to go to college, or you can stay on like an extra 2 years of a version of college in your secondary school.
Okay.
But because I'd already had a child and I'd left, I was like, I'm not going back there. Like I've grown out of that thing. So I went to college. And I studied psychology, sociology, critical thinking, maths, business, and media as A-levels. 3 of them as A2s, which is only 1 year, and then 3 of them as full.
Got you.
And I went to film school. But along the way, I would always talk to people. You know, I love talking to people, telling them about what I want to do, and asking them what they think I should do to be able to get myself there.
Right.
I think I'm very good at, I think that's the way I should say, I'm very good at making people aware of my shortcomings and where I need their help or where I would like their help. I've been,
and that's the place where a lot of people struggle.
Exactly.
That's the place where a lot of people struggle, is to be able to identify your own shortcomings and areas of improvement and where you need help.
Exactly.
To be better.
Yeah.
We're going to take a small break, and then we're going to come back to discussing your educational prowess to becoming a dean of a university, and then let's talk about how you got back to Ghana, because so far you left Ghana at an early age, America, London. Let's talk about what made you actively choose to come back to Ghana.
Perfect.
We're going to be right back. Peace, global African family. My name is Diallo Sumbri. I'm a co-architect of Ghana's Year of Return 2019, and I'm the president and CEO of the Adinkra Group. For the past 5 years, we've been bringing loads and loads of people to Ghana. Many of them, their first time on the African continent. Their first time putting their toes in the African sand, in the African soil. And so many people have had their life changed. Our birthright journeys are curated cultural immersion journeys centered around reclaiming cultural identity, exploring your ancestral heritage, and celebrating African resilience. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our Birthright Journey Partner Program. It's really simple, and you really don't have to do much other than email us at info@theadinkagroup.com. Now, what makes a great Birthright Journey partner for our program? Are you a leader? Are you an influencer? Are you that person that your family calls on to organize, or do you automatically know that that's your job? Are you somebody of status in your community? Are you a community leader? Are you that person in your church or in the school? If you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. Do you believe that every person of African descent should have an opportunity to touch ground on the continent of Africa? If you are, then you are the ideal Birthright Journey partner. It's simple. We're going to show you how you can travel to Ghana for free. Not only can you travel to Ghana for free, but you can actually get paid to travel to Ghana. Really simple. Just contact us at info@theadinkagroup.com and set up a discovery call. You'll get to travel with your family and friends, you'll get to travel with your community, and the best part of it is that it'll be free for you. Or you'll even earn money doing it. So again, info@theadinkagroup.com. We look forward to seeing you in Ghana. We look forward to dancing with you in Ghana. We look forward to eating fufu, eating jollof, eating wache. Make sure you contact us now, and we would love for you to become a Birthright Journey partner. Madasi. Welcome back. We are here with Tanisha Tego. Let's get back into the interview. So, you're obviously one of those people who are naturally talented educationally, right? Not to take away anything from anybody else, any of your teachers, your parents, your DNA, but there was a natural talent in you that allowed you to be able to have a lot of success, absorb information, absorb knowledge, regurgitate it. So eventually you went to school, you got your degree, and then you went to graduate school.
Actually, no.
Okay.
So first I was a film and television producer. I went to film school.
You went to film school?
I worked on quite a lot of film and TV projects. I was the BET UK producer.
So BET UK producer, okay.
So like a lot of the It's My Thing, you know, BET has those It's My Thing
Wait
segments.
a minute, did you include all of this on your resume when I was interviewing you for producer for this?
No.
So I must have been so in tune and smart that I just knew. Is that what it was?
Yeah, you must have.
Okay.
Because I remember when you asked me, I was like, and I said to you, Diallo, I'm not sure about this, but then I was like, okay, whatever. He doesn't know.
BET UK.
Yeah, BET UK, but also like cinematic films. I've made documentaries like The Story of Lovers Rock. I've worked on massive blockbusters in the UK like Adulthood. There's loads of stuff. Even music videos. For example, everyone loves the Azonto video, right?
Right.
But few people realize it's my video. It's on my channel. When you watch Azonto video, there's a cartoon of me. I produced that.
Really?
Yeah.
I need to go back and check that.
You need to go back and check that. So
that that Azonto YouTube video is
on a
your
channel called Tanisha Tego with the 40-something million views, 30-something million views.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's
because
crazy.
there was a point in time where I was moving away from television into the internet space.
Okay.
YouTube had come up, and I hadn't yet, and they didn't have content ID, they didn't have like monetization processes, so it was like super early to the game, and I hadn't figured out exactly what I wanted to do yet. But the partner I was with at the time, he loved dancing, and he had this like these masks in the back of the car all the time. So we already came up with the concept of Afro mask, like I'd pick songs and they'd dance to it and they'd upload it on YouTube, see how it went. And it went viral every time, like hundreds of thousands of views every time.
Right.
And we'd actually planned that particular video to be for Sarkodie, the one that became Azonto. And Sark ended up doing another video somewhere else. And a friend of mine, Ricky Davis, told me about this guy she knew called Michael. Michael, of course, became Fuse. And we'd never met or anything, but he was really eager to have that done with the song, because I think at the time it had been shelved. He'd made it a while back, but nothing had really happened.
Right.
And we had a whole choreographed dance routine. We had a whole plan.
Right.
So we were like, yeah, cool. And then he jumped on, went along to the shoot with the guys. He also filmed some bits on his camera as well, sent me some shots, and put together the video.
Wow.
And that was Azonto. Went viral overnight. The boy lost his mind. He thought I deleted the video for it. But you know, like, you know, back in the day when YouTube videos went viral, there were a few signifiers, right?
Right.
One, the video looked like it was gone. To you, if you're like a regular viewer, it looked like it was gone. Or two, it was stuck on like 301 views. I think 301 views is the most popular version where you know you're viral now. And it was like this for a couple of days. So he didn't know what was going on. He thought I was like stalling his video, but really the video was blowing. And then one day, a few days later, we look on, finally it just said 1.5 million views or something like that. And I was like, I told you that was the problem. Because I'd seen things go viral so much.
Right. But it's interesting because even from the US, Azonto was probably, and I'm gonna be bold enough to say this without having as much Afrobeat or Afrobeats history, but Azonto was probably the breakout Afrobeat song that really started and pushed this wave of Afrobeats that's happening now. Because of the dance.
Well, it was not just Azonto. So the thing is, it was actually Sarko There You Go Kill Me. And Sark was doing a lot of media work traveling, because we even put he came to the UK, we put him on Tim Westwood, a lot of stuff, put him on Radio 1. So You Go Kill Me was the song that was supposed to be the Azonto video song.
Okay.
But then at the same time, we had this great other song, Azonto, and he already had the video. So it was kind of like both of them, I think.
But
because You Go Kill Me was also big.
You know, from
Sark
the
was doing it
American
very well.
side, it was the dance.
It was the, yes.
It was the Azonto dance that, and that video of the dance
The dances,
that took people,
exactly.
when people started to say, oh, Afrobeats. Well, what's the difference between Afrobeats and Afrobeat? That's when people kind of started to see, oh, well, Afrobeat is
Exactly.
political, Afrobeats is this.
And it's funny you should mention that. My company was called Afrobeats Limited at the time when I produced that. Exactly.
Okay, so you music videos, documentaries, films, you did that.
yeah.
So how did you go from there
to
academia?
Yeah, so my grandma just kept saying, and when will you go to school? I was like, but grandma, you watch my shows, you watch my films, like you see me in places.
Grandparents and older people in your families, they don't care about nothing unless you go to school.
Like school. As I went to film school, I have certificates. No. When we were
You were playing games.
Yeah.
You didn't go to school.
So you didn't. So in London, we were in London at the time, and I was in a place called Greenford. I can't remember why I was there, but I remember I was in a place called Greenford, and there was this university there called GSM London, and I was walking past, and I was like, oh, yeah. So I walked in. Oh yeah, I remember because my friend had lived next door. So I walked in, and I just asked them, what's the most difficult degree program you have here? Because the thing with being dyslexic is that it drove me away from formal studies. It really did, from an emotional kind of confidence perspective, because I always thought I'm not going to be able to do it. So at that point, I just decided if I'm going to uni, I'm just going to go hard. Just going to do the hardest course they have in the uni, and that's it. I asked them, they said oil and gas management with business. So okay, fine. How do I sign up? I signed up, and that was it. They just started.
And you did well, obviously,
I got
because
first
you're a
class.
dean.
Got a first class in that. So I got a first class because what I used to do is I used to teach my colleagues, because as the dyslexic person, we learn better when we teach something, even if we don't know it.
Okay.
So I would learn, have a class, and then a few of my colleagues would always promise to come and do a study time with me after. We all got firsts together, so that was lovely, like our little study group. But yeah, I did that. Then the university hired me because one of the teachers, Maurice, had seen me
Prior
teaching.
to you graduating?
Yeah, like literally like a month before the final dissertation deadline, they were already like, yeah, Tanisha, we want you to come and work with us when you finish, which was lovely. And so it became something called a teaching fellow. Now, the whole way through, I'd always been teaching, by the way, just so you know, like I'd always had little teaching jobs, with the local government, local council, whatever. But this was my first time teaching in higher education in universities, which is very hard to get into. So the teaching fellowship was like the perfect door in, and it was created in this uni by a lady called Christy, who became like my hero / arch nemesis, because we're both very strong personalities, and I'm like the bottom of the food chain and she was the dean. And then we were just always finding each other like. But yeah, I did that for a while. Did an MBA, specialized in educational leadership and management. And then I began my PhD journey, cybersecurity of smart energy grid systems. And you're
currently still on your PhD
I'm doing that
journey.
third year now, yeah. So in the whole kind of academic journey that I was continuing, of course, every new thing I studied, every new time I got better, I just got promoted. So I just got in this thing where I was always promoted in January and August, to the point where my teaching fellow colleagues...
Middle of the year, top of the year.
Exactly.
Middle of the year.
And it was just coming at me. And then my teaching fellow colleagues, they weren't really feeling it like I was feeling academia. So after a while, I just thought, let me leave them, because people say, there's not enough black people in academia, there's not enough black deans. But you know what I saw? I saw that people don't really want it. I mean, I wanted the top because my grandma was insistent that I do something that she can recognize. She only recognizes things at the top.
Right.
So for me, I needed to keep going. So I was like, you know, let me leave them. And that's how the journey to being dean came. Like, I have a rule. I do a job for like 3 to 6 months, and if the 6-month line comes and I'm not like super in love, I just start going for the next job if I haven't already been offered promotion.
Okay.
So there's only so many levels to go through before you get to dean. So literally, it's like teaching fellow, lecturer, module leader, head of the program leader, head of department. Then there'll be some managerial word or something like that, and then this is associate dean, and I'm associate dean. So
I haven't heard you mention or say that you ran into any roadblocks because you're a woman. I haven't heard you mention racism, white supremacy. There are a lot of things that are valid, and I'm not saying that people are complaining and you're not. These are valid things that that prevent us from being great a lot of times. And it's just interesting that a young African woman from Ghana, U.S., London, child at 16, you're still raising your son as you're doing all of these things, of course, with a strong homeschooled your son, of course, with a strong network and support with your grandmother, your mother, and having this in your family. Did you have those instances, being number one, being a black woman, right? And well, being a black woman, which a lot of times they say is double the challenge. Did you run into any of those things that?
So I think I run into them so often I'm like desensitized. Like I'm always offending someone, putting someone off, making them feel awkward. You know, like I'm over it. Like one thing that I'm really glad about from my upbringing with my grandma was like she didn't really accept when my excuse was someone else made me feel away, or someone else, or it was because of someone else. She was always very insistent that I take ownership, and I'm very much the same with my son. Actually, I think I'm the same with everything. It's all about taking ownership. So criticism of me and the realities of who I am, it doesn't really bother me. So if someone's like, oh my gosh, you're black, I really don't get the point that you're making here.
Right.
Or, oh, you can't do that because you're a woman. I literally don't understand the point that you're making here. So I'm just going to continue doing what I'm doing, and eventually I think you'll figure yourself out, and at that point we'll just stay friends.
But how do you maneuver in those situations where it's not just somebody pointing out that you're black or you're a woman, but it's somebody putting a blockade or something in place? Is it just a matter of, oh, it's a block, let me figure out how to get around it, through it, or over it, and that's it?
I'm super unfazed.
Where and how in your history did being a Ghanaian woman mean something to you? And the reason why I say that is because I know when I first met you, we were in our early conversations, and you kept saying, I'm a Ga woman, like you kept reminding me. I'm like, I'm from Trenton, and so, and what's that mean? But you said it with such passion that it means something to you.
It does.
So when along your journey did that like really sink in of what being a Ga woman means?
So I was literally the first granddaughter born after like I think over 10 grandsons. Okay. So when I was born, my dad's mum was first, like my first memory of someone like really overpowering. She was an African traditionalist belief system. So she'd explain to me like all our Ghanaian kind of like mummy water, all of our kind of like bits that are more traditionalist beliefs. Quite a lot. She's really into like meditating. She's into like this whole different world of being a person. And we're from Jamestown, right? So, okay, our house is in Mampobi, but we're from Jamestown. So we got family houses in Jamestown. So growing up, something like Jamestown was very normal for me. And just like my people there, they really like, they hustle hard, like they move hard. And I'll meet people from Jamestown anywhere, you know? So I think being from there, having her first was like the first kind of foot in that I could survive most things, because not really much else left when you can already survive on the minimal, right? And that's literally. And then of course going to my mum's world when I was 7 and being with her most often, that gave me the strong Ghanaian woman mentality, because my grandma, she would always warn someone before she fucked them over. Like she'd be like, listen, you're about to annoy me. You're about to
that's a warning.
Just a warning, okay, which I always didn't really understand at the time, because I was like, if you're gonna do it, just do it, innit? Like, why would you give someone a warning? But now, as an adult, I really realized that whole kind of, the reason I always go on about being a Ghanaian woman is because we have a limit. and we're extremely expressive. And I think, all the different tribal groups around the world probably have their stereotypes. But yeah, so like my grandma, she was so strict on the UK side, right, and so serious, very rooted in our culture. And of course, our husband was the paramount chief. So I was, I had to do all these like chief and know all this chief and queen mother behaviors and how to behave at this point and that point and what to do this here. So I got a lot of our traditional kind of ways of being, Ghan's. I got that really gifted to me. And I think along the way, it's always been part of every single thing that I do. Like I remember one of my first like proper boyfriends, when I actually realized what I'm supposed to be, like what a boyfriend's supposed to be. He was a Jamaican guy called Jason. We're still good friends now. And I was so into being an African woman. I'd always tell guys if they wanted to date me, like, listen, I'm African woman. I listen to African music in my house. As the African music in my house was just the first thing, just so you're aware. And I made this man fall in love with "Allow Me to Kiss Your Hand." You know that one? He would blast that thing in the car. The Jamaican guy, So he'd play Bashment, and then the next track would be, and all his friends would be like, "Where are you getting all this African music?" But I was so into just the fact that I'm African. Like, I don't know everything about what it means, but I know that if you don't appreciate or like that, then you've got no space with me. And so back to the whole thing about roadblocks, I just feel like there is this a lovely kind of sense of self-assurance and black privilege that combined were gifted to me. So from the position of self-assurance, right, I am, like, child or no child, I still have a learning disability. I do have a learning disability. So that kind of self-assurance plus the black privilege has just never really allowed me to let anything not go the way I want. It's the journey.
It's there to be gone through, over or around.
Exactly, and I'm a strategist.
Right.
So all of those things just offer me opportunities to be more strategic.
Right. So so now you're in Ghana, right? I know that your company Apples and Pears, you have an office in the UK, you have an office in Dubai, UAE, and you've done a lot of work in terms of helping other entrepreneurs. You have a lady entrepreneurship camp.
Club and camp.
You have a lady entrepreneurship club. You have a boot camp for entrepreneurs. You've been in Forbes, CNN, like and so I think it was really important for us to go through the early part of your life to land here, right? Because right now you're in Ghana by choice. You could be in the UK, you could be in the UAE. If you want, you could probably leave tomorrow, right? Why are you in Ghana? Like, why now are you coming back here? And is it like, well, why wasn't it important, or was it important for you to come back here?
So so my father passed away February last year, and
rest in peace.
So, exactly, he's good. I know he's good because he keeps meddling in some stuff. Like the other day, we need to have a meeting. He's one of the ancestors now, using his powers. But he passed away last February. So I came back around March, April time to support and sort out funeral things, and that was really emotionally taxing. And then I just ended up staying longer, and I actually left the last associate dean job I was at the time there, around that time. So I just came, and I was just here till like May, and then I went back to the UAE because I needed to sort out bits for my bank account and just things, because now I lived there. I did that for I think a month, and I came back, and then I was invited to speak out again in the UAE. So I flew out for a week, and I came back like in August, and I was like, why am I keeping coming back? Like, I don't even live here. The country I keep flying to for a week is where I'm resident. Like, I'm going back to fix bills and fix things. I'm supposed to go home.
And then coming back to Ghana.
I keep coming back to Ghana. And of course in Ghana I'm homeless. Well, I was homeless at the time because, so I was like, okay, I need to fix this. Of course we got working. I met a lot of really amazing people. And I think what Ghana offered me from August till about December was a lot of therapy that I really needed. I was definitely a daddy's girl, and really strongly rooted in my grandma, my grandfather, and my dad, who all passed away like within a year or two of each other, with my dad being the last, over the last 5 years. And I was just losing reasons to be here, so I was never going to choose to go to Ghana because it felt like every reason I had to go to Ghana was like going every year. But the new relationships I built here, they just did things, they just made me feel so good or so solid. They challenged me, They questioned me. And eventually I just felt like, actually Ghana has every single thing I like in a place. Sun, sea, good people, plantain. It just has everything I like. Why would I leave?
Right.
So I just started winding down what I was doing in the UAE, building up a new kind of infrastructure for the company. So it just had a global approach, because of course it started as a UK company. I never had intentions for it to be international. And then I just started working from that position, and that position, once you find your lane, everything just fits.
Right.
So
and Ghana is the center of the world.
Ghana is the center.
Ghana is the gateway to Africa.
Seriously.
So now is the perfect time for us to play Africa in 60, since Ghana is the gateway.
Yes, it is.
Since Ghana is the gateway to the rest of the African continent, you know Africa in 60. You have 60 seconds to name as many African countries as possible. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ghana, Lesotho, Togo, Abidjan, Sierra Leone, Nigeria, Mali, Morocco, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, Tanzania, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Rwanda, and Burundi, to be fair. Guinea, Guinea-Bissau, Cote d'Ivoire. Did I say Cote d'Ivoire?
No, you said Abidjan. You said Abidjan. I let it slide because, but go ahead. But now you said the country.
But now also thinking about the islands, our little islands. I'll remember them in a second. Okay, where am I? Then we have something central. So DRC. Is Swaziland still called Swaziland? There you go.
Take it.
South Africa. I'm good.
We got more time.
Oh, I thought you were saying I thought you were nodding. Okay. I don't know why I can't think of anything else.
Okay, done. You got about 25. That was good. You got about 25. You got about 25. You was ready to stop. Like, okay, that's not. What you talking about? We got 10 more seconds here. We gonna finish this out. We gonna finish this out. Okay.
But also, I don't want to. I'm glad I only got 25 because I think our winners were so good that if I beat our winners, I'd be able to.
Yeah, no. But
so I'm glad I got a good, respectable number.
You know what? I've thought about. I was like, somebody is gonna pull up on me one day and be like, Africa in 60. How many can you name? Like,
actually,
I'm gonna start studying. No, I'm not doing. We ain't doing that. That's what we're not doing. So, okay, so you're in Ghana.
Yes.
Right? You kept coming back here. Ghana has everything that you want in a place to be. Is it important? Is Africa important? Is Africa important to you? Is Africa important to entrepreneurs in your life, your lessons, your world affairs?
Yeah.
Or is it just another place?
No. Africa, like literally, it's all about Africa. In fact, from the UK, from the position of when they started to Brexit, we knew they were going to need to look to Africa for a lot of their agricultural needs. We knew that Europe was going to come towards Africa more. China's already been trying to come towards Africa. In fact, China's the biggest beneficiary of AFTA, which most people don't even consider. The West, the Americas, whatever, they've always been into Africa. And everyone that's not into Africa, they're just not into Africa because the marketing tells them to stay away. And that marketing is done by their own people, just who are too greedy and don't want everybody joining.
Right.
So Africa is it, right? I don't see my place in me being in Ghana as me being only in Ghana. I do see it as me being in Africa on the continent. I wish that there was a lot more free travel across without having to stop at places like Kenya. I wish we could just go where we want to go, but it's fine for now. I do also wish that the travel expenses weren't so expensive for Africans to go to Africa, but it's okay. We'll do good for now.
Inter-Africa travel, we already know. We talk about this. To go to neighboring countries, tickets are $1,000, $800 for a 2-3 hour flight.
Well, someone was saying to me that I think either it's Ghana and Nigeria or Ghana or Nigeria is like one of the most valuable routes for like BA. So, a lot of these airlines are just making money off of us because we do have money. They just make it look like we're in poverty, but the prices they be charging us.
They make
you could go from New York to, I don't know, LA on $54 or Nevada at least on $54.
Yeah, less than $100, maybe on average $200-300.
And I can't get from here to Togo for that price.
No, here to Togo is about or about the same price, which is an hour away. Definitely here to Senegal, here to Sierra Leone, here to, and you can probably get from here to East Africa for less than you can get from here to other West African countries. We got to find out what's up with ECOWAS. They need to get their act together. They definitely do.
So, that's why I'm here. I'm here because I definitely want to be and the African continent. Of course, I'm really proud to be in Ghana. I'm proud as a Ghanaian, but I love a lot of African places. I love Zimbabwe, I love Mozambique, I love South Africa. Not sure whether Egypt has decided whether or not they're with us, but I'm loving my Egyptians.
Egypt is a part of Africa.
It is a part
it's
of
people on
Africa.
the outside who keep trying to take Egypt from us. You know why? Because they want to say that we didn't create the pyramids. So they want to take Egypt away to continue the narrative that some aliens came down and built the pyramids and Africans are not great. These idiots.
That's why we stay unfazed. We stay
The
unfazed.
day I meet a smart racist, I'll shut up. But most racists just aren't smart. You guys are stupid. Like, the things you say and do don't even make any sense. Like, you know.
It's true. But yeah, so Egypt is another one. But yeah, and I'm really curious about a lot of places. Sierra Leone, Senegal.
Right.
Congo I really want to go to.
Right.
So yeah, I'm just happy to be here. The continent is where it is. And for entrepreneurs, this is a very good place to be because in one sense, it's fertile ground, but in another sense, it's actually very advanced.
Yes.
And if we just look at how China has managed to benefit so much from the free trade agreements, that alone tells you that there is an advanced level of business that we need to get into in terms of import, export, packaging, in terms of even like pricing strategy.
It's all here.
It's all here. It's all ready. And there's so many, and also, of course as well, our transaction processes, like our payment processes like Momo and stuff, give us that exclusivity from Visa and MasterCard that we don't really need them for.
Exactly.
Right? So there's a lot to be done. There's a lot to be done. Once the tech people get their act in order and start figuring out how we can do all of those things, the financial transactions, you know, from here to Kenya, and I'm paying in cities, they're receiving it in theirs, we're good.
Have you made the solid commitment to be a part of this future of Africa to the world?
Yeah.
You're here. Like, this is, you've, because I know, because even though you might still go back to UAE, you still might go back to UK, but now that you've been, you found you coming back, didn't know why you was coming back, and you're here, do you see that I'm probably going to be in Ghana? Like, I'm going to be in Ghana. I'm going to be in Africa.
Yeah. I mean, so with Apples and Pears, our mission is to support 30,000 businesses by 2030.
Okay.
And what we do is we help people to start, build, grow, and sell businesses. So any of those methods is fine. I'm definitely focusing us more. We've got clients across 18 countries, but I'm definitely trying to focus more on the African continent and boosting the number of countries from Africa. I would love to be able to say in 10 years that the majority of our portfolio is African grown or started businesses, but that they are internationally trading, that they're internationally known, you know, a few IPOs, like that's what the goal is for me now. And I want that to happen from the African continent. Because I think with age, I'm just getting a little bit more kind of overprotective of Africa and Africans. You know, I don't want to say patriotic because you can't be patriotic to the continent.
I got you.
But you know,
well, you
like,
can.
You can. I don't want to confuse people and make them think Africa's a country. You
No,
know?
So the reason why I say you can, because being from the U.S., somebody like me, who traced my DNA to find myself, I always say I am a child of all of Africa.
Okay, exactly.
I mean, which is,
same.
you know, I'm a child of all of Africa. Like, even though I've been able to trace here, and you know that you are Ghanaian, but you can still decide for no other reason other than because you have decided that you are a child of all of Africa, and you're patriotic for all of Africa.
Yeah, and I am.
Right.
And the older I grow, the more I am. I mean, I started off, I studied Black history like ages ago, Robin Walker, and I was really into this whole like Black everything. I met Black Panther members, I did the whole thing, but yeah, just as I've grown, I've just realized actually I probably will retire in Africa. I mean, look, my son's 20, so I'm an empty nester. So if I'm going to be an empty nester anywhere in the world, why will I not do that in the African continent?
Right.
So that was kind of like the first reason why I was like, Africa, like it's just all about that. But secondly, because the most potential is here, right? So
youngest continent.
It's the youngest
all
continent.
the natural resources, the best weather.
The best minds.
The best minds, the best energy, the best vibe, Charlie.
All of it.
Ghana enjoyment capital of the world, Charlie.
And you know, I'm trainee chief enjoyment officer. So until I get my full badge. No, but like for real, like I love soft life in the day, enjoyment in the night. Like Ghana and the African continent gives it all to me safely.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
With respect. Like I feel like I can do anything and achieve anything from the continent. So those are the reasons why, yeah, I'm rooting myself here, and I definitely think entrepreneurs should as well.
So this is our final episode of Diaspora Link.
It is.
Right? We have successfully done all 20, and we saved you. I said to save the best for last.
Thank you.
So why don't you tell everybody on a scale of 10 to 20, with 10 being incredible and 20 being unexplainable, just how good has it been working with me on this show?
So if 10 is incredible and 20 is inexplainable.
Right, if 10 is incredible, like how just...
I mean, in the most part, working with Diallo has been pure perfection. And I'll say that because I like variety, I like a bit of spice, I like comedy, I like joking around. But I also love travel, I love meeting new people, seeing new things, hearing new things. And we do that.
Right.
So actually working with you is probably like more like a 30.
Hey, look at you.
You're welcome.
Look at you.
You're welcome.
Look at you.
It is probably more like
say,
a 30.
Say 30 one more time. No, I'm just... No,
it really is, because the thing with being a producer and producing content is technically it's very technical.
Right.
Like it doesn't need to matter to me who you are, who's behind the camera.
I want to shout out two people. Kevin Swain, Chris White. These are two gentlemen who showed me what it means to have a technical team and what it means to be an executive producer, right? These are two people who I listened to, experts in their field, who told me, shut up, go do your job as an executive producer. I'm the director, film, I know what I'm doing. I'm the sound guy, I know what I'm doing. You go, get out our way, like you're in our way. Yeah. When I met you, and I asked, who are you? You said, what did you tell me, fairy?
I'm a fairy. I'm a psychic fairy.
You're a psychic fairy.
But I am a psychic fairy,
right.
You know that.
You told me you were a psychic fairy, and I was like, okay, but when I met you and I saw you, it's interesting because I looked and I just said, like, you weren't dressed particularly spectacular, or it was an average day, you know. And I was like, who is her? Who is this? Like, I felt that you were different, and I felt that we were kindred spirits. And I came up to you and I asked you, who are you? And you said, psychic fairy. And I love that response. And then one of the other things that really attracted me to work with you and find out more about who you are is you said something very clear in the open about, I talk to my shrines all the time or something. And I haven't found a lot of people who openly speak about ancestral veneration, communication, even in a joking somebody who you just met, because it scares a lot of people away. It's spooky. And I'll say that I'm very happy that I've had an opportunity to meet you and work with you here, as well as to learn more about apples and pears. I will say that you have helped me to step my game up professionally in a number of ways, and I absolutely enjoy working with you. And as much as I absolutely enjoy working with you. But I'm sure you enjoy working with me more, because I just have to say that.
I was like, is he going to cry? Is he going to say something silly? That's what
I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry. But no. But no, seriously. So let's end this. We've gone a little longer than all of the other interviews. I mean, I asked you to join me on a journey that we were beginning with GhanaWeb. Yeah. And this is the end of our first season. What made you say this is the project I want to work on? Or because people come to you all the time, right? And you have other opportunities, but you say, you know what, I'm going to take my time to do this. I believe in this.
Yeah.
I mean, outside of the obvious, what, like he's a trick.
Yeah,
so now y'all actually get to see how we are off camera.
Diallo,
this is the real Diallo. Well, no, seriously. Like, what made you say this is important?
Well, firstly, from a production perspective, the day that, of course, we were talking about this, we happened to already be around the crew who's now actually our crew.
Right.
And I could feel their competence. It was very obvious that they knew what they were doing. When the concept of the show was shared, it was instantly like, Diallo has to do that. Like, you have to do that. That makes so much sense. It's perfect for you. And I think it's just a combination of, like, the GhanaWeb team are clearly very competent in everything that they do. You're extremely competent in everything that you do. And I'm competent in everything I do. Sometimes
perfect formula. Perfect
it's
formula, right?
So
Everything works together.
It was kind of like, Diallo should have a show. It should be on GhanaWeb.
Right.
And, of course, then you remember I went into how it should look. And I obsessed about that for like a month or two.
Right.
Production values and stuff, remember? But once we got there, it was just so obvious this is what the world needed. And the moment we launched and released the first episode, like the feedback, right? Perfect. It's exactly what I could feel when I thought about the combination of things. And that's why it was easy to pick this. There are, of course, other projects where people might have more budget or more this or more that. But getting that energy right, I think after all my different experiences as a producer, that I can tell straight away when something's the right thing to do, whether or not it's high ticket.
And we actually, like, I get a lot of feedback from people who are like, thank you.
Exactly.
Right? A lot of it is just gratitude, like, I need this.
Yeah.
You know, and I know that by the time people get a chance to view this episode, they would have seen all 19. And for me, it was really important that people get to hear your story too.
Thank you.
So not just a producer, but for people to be able to see that it's not just me sitting up here hosting. You know what I'm saying?
There's a
Being
whole
from the
team.
diaspora, but our team is people of the diaspora who believe in this and what we're doing.
Yeah.
I want to say thank you for joining me on this journey.
Thank you.
We want to tell everybody that season 2 is coming. Season 2 is going to be amazing. We will be continuing to bring you Diaspora Link with different looks, feels, and flavors.
Getting out of the studio a little bit.
Getting out of the studio. You know today was special because I wore my, I had to give y'all this for the last one for Tanisha. So thank you, Tanisha.
Thank you, it's been really good.
We're gonna be right back. We're just gonna do like a little flash thing, and then we're gonna bring the whole team up because we want you all to see the team that's worked with us from GhanaWeb. We want to put everybody on camera. It's a little bit different. I wish I had a bottle of champagne to pop just because it's significant that we completed our first season, and we want you to see everybody who's helped to make this happen so you can see their face and we can thank them on camera too. So,
You're doing great things around the world.
from all of us here at the Diaspora Link team at GhanaWeb, we wanted you to see that there are real human beings behind the cameras and in the offices working together. This is our whole team. We wanted you to see everybody's face. We want to personally say from Tanisha and I, thank you to everybody here for a successful first season of Diaspora Link. We look forward to season 2. And, you know, what do we all say together? Do we like say Madasi? Do we all say hamburger,
I think
cheeseburger?
we should say plantain.
Should we say plantain? Okay, so we're going to say plantain since which absolutely makes no sense, but we'll do it. On the count of 3, we all say plantain. Then we'll say Madasi. Is there a GhanaWeb theme song or something we do? Okay. 1, we're going to say plantain, y'all. People need to know that we're really crazy. 1, 2, 3. Plantain. You see how this? Hey, Madasi, everybody. We don't have a proverb for today. However, we will end this show by saying we know what unity and teamwork looks like, and this is what it is. So we hope that you've enjoyed this first season of GhanaWeb, all 20 episodes. Please go back, replay, rewatch, share your favorite moments, and we will see you on season 2. Peace, everybody. Boza!
Welcome to another edition of Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafiu, and today we are in the offices of the Ghana Boxing Authority to have an interesting conversation with the president since his appointment or his election as the GBA president. There have been so many progress. Among them is the Ghana Boxing League that returned after several years. So stick and stay. We are taking a short break, and when we return, we'll delve into the conversation. Welcome back from the break. As I said before, our guest today is the GBA president, Mr. Kote Nikwe. Please, did I pronounce your name correctly?
Yes, my name is Kote Nikwe.
Okay. Thanks for having us in your offices. And since your election as president of the GBA, this is my first time of coming into contact with you. First of all, can you kindly tell us the difference between the GBA and the GBA? Because a number of people have issues when talking about juvenile boxers. They end up saying GBA and GBA. What are the differences?
Well, with the Ghana Boxing Authority happens to be the mother authority. We have the federation as well. They take care of the amateur. That is their limit. But with authority, we go as far as the juvenile. We are a professional body, but you know, without the development, we will never have the professional boxers. So we extend to the amateur as well as the juvenile. So we happens to be the father of the house.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Nice. So since your appointment, one of the issues of boxing is promoting boxing to other regions, because I know people say boxing is only in Accra. How are you doing? What efforts are you putting in place to ensure that we turn boxing to other regions?
Well, we started the boxing league. We are having 20 events in a year. Out of the 20 events, I've allocated 7 of them that will travel to the various regions. We are trying to look for more sponsors that will equip us to have some few logistics in addition to what we have, that will enable us go all over the regions. So looking at Volta region like this, we started something there already. The 6 months, there was a fight in Volta region.
Wow.
We are looking at the northern side and then the Ashanti region. And these regions all we now have appointed presidents all over those regions. So we are working hand in hand with them. We are looking at how best we can move to the northern part of the region to go and stage the next fight. So within that 20 events for the year, the Ghana Professional Boxing League, 7 of them is going out of Accra to the various regions.
With the Ghana Professional Boxing League, how has the progress been so far? I think we are entering into the 3rd week or...
Yes, it's so far so good. By the grace of God, the IMANS Group and Ghana Boxing Authority, we are doing so much well. Those of us who have the chance to watch the night 1, night 2, it was something else. And we are having the night 3 the next week. Now everybody is talking about boxing. And this is the vision of the current board. We want to put the boxing as the #1 sport. I keep saying that we are the #1 sport in Ghana. With a simple reason is if you look around me here, I have 10 world titles. And none of the disciplines in Ghana can boast of that. 10 world titles. So if I said I'm #1 sport in Ghana, that means I'm one of the people who have taken Ghana sports to the world. If you want to talk about a title and you are looking around, you say Azuma Nelson have the title. Where from Azuma Nelson? From Ghana. You see Agboko have your title. Where from Agboko? Is Ghana. When you talk about Joshua Clottey have a title. Where from Joshua? Ghana. You can see Ike Basuga here. You can see Nanaya Okunedu. You can see Alfred Cobra Kote. All these guys that we are talking about, they put them together. The man himself, DK Poison.
Not to cut you short, but yeah. Most people argue that boxing is there, but football is the heartbeat of Ghana. How do you interpret it or explain or give proper explanation to buttress your point that boxing is the #1 sport in Ghana?
Well, with the boxing, I said the boxing is #1 because the football, you guys have passion because you can just take a ball and go to a park. 2 of you do chaskele and gota to gota. So because you play football, you believe that it's something you participate in it. You can't do boxing, you understand? But when it comes to the level, when we are talking about people taking Ghana out there, you understand? You talk about DK Poise, you talk about Zuma Nelson, you talk about Agba Sukakwote, Nana Yakunedo, Alfred Cobra, you talk about Dogbe and Co. You know, Emmanuel Gameboy the Tego. You understand? It's there. You understand? It's clear. You can see, right? We are talking about titles, world titles. We are not talking about you having some football at your backyard that you can play. Yeah. We sell the boxing to the world level. So we will remain the #1 sport, yes.
Well, in the last 2 years, if I'm not mistaken, 2 or 3 years, we've not had a world title, and I know people have been asking questions. After Dubi, goodness, are we nurturing other talents, professional boxers, to also take up the mantle from where Dubi is currently? He's also trying to get his titles moving on and.
Well, to come in again, I see Emmanuel Tego is fighting Garcia, and that is an elimination to the world title. And I know Gameboy is going to beat Garcia. So I always say that Emmanuel Tego is the best in the lightweight division.
Why do you say that?
I am telling you he's the best. He's, by the grace of God, now he has the chance and he's going to prove to the world that he's the best. Looking at the caliber of boxers in that lightweight division in the world, none of them can stand Emmanuel Tego.
He faces a boxer who is undefeated in, I think, 21 bouts.
Faces who?
The opponent is undefeated.
Tego will beat him.
Why do you say so?
Tego is the best. I don't know if you have seen Emmanuel Tego fight.
I've seen him several times. I've seen
so
him
you can
with
see,
George Ashi when I was very young.
Yes, you can see that this is a skillful boxer. It's not those type of boxers that you can easily get them. That is why I said in the division is the best. Now that he have the chance, he's going to prove to them. And Gameboy is going to rule the lightweight division. You just watch it.
Are we going to
after the 9th fight? On the 9th fight, you'll see something else.
But are we going to see other boxers aside from this?
Yes, if you look at the boxing league. Why do we do the boxing league? Okay. Let me tell you, when you go back, it's through the Martin League, we got a lot of champions, you understand? So if you start the professional boxing league, it tells you that we are getting closer to world champions. Because the boxers are fighting every other 2 weeks, you understand? And that is where you see the talent, and the difference here is, with the Martin, it's only professional body. But this one, we add the amateur and then the juvenile as well. So as we are getting in there, we are also bringing new ones to get into the show. So,
but how has the participation been?
It has been so good. I think if you've been coming to the stadium, you yourself will see with your eyes. You know, it's so much of punches. You understand? So. It tells you how serious the boxers are now. Everybody wants to get to the top. This is an opportunity for them. And I am happy that they are taking advantage of the opportunity and they are all doing well.
But then again, the revenue the boxers are making is what people talk about. But I've heard you explain that you take one boxer and the best they can fight in a year is only 2 bouts. Probably, how much money would they make? Is the actual money that's out 600 cedis?
Who told you that we pay 600 cedis?
That was the report I read.
Did you find out? We pay 1,000 cedis per boxer.
Wow.
So as a media man, I will encourage that the appropriate context to have information is the GBA Secretariat. You understand? When people rumor all over that we give 600, we never, since we started the league, we never paid anybody 600 cedis. We paid 1,000 cedis to each boxer in the gym. You understand? So it's just a rumor going out. We don't know where it's coming from. But we believe that, and the boxers also believe that this is an opportunity for them to get out there and make the big money. No boxer can make a big money in Ghana. No. If we have any boxer here who thinks he can make it in Ghana, he's deceiving himself. Because do people come to watch boxing and pay $1?
No.
No. So people fight big money in US because they go to watch boxing and pay in dollars. Corporate bodies. Thank God now we are getting there. IMAS Group, TCL, Techno, Max Buy. IMAS Group is involved. Renault, they have come in. A lot of companies are coming in, and we know very soon we get to that height where we stage a world title and we pay a huge amount. Because if we are able to get the corporate bodies on board, then we can pay you more. You understand?
Yeah.
We only don't pay the 1,000 cities. We give a TCL give us 33 inches, 32 inches TV for the best boxer, a techno phone, and then Max Buy give us a standing fan. So you can see that there are a lot of things involved in what we are doing. And we pray that more sponsors will come on board, and you yourself, in the next 2-3 months, you see the kind of improvement that will come to our boxing.
For me personally, I must say I've been impressed with what you've done, because when it started, I was like, how are Ghanaians going to react to this boxing league? How is it going to be? Because we tried one recently before he came into office. I must say it didn't go really well, but seeing the number of people come to the arena to watch the boxing bout, I think it's really given football a competition, because you watch boxing on Friday or Saturday night, the next day is football. And gradually, I think what you say that boxing is number one is, I think, something that is going to happen. And I'm seeing it happen because, as I said before, people are coming back. Are you impressed with the patronage?
Yes, we fill the stadium. You look at the first event, we fill the stadium. The second, the night two, we fill the stadium as well. And then the next day, we fill the stadium again. That tells you the interest. You understand? Saturday, we fill the arena. Then the Sunday, we fill the arena. So the interest of boxing is back. And for me, that's it. Yes. The whole arena, 5,000 capacity, we fill it.
How did this idea come up, knowing that someone has tried and the person didn't succeed?
Well, I have a good team. If you look at the new board, but let me tell you one thing. Peter Zwenis started the foundation, and I'm building on it. Sometimes I always want to give credit to my former boss, because he left a lot of things for us, and it was easy for us to move quickly. You understand? So for me, I believe that what they started during Peter Zwenis' time, that has made us get to where we are now. And a lot of people think we are performing than the previous administration. But don't forget, I was a second vice president under Peter Zwenis' administration as well.
But your office is very open, I must say.
Well, there's the openness depends on the leadership style. You understand? And that one, I'll leave that one. But for me, I think we are doing, and I'm doing so much work because I have executives who are behind me. We sit down, we judge on issues, and then the next day, the implementation. You see all of us on the grounds working very hard, and that is how far we've gotten here. IMAS Group and the Max TV too, they are also helping us with Mr. Fadi Fatah. They've been so helpful to Ghana boxing. Yes.
Okay, we are taking a short breather, and when we return, we'll talk more concerning his life as a boxing promoter. No people don't know this, but we'll delve into that as well. Let's take a short break, and when we return, we'll talk more. Welcome back from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafi. I'm here with the GBA president, and we're continuing with our conversation. So, Presido, how did you start boxing, going to boxing? Were you ever a boxer growing up?
No, I love boxing. I've never been a boxer, but I love boxing. I joined boxing the late Napoleon Tego.
Wow, yeah, I know.
Yeah, he was the one who brought me in the game. I was then his gym manager. Then I grew up to become the amateur president for 4 years, Greater Accra.
Wow.
Then from the amateur level, I moved into professional, and then I managed Game Boy, Emmanuel Tego.
How did that happen? Game Boy Tego?
Yes, I managed Emmanuel Tego. I took him from down there to national title, to the WBO Africa, WBO Intercontinental. So I managed Game Boy. After, then I picked Bukum Banku as well and managed Bukum Banku. Then from Bukum Banku, I contested for the second vice position at the GBA level. I won. I was the second vice president during Lower Peterswen's time. Then after the Peterswen's, I contested for the presidency position. And by the grace of God, I won Mali Spain.
Yeah.
And today I'm the president.
Managing these two boxes, were they easy to manage? Bukum Banku and Game Boy.
Yeah, they are tough, but they are easy. To me, they are easy. When you want to talk about Bukum Banku, it's one of the boxers I would like to manage again. That is, if it's in the game. The two boxers that I manage are with Emmanuel Game Boy Tego. I'm still with him. Game Boy, this guy Bukum Banku, who is not fighting now and is doing entertainment, but any other time Bukum Banku want to work with me, I'll work with him because he's one of the great boxers working with. Yes.
Really? How did you feel when the misconception was out there that because of his eye he couldn't fight international bouts?
No. Bukum Banku don't have any eye problem. You see, that's why I'm saying that issues like this, you come to the authority secretariat and find out.
Yeah.
You don't have any eye problem. He has decided to slow down for whatever reason, I don't know, but he can bounce back at any time. Yes. You know, that guy is gifted, is into music and other aspects, so I'm maybe expecting him to come back.
Everyone is expecting Bukum Banku to come back, especially after going to abroad to win his fight. He told us that he would go back again, but we don't know what happened. But then again, you take Game Boy. Anytime Game Boy fights, people criticize his style of fighting. But he always says that when you look at the likes of boxing legend, that is the late Muhammad Ali, he had that flair to his style of boxing. What is your perception on Game Boy style of fighting?
Well, a lot of people talk about Game Boy, blah, 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 blah. If you believe you can beat him, come and beat him. If you believe you can beat him, come and beat him. That is his style. And that is what is making him Game Boy. I'm saying that he's the best in the division. You understand? So, for me, if you believe you can beat him, somebody says Chinese and he keep beating you with the Chinese. You know, so for me as a boxing manager, I want my boy to win. And if he's winning, that's it.
In the future, do you foresee having more world title holders?
Yes, of course. Yeah, the league is going to. We are looking at before the 4 years, we should have at least maximum of 5 world champions, and it's possible. Yes, it's possible. Isaac Dogbe is seriously training there. A lot of other Ghanaian. Emmanuel Game Boy have just joined Isaac Dogbe there. So we have these two boxers at the leading role now. So I'm expecting the world title from the two of them. And we have other boxers in the world ratings. You know, when you get into the world ratings, anything can happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can fight the title at any time. Yeah.
I remember Isaac Dobe was able to bring a world title fight in Ghana for one of his bouts, and since then it's been a long while since we witnessed a world title bout. Does the GBA have any plans of bringing a world title?
With the help of the promoters that we have in Ghana now, I'm sure we are going to have a world title. We have big promoters now in the system, and we also having a TV station partnering GBA. We will get a world title shot in Ghana.
It's good that today I'm here because when people bring issues to us as media, sometimes you want to question them. What are the benefits people get from having a license as a boxer in Ghana? What are the benefits it has?
A lot of benefits. If you don't have a license, you can't be a boxer. So if you are walking on the street and then somebody pick you, put it in the gym, before you fight in the ring, you need a license. So there is the license that gives you the opportunity to become a boxer. Without license, you are not a boxer. So that is the benefit. The license will make you a boxer.
And can someone without a license go into a fight and it's recorded somewhere else without your permission? Is it?
If you don't have a license, you can't fight.
Okay.
So how do you fight? You see, all over the world, before a boxer fights, you need a release letter from an authority like us. That is even a Ghanaian boxer. It's only in US that you fight, and then they, because of whatever reason we don't know, right? And they do it not only to Ghana, to other bodies as well. They want to give you a license to fight. After that's it, they take their money. Now, in all over the world, wherever you go, you need a license of a release letter from your country to fight.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things I remember reading when you came into office was the issue of fighting, ending or stopping fixed bouts, actual basic bouts, where people travel out of the country to go and fight all these bouts, then we don't see them win the titles. Have you made any improvements?
Well, sometimes you think the people are living here to go and do Achiagbeshi. It's not all the boxers that live here to go and do Achiagbeshi. No, we stop all those things. Now we have good boxers that are fighting. We have the league, people are fighting. So there's nothing like Achiagbeshi anymore. The GBA have put up standards that we will not allow those things to happen. Yes. The fact that it happens, we are not going to allow it to happen again.
Okay, okay. So you are saying that from now onwards, you are not going to be seeing anything like that, because I realize that it has ended. That's the fact, because at first I used to get stories, and you get a boxer going out to fight and you realize that he goes into a bout and he loses and all that.
That is what I'm saying, that it is not everybody. Boxing, somebody can knock you round one. No? Somebody can knock you round two. You can finish the round. It doesn't mean it is Achiagbeshi. We, the GBA, will not give a sanction letter, release letter to a boxer that is. Do you know what is Achiagbeshi? Achiagbeshi is somebody who is not a boxer. He's not a qualifier that they used to do the small shows within the communities. You understand? So those ones, they do it within the communities. But when you want to travel, and we'll give you the letter of introduction and also a release letter. You don't give a release letter to a community boxer. You understand? The authority is serious. No, so that's why I keep telling you people that, you see, the media, when you hear something, come to the
That's why I'm here
secretariat.
today. That's
Yes,
why I'm here
yes.
today. And how has the support been? Are you getting the needed support that you want in terms of getting the support to promote the boxing league and other boxers?
Yes, I just told you we have some sponsors on board. It's first time that we have IMA's group of companies on board. Techno is on board, TCL, Renault, who gave us 2 brand new cars, you know, and I know a lot of sponsors are going to come. So the future is big.
My final question, as we wrap up, this is my final question. How has the licensing going? Have people now accepted, promoters and boxers accepted to be licensing their, getting their license in proper?
Well, if you don't get your license, you can't do promotions.
Okay.
You understand? If you don't have a license, you can't be a boxer.
How much is the rate now?
Well, if you come, we just said it. If you go on the website,
okay,
you understand? A lot of people make a hula baloo about promoter's license. That is 3,000. You're a promoter. You want to promote boxing, and I keep saying that if you can't pay 3,000 to become a promoter, then what do you want to do with boxing? 3,000 Ghana cedis, and some people go and fight $200,000. You take your 22%. Your boxer fight, some of them take 33%. And to have a license to go and make $200,000, $500,000, $1 million to have that license, and you just pay 3,000 Ghana cedis to get that license to go and do promotions. Somebody like a ring announcer who, I know one ring announcer, when he climbed the rings, he takes 4,000 cedis per fight. Yes. And if we ask him to pay 500 cedis for his license, he's shouting. Wow. You see, let us be serious. Boxing is not for a joke, you understand? And they only pay this license once in a year. And you make a lot of money. Look at the monies that you run a show, you take a gate fee, a VIP, 100 cedis, VVIP 50 cedis, popular stand 40 cedis. You fill the stadium, make a lot of money. And to pay a new promoter, the one who is coming by the old promoter is paying 1,000 cedis. It's 1,000 cedis the old promoters pay. 1,000 cedis. And they want to talk. The boxers, they pay 50 cedis.
Really?
The coaches, they pay 50 cedis.
That shouldn't be a worry.
You get a whole thing.
Maybe the misconception out there, that's why.
I'm saying that the boxers pay 50 cedis to renew their license. The coaches pay 50 cedis to renew their license. The ring announcer pay 500 cedis to renew his license. The promoters pay 1,000 cedis to renew their license. No. Yes, and they are complaining. I have reduced it that they should come and pay 300 cedis.
Okay.
Yes, they should pay 300 cedis.
All right. So that'll be it for Sports Check. You just heard from the GBA president. He said the license rates has been reduced. So boxers, promoters, ring announcers, everyone should come and pay their license. Hopefully when I become a ring announcer, I'll also get my license so that I can operate successfully. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafi, and it's been an interesting conversation full of insight and information. Thanks for watching. I'll come your way another time.